Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗵𝗃 on Wattpad. Now let's start. Prologue: Life of a quirkless person. Izuku Midoriya, a 14-year-old boy with green hair, often found himself haunted by the harsh words of others. He was reminded of phrases like, "You're worthless," "Why are you even alive?" and "I don't need your help." These words echoed in his mind as he walked home from school. Izuku was quirkless, meaning he was born without the superpowers that many others inherited from their parents. While some children possessed abilities like fire or acid, Izuku had none. His father, Hisashi Midoriya, had the power to breathe fire but left on the day Izuku was born, leaving behind unanswered questions. Izuku's mother, 𝗵𝗃 Midoriya, often spoke of Hisashi with admiration, which made Izuku love his father despite his absence. He believed there must have been a reason for his father's departure. A quirk was supposed to manifest in a person's body, but at the age of 4, Izuku felt nothing. The names he was called by others chipped away at his confidence. Among the most painful were Worthless Izuku, Quirkless Izuku, and Defenseless Izuku, the last being used by his childhood bully, Katsuki Bakugo, whom Izuku affectionately called Kaken. Izuku only wanted to help, but Kaken rejected his assistance, leading to a painful incident where Kaken unleashed his explosion quirk, sending Izuku crashing into a rock. The impact left a scar on Izuku's forehead, a reminder of his longing to help and the pain it brought him. Kaken's pride overshadowed his better judgment, and when he tripped over a rock, Izuku offered his hand to help. Instead of accepting, Kaken retaliated, marking the beginning of Izuku's emotional withdrawal. 𝗵𝗃, upon learning that her son was quirkless, felt guilt and began to cope by gaining weight. 4 years passed, and Izuku became increasingly shy, often hiding his emotions. His life took a darker turn after 2 significant incidents. The first occurred when he was 8 years old, as news broke of a tragic event in Kamino, Yokohama, where villains with powerful quirks wreaked havoc. Among the victims was Hisashi Midoriya, the hero his mother had always praised. When 𝗵𝗃 saw a picture of her husband on the news, her reaction puzzled Izuku, who had never seen his father. As 𝗵𝗃 knelt in shock, Izuku approached her, concerned. She eventually revealed the truth about Hisashi's fate, leaving Izuku grappling with disbelief and sorrow. He wondered where the heroes were when people needed them most. Days later, the police contacted 𝗵𝗃 about Hisashi's body. After the funeral, Izuku tried to focus on his studies, but the weight of his father's loss and Kaken's continued bullying deepened his depression. The second incident was equally devastating. On July 15th, Izuku's 10th birthday, he felt a flicker of excitement as he anticipated celebrating with his mother. However, that excitement turned to dread when he spotted a large column of smoke. His instincts kicked in, and he rushed home, fearing for 𝗵𝗃's safety. Upon arriving, he was met with horror as he saw their apartment engulfed in flames. Without a second thought for his own safety, he dashed inside to rescue his mother. He managed to pull her from the inferno, but she was unresponsive when the firefighters and heroes, including the renowned All Might, arrived. Overcome with worry, Izuku approached All Might, desperate for answers that would change his life forever. He introduced himself, trembling with nerves, and asked if quirkless individuals could ever become heroes. All Might's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression as he delivered the crushing response: quirkless people could not become heroes. Those words lingered in Izuku's mind, shaping his path and deepening his sorrow as he mourned his mother, who passed away shortly after the rescue. Now, on his 15th birthday, Izuku reflected on the anniversaries of his parents' deaths and the ongoing challenges he faced, including the bullying from Kaken and others. The weight of his past pressed heavily on him as he pondered his future. He became less humane, but his intelligence and determination to become a hero never faltered. He needed to thank Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugo, the parents of his childhood bully, for helping him find a house nearby so that he wouldn't feel more devastated and isolated from his experiences. Mitsuki and Masaru did this because of how their son, 𝗵𝗃𝗃, had treated Izuku like a speck of dirt. They wanted to apologize to Izuku for their son's behavior, and he forgave them easily because he was still the same Izuku Midoriya he had always been, before he discovered his quirk. His determination, willpower, and pure heart, which gave everyone a second chance, were his true nature. Everything a true hero possesses, because he is a true hero, never giving up on his dream of becoming a hero in his own way. Izuku was currently in his house, near Kaken's house. As he stepped inside, he went to his room to rest for a few hours before continuing his daily training. After the loss of his mother, Izuku Midoriya, whose quirk attracted small objects to her, he had diligently trained to improve his fighting skills. Even though he didn't have a quirk, he was determined to save citizens from villains who posed a danger to them. This was why he needed to train his body. After 5 years of training, his muscles were well defined, and he was close to achieving a six-pack. When he grew older, he would be more than just Deku. He would be Deku who could accomplish anything. After 3 hours of rest, he checked the clock and saw it was 5 p.m. He changed from his usual outfit to his training gear and checked his bag for what he needed before heading out to 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Municipal Beach, where he trained to move and carry heavy objects. On his way, he bumped into a man in his late 30s, who expressed his thoughts aloud about heroes and quirks. Izuku couldn't blame the man, but he felt a twinge of jealousy at how many people had quirks and were called heroes. From his perspective, heroes seemed blinded by fame and money. They should be busy all the time because that's what true heroes do. Now, it seemed all about fame, money, and popularity rather than the safety of others, corrupted by their selfishness. The only true hero he believed still existed was All Might. Although Deku used to be a fan of All Might, he still viewed him as a hero to everyone. He didn't agree with All Might's belief that quirkless people couldn't become heroes, but he admired him for accepting the burden of trying to save lives. As he pondered these thoughts, he realized he had reached his destination. The first thing he did was push or carry heavy objects like refrigerators and truck tires to increase his strength and endurance. He did some push-ups and sit-ups afterward, then took a 10-minute break before setting up a punching bag. With every punch, memories flooded back to him. How he admired All Might and wanted to be like him, the moment he learned he was quirkless, the start of 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃's bullying, and the loss of his parents. Most of the memories were about bullying. Each time Kaken and his friends had come to torment him, Izuku felt a surge of anger. His punches grew stronger as he recalled his childhood experiences of being bullied. After a few hard punches, the punching bag fell, and a hole formed from his fists. He realized he had overdone it again and carried the damaged punching bag to a nearby large garbage bin. He sat down on a nearby bench for a moment, closing his eyes to remember the bullying from Kaken and his friends. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself while watching the sunset. He glanced at his cell phone and noted the time. It was almost 7 p.m., and he decided he should take a couple of laps before heading home. He put down his phone and examined his sore hands. They were sore but not enough to stop him from training. After a few minutes of recovery, he jogged back and forth, completing 4 laps as he inhaled the fresh air. As the clock struck 7 p.m., it was time for him to change clothes, drink some water, and walk back home. While walking, a thief suddenly ran past him, snatching an old lady's purse. Izuku knew that heroes often overlooked such simple cases. The old lady screamed for help, and he accepted the call, assuring her he would help. She warned him that it was too dangerous for a kid like him, fearing for his safety against a thief who might be armed. Despite the danger, he dropped his training bag beside her and declared that a hero always answers the call for help. He dashed toward the fleeing thief, leaving the surprised old lady behind. Thieves were known for their speed and agility, making them difficult to catch. Despite his years of training, Izuku found himself struggling to keep up with the thief. However, he was determined not to give up. Even though he was at a disadvantage, Izuku had the determination in his eyes that conveyed he wouldn't give up. Suddenly, something ignited within him, and he began to move faster, matching the speed of the fleeing thief. Driven by an intense urge to catch the thief, Izuku activated a latent ability he didn't fully understand. He finally caught up to the thief, successfully bringing him down and calling the police. While waiting for their arrival, he restrained the thief, who had taken an elderly woman's purse. Soon, the police arrived, handcuffing the robber. One officer scolded Izuku for his reckless actions against a wanted criminal. Izuku defended himself, explaining that he couldn't stand by while someone was in danger or being robbed. The officer sighed and advised him to leave such matters to the professionals. Izuku nodded, feeling a mix of irritation and determination. He thought about how the professionals often failed to catch villains. Without hesitation, he decided to return to the elderly woman, who was worried about her stolen money. After a brief moment, he approached her. She expressed her gratitude as she received her wallet back, which had been taken by the thief. Izuku responded with a small smile, stating that it was his goal to help others. The old woman studied him for a few moments and then remarked that he had a certain look in his eyes, one she hadn't seen in many people or heroes. Confused, Izuku listened as she reminisced about a time when heroes were always there to save lives. She lamented that today's heroes were often corrupted by fame and money, but she saw in him the same determination and kindness that characterized true heroes. Her words brought tears to Izuku's eyes, as he had never received such a compliment before. A warm smile spread across the woman's face as she encouraged him to go home, reminding him that the night could be dangerous for someone his age. Despite his tears, Izuku followed her advice, embracing her in a hug before leaving. Her words meant everything to him, and he repeatedly thanked her, feeling comforted by her kindness. After a moment, he regained his composure and waved goodbye as he headed home. Upon reaching his house, tears of joy streamed down his face. For the first time in a long while, he felt a sense of happiness, free from the weight of bullying and loss. The old woman's words echoed in his mind, reminding him of his determination and the heart of a true hero. He returned home with a smile, knowing he had made a difference in someone's life, feeling a connection to the work of heroes and police officers. As he lay on his bed, he reflected on the day's events. After a few moments of staring at the ceiling, he closed his eyes and thought about his parents, expressing his gratitude for their support. He acknowledged that his actions might have been reckless, but he felt proud to have been a hero to someone in need. He hoped they were watching over him, guiding him as he pursued his dream of becoming a hero. With a smile on his face, he drifted off to sleep. It was July 15th, Izuku Midoriya's birthday, but that was 2 months ago. Now it was September. In Japan, classes began in April and ended on December 25th, meaning there were around 200 to 250 school days each year. His life had not changed much since that day, except for the emotional growth he experienced on his birthday. Each year, he felt emotions more deeply, unlike how he interacted with others, especially 𝗵𝗃. Due to bullying, he often isolated himself, wearing an emotionless expression. Despite being quirkless, he excelled academically, ranking among the top students, including 𝗵𝗃. Their teacher announced an upcoming field trip in 3 weeks, which excited most of the class, except for Izuku and 𝗵𝗃, who maintained their usual serious expressions. They would have to wait for the trip because exams were scheduled for the following week. During this time, Izuku continued to train his body and focused on studying for the upcoming tests. After completing the exam without any issues, he paid the field trip fee to his aunt, 𝗵𝗃. The class was set to visit the Quirk Research Lab. Welcome to the Quirk Research Lab. My name is Akita Asakura, and I will be your guide for your entire field trip, a woman in her mid-20s announced as every classmate of Izuku, except for him and Bokugo, cheered enthusiastically while she led them inside the lab. Everything went smoothly until one experimental creature vanished during the tour. Izuku, holding his cell phone, took pictures of various animals being studied, particularly the mice. Afterward, he pulled out his quirk analysis notebook to jot down his observations. Unbeknownst to him, a certain arthropod was descending from the ceiling on its web. He didn't notice when something bit him on the back of his neck, too focused on his task to realize what had touched him until the pain registered. He gasped, startled, and instinctively swatted at the back of his neck, throwing the spider to the ground. A wave of pale realization washed over him, as he understood that many spiders could be venomous enough to pose a serious threat to humans. He touched the spot where he had been bitten, puzzled that it didn't sting. He thought to himself that perhaps it wasn't dangerous. Moments later, a slight dizziness washed over him, but it wasn't severe. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a small door of a cage had been left open. He informed one of the scientists, who quickly alerted his colleagues to search for the Tokubetsu spider, the creature that had escaped. After receiving thanks from the scientist, Izuku returned to his classmates, though the headache began to intensify. As the field trip concluded at 5 p.m., Izuku remained seated on a bench near the school gate until curfew at 7:30 p.m. When he finally stood up, pain shot through his head, and soon his entire body ached. He struggled to maintain his balance as he walked home, occasionally dropping to one knee and gritting his teeth, determined to reach home rather than risk collapsing in the street due to the spider's bite. Upon entering his house, he felt even dizzier. After checking the clock and seeing it was 8 p.m., his stomach began to ache. Every muscle in his body tightened, and he felt a growing numbness accompanied by more intense pain than before. He didn't change out of his clothes, knowing it was Friday, but the headache escalated. He fell onto his bed, clutching his head and chest, unable to bear the pain any longer. When he opened his eyes, he saw shadowy figures approaching him with hostile expressions. He closed his eyes again, pulling a large cloth over himself, leaving only his head exposed. Voices filled the air, but he couldn't comprehend them as they all spoke at once, wishing desperately for the nightmare to end. He was unaware that some of his genetic DNA was being altered by the quirk of the genetically modified spider that had bitten him earlier. The next day, he awoke to the sound of beeping. Turning around, he saw his all-might clock signaling 7 a.m. on Saturday. He turned off the alarm and decided to sleep a little longer. When he finally woke again, the clock read 9 a.m. That was enough time for him to gather energy for training later in the afternoon. As he prepared to take a bath, he removed his clothes and was taken aback by what he saw. His body appeared more muscular, resembling that of a bodybuilder. Izuku was entranced by the drastic change. He wondered if this transformation was a result of the spider bite. After a few hours, he decided to buy some ingredients for his daily needs at a nearby shopping mall. He changed into casual clothes and checked his wallet before locking the door behind him. After a short walk, he arrived at the mall, a familiar place where he often purchased food and supplies. He wasted no time and began selecting the items he needed for the day. While standing in line at the checkout, a loud bang echoed from the entrance. 5 masked individuals stormed in, clearly robbers, as they knocked out 2 security guards and aimed their weapons at the nearby citizens, including Izuku. They shouted commands, demanding everyone to stay still and threatening anyone who dared to call for help. One robber, wearing a mask splattered with red paint, shouted angrily at the cashier, insisting she fill a bag with cash. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, drawing everyone's attention to a little girl who was terrified. One of the robbers approached her, causing her to back away in fear until she fell. Izuku watched in horror as the robber pulled the girl by her hair, boasting about their new prize. The robber then menaced the girl, asking if she wanted to live or face a terrible fate. Izuku felt an overwhelming urge to help the girl and, without thinking, stood up and knocked one of the robbers down. The remaining robbers turned to him in surprise, one of them laughing mockingly at his boldness, questioning whether a boy wanted to be a hero. Foolish kid. They all laughed as they walked toward his location, the girl being held by the man in the red mask. The man asked with a mocking tone and a glare what the reason was for punching his associate. He aimed to intimidate Izuku, but the boy remained unfazed, showing only an emotionless expression. Inside, Izuku contemplated sacrificing himself for everyone's safety, especially for the little girl, who was far too young to lose her life. Despite his thoughts, Izuku remained silent as the burglars ped their guns, pointing them dangerously close to his head. The man warned Izuku that he had made a terrible mistake and that he would soon meet a dire fate. Yet, Izuku felt a surge of strength within him. He clenched his fist and swung his right arm, disarming one of the burglars and unexpectedly destroying all their guns, leaving him internally surprised. The eyes of the burglars widened at his sudden display of power. The red-masked man, still holding the girl, brandished a knife, ready to harm her if Izuku approached. Instead, Izuku swiftly knocked the man's head, disarming him and causing him to cry out in pain as he injured his wrist. Izuku felt his strength growing, but his right hand throbbed slightly from the impact, a reminder that he was still young and inexperienced, unlike seasoned heroes such as All Might. With a sense of urgency, Izuku grabbed the little girl and ran to a nearby shelter that could shield them from gunfire. As he moved, a tingling sensation coursed through him, allowing him to dodge bullets with surprising agility. This astonished everyone, including the burglars. Finding cover gave Izuku a newfound confidence. He was determined to defeat the criminals. He reassured the little girl that he would protect her, and she nodded in response. With resolve, he charged out from behind the shelter, ready to confront the burglars. The red-masked man ordered his associates to eliminate Izuku as they fired their weapons. The tingling sensation returned, and everything around him slowed down, enabling him to see the bullets' trajectories. He realized this was a unique ability, akin to a spider's instinct for danger. With little time to ponder, Izuku dodged the bullets, some grazing his clothes but not his skin. As the burglars reloaded, he seized the opportunity to engage them, using his body to knock them out one by one. Despite their attempts to strike him with their guns, Izuku evaded their attacks effortlessly, taking them down with powerful punches and kicks. After incapacitating the others, only the red-masked man remained, revealing his face, a man in his mid-30s. Izuku noticed the man's hands were poised to strike, and to his surprise, his nails began to elongate and sharpen. The man declared that with one scratch, Izuku would be finished. They both took battle stances as Izuku studied the man's movements. The man charged, and Izuku dodged his attacks, aiming to take him down in one decisive blow. As he prepared to strike, he felt an unfamiliar strength coursing through him, not just the enhanced abilities of a spider but something more. Clenching his fist, Izuku swung with all his might, landing a powerful hit to the man's face, sending him crashing into a wall. Pain shot through Izuku's right hand, but he pushed through it, noticing his arm was slightly bruised. Though he shivered from the discomfort, the pain gradually subsided, leading him to wonder if he possessed a regenerative ability. He shook off the thought, unsure of what to believe. A roar of applause erupted from the citizens who had witnessed the confrontation, expressing their gratitude to Izuku for saving the girl. The little girl rushed to him, tears in her eyes, and embraced her hero. Izuku comforted her, returning the hug. After calming down, she asked for his name, and he introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya. She joyfully declared him her hero, prompting cheers of "hero" from the crowd. For the first time in his life, Izuku felt tears of joy welling up, realizing he had become a hero to the younger generation. Moments later, the police arrived to find the burglars subdued and restrained. One officer inquired about what had happened, and Izuku stepped forward to explain. The officer advised him to leave such matters to the police, implying that it was no place for a child. This remark ignited a fire within Izuku. Before he could respond, a citizen interrupted, praising Izuku for risking his life to save the girl and noting that they had hesitated to act out of fear for their own safety. Another voice chimed in, declaring Izuku a true hero for his selflessness. Their words struck a chord in Izuku's heart, and he felt tears streaming down his face as they accepted him for who he was. These people were cheering for him, and he felt overwhelmed with happiness. Through his sobs, he expressed his gratitude, feeling truly seen for the first time. With a face full of emotions, everyone saw him crying, and they began to smile at the emotional boy. No, the emotional young hero. He remembered every act of bullying he had endured, every bruise, every punch, and every explosion. They felt meaningless now. They meant nothing to him. He felt fulfilled after the people in the shopping mall thanked him one by one. He thought about how they accepted him as a hero in their eyes, but he knew he had to take responsibility for whatever happened around him. He resolved to train hard so that he would be recognized as a hero by everyone, even those without quirks. He understood this was a lot to take on since he was still a kid, but he believed that with a powerful quirk came great responsibility. After contemplating his goals, he wiped the tears from his face and eyes. After 2 hours in the shopping mall, he returned home with a big smile while carrying the ingredients he needed to cook. After a brief rest, he changed his clothes and headed to 𝗎𝗏𝗵𝗃 Municipality Beach to continue training with the quirk he had obtained from a genetically modified spider. Unbeknownst to him, something had arrived at his house that would change his perspective on the school he wanted to attend. 2 days had passed since the incident that made Izuku a hero to those people. Now, he lay on his bed, resting from his schoolwork. However, he still remembered that day for hours after the incident. 2 weeks before it, Izuku had tried to apply for admission to 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗄 high school. Principal Nizu interviewed him regarding his application. It took 2 whole weeks for the principal to decide whether they could accept a quirkless person like him. Then the day came when the letter was sent to Izuku's house. He stood a little distance from his home when he saw a mailman placing a letter in the mailbox. What caught his attention was that the mailbox was on his property, which meant he had received mail. After the mailman left, he opened the mailbox and took out the letter. Not knowing what was inside, he hurried into his house to find out. Once in his bedroom, he rushed to his work desk, where he had been doing his schoolwork, including quizzes, assignments, and internet research on his laptop. Clearing away the unnecessary items, he opened the letter, noticing the seal that read 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Seeing that seal filled him with a mix of excitement and dread. His hands trembled as he slowly opened the letter and saw it was from Principal Nizu. The letter read that the principal had reviewed Izuku's application and admired his determination to become a hero. However, he regrettably informed Izuku that someone without a quirk could not be accepted into the hero department of 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗄, regardless of their performance on the entrance exams. He could still apply for the general department, which was more suited for students without a strong quirk or any quirk at all. Izuku stopped reading when he realized he could not become a student at 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗄, all because he didn't have a quirk. This realization brought him to tears, knowing that his dream of becoming a hero by studying at 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗄 was over. Overwhelmed with sadness, he lay on his bed for a day, neglecting to eat dinner. He wondered what he was supposed to do now, feeling crushed by the rejection from one of the strongest schools in Japan. A voice echoed in his mind, filled with irritation, asking why he was crying over a rejection. This startled Izuku, causing him to sit up and look around his room, realizing he was alone. The voice continued, urging him to show them what he was made of and questioning why he was upset about the rejection. Anger bubbled within him as he responded to the voice, questioning its understanding of how deeply the lack of a quirk affected his life. The voice insisted he was on the right path, leaving Izuku confused and curious about its meaning. He wondered if this voice was some kind of deity or fortune teller. He asked how the voice knew, but received no answer as he scanned his surroundings, returning to his bed, pondering the identity of the voice. He shook his head, dismissing the conversation as he thought about his rejection from 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗄. He felt he had no choice but to look for other schools, though they seemed inadequate for his aspirations of becoming a hero. Closing his eyes, he recalled the bullying from Kaken and how All Might had changed his views on quirkless individuals. What he wanted most at that moment was to be with his parents. He missed their love, care, and guidance in becoming a fine young man. He whispered to himself, expressing how much he missed them, feeling the weight of loneliness and the memories of being bullied by peers. He glanced at his hands before standing up and moving to a large mirror that reflected his entire body. As he stood before it, he removed his clothes, revealing his muscular physique. However, the reason for shedding his garments was to examine the scars that told the story of his survival. Each scar brought back memories of the bullying he had endured, both physical and verbal. He looked down in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that Katsuki had harbored such hatred for him throughout their lives. Closing his eyes for a moment, he hoped to alleviate the stress that weighed heavily on him. A voice suddenly broke the silence, filled with pride and sadness. It was a familiar tone that made Izuku's eyes shoot wide open. Turning around, he was astonished to see a man in his late 30s, with black hair and eyes that mirrored his own. The man approached slowly, and Izuku stood frozen in fear, uncertain of the man's intentions. Yet, his instincts did not signal danger, suggesting this was not someone who meant him harm. The man spoke, expressing regret for leaving Izuku and his mother. Those words struck Izuku deeply, as he grappled with the reality of the moment. Hesitant at first, he finally found his voice, filled with surprise. He asked if this was truly his father. Another voice chimed in, a woman's voice that was angelic in tone. Izuku turned to see his mother standing behind the man. Overwhelmed, he could hardly believe his eyes. Were his parents really here? Was he hallucinating? His mother expressed sorrow for not being present during his upbringing, her gaze filled with sadness and guilt. Overcome with emotion, Izuku rushed toward her, longing to embrace her, only to find he could not touch her. Tears streamed down his face as he expressed that he did not blame her for who he had become. He then turned to his father, asking where he had been when they needed him. His father's response was filled with remorse, explaining that his job had forced him away from his family. He expressed a deep longing to protect them, stating he would rather not live than see them harmed. Izuku listened, understanding the weight of his father's guilt. He acknowledged that he could feel his father's pain and thanked him for being there, even if only in spirit. His father was moved by Izuku's words, tears flowing down his cheeks as he realized his son still cared for him despite the distance that had grown between them. They both recognized how much Izuku had matured on his own, yet he still needed guidance in a world filled with challenges. As they reached out to him, Izuku felt their love even as their figures began to fade. His mother urged him to be brave, reminding him that they would always be by his side. She encouraged him to be a true hero, to save those lost in darkness. Her final words filled him with determination, motivating him to strive for the hero they believed he could become. His father echoed this sentiment, urging Izuku to choose a path for a greater cause, assuring him of their love. As his father's figure faded away, Izuku made a silent promise to become the hero they envisioned. Determined, he thought about his future. Though he had not been accepted into you, he resolved to become someone who stood for justice, a vigilante who would protect those in need. Even if others despised him, he would rise to the challenge, driven by a longing to create a better future. As he prepared to sleep, a shadowy figure leaned against the wall by his window, smiling before disappearing into the darkness. The school year had come to an end, and everyone was filled with joy as they celebrated Christmas. However, Izuku felt a sense of isolation. After discovering his quirks, one from a genetically modified spider and another that seemed to appear out of nowhere, he was left with lingering questions. Had he truly seen ghosts? The day after their reunion, he found himself alone, with no signs of their presence. Hallucination can be a challenging experience, and while he knows he should seek therapy, there is no time for that now. In the days following the vision of his parents' souls, and the revelation of his father's absence, he focused on creating a suit for his vigilante work. Yesterday, he finally found the perfect outfit, a long-sleeved black coat that reached his wrists, matching black breeches and shoes, and a dark green beanie. He also wore a dark green handkerchief covering his mouth and nose, along with a pair of black shades. His hands were bare, as his fighting style was kickboxing. Now, he waited for nightfall, hoping to encounter criminals or thieves disrupting the joy of Christmas. He glanced at the wall clock in his room. It was 7 p.m. His room, once filled with All Might figures and posters, his idol, was now devoid of those collections, which he had decided to donate to those in need. Now, his room resembled that of any other teenager. It was time for his first mission as a vigilante. He donned his outfit and made a sign of the Holy Trinity, praying for his safety and for guidance from his parents. He found a building suitable for stealth, leaping from one rooftop to another. To his surprise, he discovered he had enough energy to jump onto a 4-story building. After a few minutes of jumping, he surveyed the streets below, observing people smiling and laughing together. The sight deepened his sadness, reminding him of his loneliness and the passage of time without his parents. Suddenly, a cry for help broke his reverie. Thanks to his enhanced senses, he quickly located the source of the scream. He spotted a little girl struggling against a group of 5 men who were mocking her persistence. One of the men taunted her, stating that no one would hear her and attempted to silence her with a handkerchief. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized the man was using a chloroform-soaked cloth, causing the girl to lose consciousness. Just as he was about to intervene, 2 of the men spoke about adding another victim to their collection. This piqued Izuku's curiosity about their base and the implications of their words. He quietly followed them as they headed toward a nearby van in a dark alley. Despite the darkness, his enhanced senses allowed him to glimpse 5 bodies inside the van. They placed the little girl inside and drove away, successfully adding another victim to their sinister operation. Determined to uncover their secrets, Izuku continued to follow them, leaping from building to building. He noticed that they were moving away from the city and arrived at what appeared to be an abandoned laboratory. As he approached, he spotted 2 guards with firearms stationed by the garage door. When the door opened, the van entered, prompting Izuku to halt and devise a plan to infiltrate the facility. He wished he could climb walls like a spider, and suddenly, a familiar voice in his head urged him to try. Despite his initial hesitation, he decided to trust the voice and focused on a specific wall. With a leap, he reached out and made contact, surprisingly clinging to the surface as if he were indeed a spider. Excitement surged through him, but he quickly suppressed it. He was here to save the little girl and potentially others who had been kidnapped. He examined the door where the guard stood, noting a camera recording the area. Remembering the duct tape he had in his pocket, he devised a plan to cover the camera and silently incapacitate the guards without drawing attention. As he approached the camera, he successfully obscured it and leaped in front of the nearest guard, catching both men off guard. With a swift kick, he knocked one guard into the other, quickly rendering them both unconscious. After ensuring they were secured in a nearby bush, he continued his ascent, hoping to find a window that would allow him to see inside. He heard a man's voice from within, commanding others to move the captives. The mission was far from over, and he was determined to uncover the truth and rescue those in need. With this, Izuku began to search for a window to see what was happening. He found one and peeked inside. He saw 6 men dressed casually but armed with submachine guns and handguns, while 2 of them held shotguns. Another door was ajar. One of the men, a kidnapper Izuku had observed earlier, spoke about how the heroes would be caught off guard. The green-haired boy could hardly believe his eyes. 11 men were present, all wielding dangerous weapons, but one man stood out. He not only carried a gun but also had swords, daggers, shurikens, and knives strapped to his waist. Izuku thought carefully about how to avoid the man with the sharp weapons, considering the possibility that he was the leader of this gang. One of the men reported the status of their mission, prompting the leader to respond with satisfaction, indicating it was time to rest for the night. As the members dispersed to sleep, one remained on guard at the door. Seeing them settle in, Izuku checked his watch. It was 7:45 p.m. He decided to wait a few hours until they were truly asleep. He too took a nap on the roof. After some time, Izuku woke up and checked his wristwatch, which read 10 p.m. He had slept for a few hours. It was time to call the police department using the phone he had brought. He informed them of his location and the information he had gathered, using a fake name, Shadow. Although he faced skepticism from the chief of police, he managed to convince them with his serious tone. After ending the call, he tucked the phone away and prepared to sneak in and save the hostages. Operation Rescue Mission was underway. He returned to the window where he had last seen the men talking, but found it locked. He searched for another way in and discovered a balcony on the 2nd floor at the back of the building. He landed quietly and found the door to the balcony unlocked. A voice filled with concern echoed in his mind, urging him to be cautious. He stepped inside, and though it was dark, his vision adjusted enough to make out the outlines of the furniture. A smirk crossed his face as he realized it was time to rescue the hostages without wasting a moment. He was determined to use his quirk against the villains if it meant saving lives. As he descended the stairs, he noticed the man guarding the door was asleep on the sofa. He tiptoed toward the guarded door and tried to open it, but it was locked. The voice in his head warned him that the keys were on the sofa, urging him to be careful. Glancing at the sleeping man, Izuku spotted the keys and felt a surge of anxiety. He approached the sofa, hands trembling, aware that any sudden movement could jeopardize everything. He reached for the man's hand, carefully lifting the fingers to reveal the keys. With a steady breath, he took the keys and moved back to the door. He inserted one key, but it didn't fit. He tried another, but it failed as well. There was only one key left, and he hoped it would work. He inserted it into the keyhole and turned it slowly. The lock clicked open, and he whispered to himself, feeling a shiver run down his spine at the sound. He turned to see the man stir slightly. Panic surged through him, but he had a plan. He would incapacitate the man just as he had done with the others outside. Clenching his fists, he prepared to act. However, the man settled back into a deep sleep, relieving the pressure on Izuku's shoulders. He took a deep breath, grateful that the situation hadn't escalated. Turning back to the door, he opened it quietly and stepped inside. As he focused on closing the door, he noticed stairs leading down. He thought to himself that it must be some kind of underground base and hoped there were no guards below. Taking a moment to calm himself, he inhaled deeply and exhaled before steeling his resolve to face any obstacles in his path to save the hostages. As he descended the stairs, the only sounds were his footsteps and the rapid beating of his heart. Each step quickened his pulse, but he pressed on. After a few minutes, he spotted a light shining from beneath a door. As he approached, he noticed 4 men guarding the entrances. He had an idea and lightly knocked on the door twice, waiting for someone to respond. After a few moments, he saw shadows moving behind the door, confirming his suspicion that the room was indeed guarded. He felt a surge of fear at first, knowing the odds were against him, but he quickly pushed it aside, determined to defeat them no matter what. As the door closed, he lunged at a man armed with firearms, falling backward in the process. He scanned the room and realized that the man he had attacked was the only one present. Seizing the opportunity, the man shoved Izuku away and reached for the gun in his holster. However, thanks to Izuku's quirk, which heightened his reflexes, he swiftly kicked the man's hand and followed up with a roundhouse kick to his head, rendering the man unconscious. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Izuku dragged the unconscious man to a nearby wall post, which was large enough to conceal him. It was better than leaving the man lying at the entrance, especially with multiple doors leading in and out. After hiding the man, he turned his attention back to the room, which had 3 doors, one on the left, one on the right, and one directly in front of him. He first attempted to open the left door but found it locked. Without hesitation, he bashed through it with all his strength. Inside, he was met with a group of young people, mostly girls, who appeared to be around his age. His gaze immediately fell on a girl he recognized from earlier when she had been kidnapped. All of them were chained, their appearances dirty, and they wore expressions of fear about what might happen next. Izuku reassured them that he was there to rescue them and that the police were on their way, though his serious demeanor suggested he understood the gravity of their situation. He carefully grasped the chains binding them and, to his surprise, tore them apart with ease. He hadn't expected such strength, merely wanting to test how sturdy the chains were. As he continued to free them, he encouraged them to stay calm and promised to return. He instructed them to defend themselves if anyone entered, emphasizing that it was a matter of self-defense. Noticing their unchanged expressions, he closed his eyes and posed a question. He asked if they all wanted to become heroes or if they preferred to wait for heroes like All Might to save them. When he opened his eyes, he saw their shocked faces, and a smile grew on his own. He reminded them that All Might couldn't save everyone at once and that they needed to rely on themselves to escape. He encouraged them to use their minds and quirks to fight back, assuring them that no quirk was weaker than another, each had its own strengths. He explained that 10 young people with strong quirks stood a chance against 2 or 4 men armed only with guns. He expressed his determination to protect them and return them to their families, urging them to pretend they were still chained and to fight back when the time came. He implored them to cooperate, emphasizing the importance of their collective strength. After a moment of silent communication, they all nodded in agreement. He thanked them and prepared to move on to the next door. One of the boys asked for his name, prompting Izuku to pause. After a moment of hesitation, he turned back and simply stated that his name was Shadow before stepping out of the room. The door in front of him was unlocked and slightly ajar. As he was about to enter, he heard laughter and conversation from within, causing him to hesitate. However, his instincts kicked in, and he remained composed, silently sneaking inside. The lights were out in his area, but he could see a light coming from the room where the voices originated. As he approached, he noticed something blinking in the distance, a small red light. Recognizing it as a CCTV camera, he carefully maneuvered around to cover the lens. Once he ensured he wouldn't be seen, he moved closer to the source of the noise. Peeking inside, he saw 4 men drinking and laughing, clearly inebriated. He whispered to himself that they were likely drunk, careful not to make any noise that could jeopardize his mission. He observed one of the men fall from his chair while the others continued their raucous conversation until he overheard something that ignited his anger. The men were making crude comments about the young girls they had captured, discussing their intentions in a way that crossed every line. Fueled by rage, Izuku charged toward the men, delivering a powerful kick to the one still on the ground. The sound of impact echoed in the room. The remaining 3 men lunged at him, but their drunken state provided Izuku with a significant advantage, allowing him to dodge their attacks with ease. Avoiding injury from furniture, Izuku relied solely on his bare hands to incapacitate the men. After a series of kicks and punches, the gang members, already inebriated, were swiftly knocked out. Once he surveyed the room, he secured their hands, feet, and mouths with duct tape, signaling that they would face consequences for their actions. With the lights out, he left the room and turned his attention to the last unexamined area. A sense of caution washed over him. One misstep could jeopardize his stealth mission to infiltrate the gang's base. He examined the walls, finding nothing unusual. The voice returned, warning him about hidden traps. Izuku acknowledged the voice, promising to heed its advice. As he scanned his surroundings, he noticed small red lights, which narrowed his focus. Closing his eyes, he sensed 6 red lines, trap alarms he needed to avoid. He ducked, bent, and maneuvered skillfully to evade triggering any alarms. Successfully navigating the traps, he slowly turned the doorknob to open the final room. As the 15-year-old vigilante stepped inside, he was confronted by 5 to 7 men, all glaring at him with predatory intent. One of the men remarked that it would have been more polite to ask for what he wanted rather than sneaking in. Among them stood a massive 7-foot man, exuding a cold, calm demeanor. Izuku covered his mouth and nose, gritting his teeth behind his handkerchief, puzzled by how they had detected his intrusion. The large man revealed multiple screens displaying footage from outside the house, and with a snap of his fingers, the atmosphere shifted. Thanks to his enhanced hearing and spider sense, Izuku sensed weapons being aimed at him. He swiftly dodged the incoming attacks, evading bullets and sharp projectiles. With their magazines empty and the gang members scrambling to reload, Izuku seized the opportunity to strike. He closed the distance to one of the men, delivering a powerful kick while dodging punches from others, determined to survive and rescue the hostages. After clearing out the men, only the towering figure remained. The large man insulted his fallen comrades, expressing disappointment in their weakness. Izuku demanded to know how they had discovered his infiltration. The man explained that a camera in the living room had captured his entrance, prompting Izuku to mentally chastise himself for not considering that earlier. With the conversation over, the man charged at Izuku, who anticipated the attack and sidestepped to avoid it. However, the man had predicted this move and swung his arm, colliding with Izuku and sending him crashing into several screens. Although the impact left him momentarily stunned, he quickly regained his footing. The man, now mocking him, prepared for another strike, but Izuku surprised him by launching himself forward, executing a wrestling move that sent the man crashing through the door. The two continued to exchange blows, with the man's size giving him an advantage in power while Izuku relied on speed and defense. Observers from the shadows might have thought the man held the upper hand, but Izuku was strategically outmaneuvering him. As the man grew weary from his relentless attacks, he attempted a leg sweep, but Izuku's spider sense alerted him, allowing him to backflip away and create distance. The man taunted Izuku, demanding his name before delivering a fatal blow. After a moment of silence, Izuku revealed his vigilante name, Shadow. The man introduced himself as Trevor, boasting about his quirk, Power Enhancer, before dismissing Izuku's identity as irrelevant since he was destined to lose. As Trevor prepared for a final attack, Izuku noticed a change. The man's speed had diminished. Seizing the moment, he leaped high, evading Trevor's strike. As Trevor's punch missed, Izuku executed a kick that connected, causing Trevor to stagger. The young vigilante backflipped again to keep out of the man's reach, readying himself for the next opportunity to strike. Time seemed to slow around him, a testament to the power of his spider sense, as he prepared for his next move. Because of his constant use of the quirk, slow motion, Izuku had become accustomed to its effects. He felt ready for the challenge ahead, but he also noticed that his body was wearing out quickly. Sensing that the end was near, he decided to put everything he had into his offense, knowing that even Trevor might not be able to block it. Once Trevor was within range, Izuku delivered a powerful knee strike to his face, causing the man to yelp in pain and stumble backward, clutching his face. Izuku followed up with a barrage of martial arts attacks he had honed over time. Each punch and kick left Trevor gasping for breath. Drawing back his 𝗵𝗵𝗃 arm, Izuku concentrated all his strength into one final punch. With determination, he moved his fist forward, connecting solidly with Trevor's face. The force of Izuku's strike sent Trevor flying toward the door of the underground base. As Izuku dropped to his knees, breathing heavily from the battle, he felt a headache beginning to form. He thought to himself that he needed to adjust his use of his quirk, or he would face dire consequences. Despite his exhaustion, a smile crept onto his face, knowing that the battle was over. However, a chuckle emerged from the debris, and as he looked toward Trevor's location, he noticed the rubble shifting. To his disbelief, Trevor stood up with an evil grin, his head and arms bruised and stained with red. He admitted that Izuku's punch was impressive, slowly rising while brushing off the debris. With a sinister smile, Trevor declared that it was over. Izuku attempted to move, but before he could react, Trevor's fist collided with his face, sending him flying back into the room where he had previously defeated multiple opponents. Struggling to rise, Izuku found himself unable to stand, his vision blurring. He couldn't believe he had lost the fight. If only he hadn't relied so heavily on his spider sense, he thought he might have won. But with the rapid fire from the men's guns and Trevor's overwhelming power, he had no choice. As Trevor approached, Izuku gritted his teeth, refusing to accept defeat. He thought to himself that he would not die there. With all his strength, he tried to rise, but Trevor stomped on his arm, causing Izuku to cry out in pain. Trevor, with a victorious expression, asked if Izuku had any last words. Despite his heavy breathing, Izuku managed to say that even if Trevor killed him, there would be many people who would stop him, no matter what. Trevor responded mockingly, stating that Izuku had wasted time saying more than that. He prepared to deliver the final blow, saying farewell. As Izuku closed his eyes, accepting his fate, he braced for the impact that never came. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw something that made Trevor halt. A large tape was wrapped around Trevor's arm, connected to one of the hostages. Both men were taken aback, not expecting the hostages to be there. Izuku wanted to warn them to stay away from Trevor, but before he could, they unleashed their quirks against the towering man. Tapes attached to his arms, and several hostages used their long-range abilities to restrain Trevor. When Trevor found himself unable to move, the hostages declared in unison that if he messed with one of them, he messed with all of them. They lunged at Trevor, but he, fueled by rage, fought against their efforts to stop him. Izuku seized the opportunity, using his free arm to grab Trevor's foot, successfully distracting him. As Trevor turned his attention back to Izuku, the hostages inched closer, throwing punches at his body, face, and legs. Though not particularly effective, it was enough to cause him discomfort. The situation escalated when one of the hostages delivered a swift kick to Trevor's lower region, causing him to double over in pain. Seizing the moment, Izuku delivered a final punch that knocked the towering man out cold, securing his victory as Trevor became entangled in ropes and tape. Grateful, Izuku thanked the hostages for saving his life at the perfect moment. They expressed their gratitude for his encouragement, stating that if he hadn't arrived, they might have faced a much worse fate. They hailed him as their hero. As they cheered for him, Izuku felt a renewed sense of purpose. He thought to himself that he finally had a goal: to inspire others to become heroes, regardless of how they might label him. He also reminded himself to be cautious with his quirk, understanding that with great power comes great responsibility. Once the compliments subsided, The police arrived to inspect the base and successfully arrested Trevor and his gang. They found the hostages unharmed, but Izuku slipped away through a different route to avoid drawing attention, fearing he might be mistaken for a villain. After escaping, he noticed his clothes were torn and damaged, and his phone and watch were broken. He resolved to refrain from using those items again until he could replace them with something special for the new year. As he settled into bed, the sound of his alarm jolted him awake. Groggily, he sat up and checked the date, December 26th, a Wednesday. He recalled the events of the previous day, particularly before his first vigilante mission. After shopping at the mall and standing in front of his house, he had noticed a nest in a tree on his property, with an egg that seemed to be moving. The egg was revealing its shell as it tried to move again. Izuku smiled at this, but a nagging feeling of impending trouble lingered in his mind. He shook his head and headed inside the house. Suddenly, his spider sense kicked in as he glanced at the nest and saw that the egg was teetering on the edge. Any moment now, it would fall, and the baby would be in danger. Gently dropping the bags containing his daily needs, he sprinted toward the tree. The egg fell, and in an instant, it would collide with the ground due to gravity. Izuku leaped forward, stretching out his arms to catch the falling egg. He succeeded and rolled onto the grassy ground. After coming to a stop, he checked the egg for any damage. Just as he thought it was unscathed, a cracking sound echoed. He examined the egg closely and noticed a crack forming. It widened until a tiny head emerged, tweeting softly. A smile spread across the 15-year-old's face as he prepared to return the hatchling to the nest, but then he looked up and saw two birds perched nearby. Believing they were the parents of the newly hatched chick, he climbed up to the branch. Izuku had practiced tree climbing, often using it when he didn't realize he was quirkless. Once in the tree, he saw the two birds watching him, ready to take flight to protect their young. However, they remained still when they noticed the hatchling had finally broken free from its shell. With the egg cracked and the little head poking out, they looked at Izuku for a few seconds. He spoke gently, with warmth in his tone and a smile on his face, acknowledging their bond. Izuku carefully returned the hatchling to the nest. He then jumped down and brushed off the dirt from his shirt. Before entering the house, he took one last look at the bird family, watching as the two birds nuzzled their heads and beaks together, showing affection to their baby. With another smile, he went inside. That smile grew as he closed his eyes, happily recalling the moment he had saved the hatchling just minutes earlier. He then went about his daily routine, cooking, eating, and washing dishes, anything a person might enjoy during their free time, except for the fact that his cell phone had broken during his first mission as a vigilante. Time passed, and he glanced at the wall clock. It was 3:30 p.m., signaling it was time to pack his things and continue training his body. Just as he was about to leave his house, he looked back at the tree and saw the two birds with worms in their beaks, while their hatchling opened its mouth wide. A wave of sadness washed over him as he thought about his own parents. Memories of good times with his mother and the painful image of his father's passing flooded his mind. He couldn't help but feel envious of the hatchling's parents. They had a family, while he felt all alone. Yet, he reminded himself that this wouldn't deter him from his goal of becoming a hero unlike any other. Shaking off the negative thoughts, he made his way to 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Municipal Beach. Upon arriving, he noticed there were still a few junkyards left. Izuku took his time cleaning the area, wiping the sweat from his brow. As the sun began to set, he wrapped up his work, checking everything before heading home. While walking along the streets leading to his house, he sensed someone, or perhaps two people, stalking him, possibly looking to steal without him noticing. He quickened his pace, feeling a chill run down his spine as he sensed the presence behind him. Frustrated, he broke into a run toward his home, hearing footsteps echoing behind him. His instincts were correct. He hadn't used his spider sense in a while. Quirks were mysterious and unpredictable, and that wouldn't change until the end of humanity. As night fell, he continued running toward home, but he glanced back at his pursuers, who had stopped in their tracks. To his surprise, he saw two boys, both looking similar, which indicated they were twins. One had cerulean eyes, while the other had dark brown eyes. Any anger he felt dissipated quickly as he approached them with a friendly tone and a smile, asking what they wanted. The boys backed away, fear evident on their faces, revealing they were street children. He reassured them, promising he wouldn't hurt them, making a gesture to show his sincerity. Hesitant at first, they approached him with sad expressions. The boy with cerulean eyes asked if he had any food. Izuku recognized the situation. Many people overlooked those in need, but he was determined to help. He initially replied that he didn't have any food, which caused their gazes to drop to the ground. However, he quickly added that he could take them to his home. Their heads lifted, hope flickering in their eyes, but it soon turned to confusion and sadness as one of them asked if it was really okay for them to eat and sleep at his place. Izuku assured them it was fine and promised to find help for them the next day. Later, they arrived at Izuku's house, where he began cooking for the needy children, noting their ripped clothes and dirt-covered bodies, bare feet showing signs of hardship. As he finished preparing the food, he caught their attention and asked if they had a family. The twins exchanged worried glances, and he sensed their hesitation. With a sad smile, he reassured them that it was okay if they didn't want to answer, he just wanted to help. The boy with dark brown eyes finally spoke, revealing that they had been abandoned ever since they were quirkless. Izuku's expression turned somber as he empathized with their plight, understanding their pain all too well. He, too, was quirkless, but his experience was different from what the two boys faced. His parents had passed away, while theirs had abandoned them. He reassured them with a smile, promising to find a way to bring more happiness than loneliness into their lives. Their eyes widened slightly, reflecting a glimmer of hope for a chance at a better life. Later, he handed them some clothes that had once belonged to him when he was 8 years old. After they had bathed, following his instructions on hygiene since it had been over a year since their last wash, he also donated food and hygiene products like shampoo and soap to help them appreciate life. The boy with cerulean eyes expressed his gratitude, thanking him. He realized he had yet to introduce himself properly. He introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya. The cerulean-eyed boy responded, introducing himself and his twin brother, Enrico Fujimoto. Izuku smiled and told them it was time for bed, gesturing for them to follow him to his room. After preparing the bed for Enrico and Elric, he pulled a green mattress from under his bed and offered it to them. He assured them it was time to experience the comfort of sleeping in a bed. As he settled under a large blanket, the twins climbed onto his bed, and they quickly fell asleep. For them, it was the comfiest bed they had ever experienced in their lives as street children. The next day, he asked a man in his 40s if he was sure he would take care of the twins. Izuku had spent hours searching for a center that cared for street or abandoned children. After finding the place, he gestured for the twins to follow him inside. He had also brought 2 pairs of shoes from his middle school days, which were now too small for him but perfect for the twins. Inside the building, filled with children awaiting adoption, a worker approached him, mistaking his intentions. Izuku clarified the situation, explaining everything that had happened the previous night. After a few minutes, the worker called over a coworker to bring an elderly man who was eager to adopt children. The old man stood before Izuku, assuring him that he would treat the twins as his own and would never harm them. Izuku saw the sincerity in his eyes and smiled before turning to the twins, who were looking at him expectantly. He told them they had found a family, and they jumped with joy, unaware of the warm smile spreading across the old man's face. As the twins hugged Izuku in gratitude, he returned the embrace, feeling a mix of emotions. One of the twins called him brother, which surprised him, but he accepted it. He encouraged them to live their lives to the fullest and expressed that he would miss them. They held onto the donations he had given them, essentials for their new beginning. Izuku asked the elder to raise them with love and care, and the man introduced himself as Joshua. Izuku bowed his head in gratitude, thankful that the twins would have a second chance at life. As he watched them leave, he felt a smile spread across his face, checking the date on the nearby calendar. It was December 27th, the 3rd day of Christmas. As New Year approached, Izuku prepared a special meal, including homemade bacon and cheese pizza, spaghetti, and vanilla ice cream he had bought from a nearby mall. He had learned to cook for himself during his time alone, and it had become a talent. As he finished, he could hear fireworks from the neighbors celebrating outside. Amidst the joy, he overheard his childhood bully, 𝗵𝗃 𝗵𝗃, arguing with his parents. Izuku felt indifferent to 𝗵𝗃's troubles, knowing that it was not his parents' fault but rather the influence of 𝗵𝗃's quirk that shaped him. After waiting for the countdown, he stepped outside to enjoy the fireworks. As the clock struck midnight, fireworks erupted overhead, and the neighborhood erupted in cheers of "Happy New Year," filled with joy and happiness. That is all Izuku can hear as fireworks light up the sky, celebrating a new year that fills their souls with joy. The long-time emotionless Izuku is overwhelmed by a single feeling: happiness. A small smile spreads across his face as he realizes that another year lies ahead, filled with new challenges to face. He silently celebrates the new year with thoughts of his late parents, believing they are watching over him from above. A few minutes later, as Izuku prepares to go inside, a small noise interrupts the silence. The sound of a whimper makes him stop in his tracks. He turns his head, searching for the source of the noise. Approaching the gate, he finds nothing. The whimper comes again, increasing his concern. Maintaining his calm demeanor, he steps outside and notices a small dark alleyway a few feet from his entrance. Curiosity leads him toward the alley, where he spots a box lying on the ground, with holes on each side. He opens the box, and what he finds inside shocks him. A puppy and a kitten are nestled within. The kitten has pure black fur with white paws, while the puppy resembles a light brown golden retriever. The puppy whimpers softly, and the kitten hisses, positioning itself protectively behind the pup. Izuku feels a wave of sadness and concern for the two animals. Seeing no one around to help, he decides to take them in, carrying the box back home. The next day, he takes the kitten and puppy to the vet, the box now clean and bright. The previous night had been challenging, and he never expected his new year to start this way. As soon as he opens the box, the kitten leaps out and scurries under a piece of furniture, hissing loudly as a warning. The puppy remains inside, whimpering and unsure of what to expect from the boy. Izuku retrieves some food from the dining room and offers it to the puppy still in the box. The kitten, still hiding, watches cautiously as it senses the presence of food. Both animals begin to eat the food Izuku provided. Understanding that they might create a commotion in an unfamiliar place, he decides to sleep in the living room. After settling on this plan, he heads to the dining room to eat his own meal. Before sleeping, he ensures that the animals are healthy and clean. At the vet, he explains to the staff how he found the puppy and kitten, concluding that they were likely abandoned. One of the workers, impressed by his kindness, offers to take care of the animals' medical needs for free, given the new year. They inform him that once the vaccinations are administered, the animals will be his. Izuku is taken aback by the generosity and expresses his gratitude. After the procedure, the workers call Izuku over, and he is surprised by the changes in the kitten and puppy. The staff informs him that the kitten is a girl and the puppy is a boy. One of the workers hands him the puppy while another presents the kitten. The kitten's fur is longer and fluffier, perfect for cuddling, while the puppy's fur is even lighter than before. Just then, a businessman approaches Izuku and asks what names he has chosen for his new companions. Izuku thinks for a moment and decides on 𝗬𝗏 for the puppy and 𝗵𝗃𝗏 for the kitten. He explains that he chose the name 𝗬𝗏 because of the puppy's light green eyes, similar to his own, and that the name means friend of the heroes. The manager smiles at the thoughtful names and presents Izuku with 2 collars, each labeled with the chosen names. Curious about the manager's quirk, Izuku inquires about it. The manager explains that his quirk, called remodeling, allows him to change the shape of metal or wood, even combining them to create objects like the collars. Izuku is surprised by the manager's modesty regarding his quirk's usefulness. As he contemplates the potential of the remodeling quirk, an idea strikes him. He suggests that the manager could use his ability for self-defense, transforming materials into useful tools for protection. The manager is impressed by Izuku's insight and compliments him on his keen observation skills. Wishing Izuku a happy new year, the manager expresses his intent to consider the boy's advice. Grateful for the interaction, Izuku feels a sense of fulfillment as he begins this new chapter with 𝗬𝗏 and 𝗵𝗃𝗏 by his side. My name is Izuku Midoriya. After exchanging goodbyes, he and his friends went their separate ways, smiles bright on their faces. With a collar around their necks, Izuku felt a surge of joy at the new additions to his family. He had always dreamed of having a pet, whether a kitten or a puppy. To have rescued 2 pets was something he would cherish for the rest of his life, whether as a vigilante or a regular person. Aware that their lives might not be long, he vowed to cherish and care for them every day. It had been a few weeks since Izuku welcomed Mittens and Yuran into his life. Initially, he had not shown much emotion toward domestic animals, but these 2 quickly melted his heart. His usual calm demeanor faded when he was with them, replaced by a warmth he had never expected to feel. Every day, he followed a routine, waking up, eating breakfast, playing, reading, or watching the news, then lunch, followed by training. However, weekends were different. He dedicated Saturdays and Sundays entirely to his pets, though he still found moments during the week to give them attention whenever he could. After finishing lunch and feeding his pets, Izuku settled in the living room to watch the latest news. A report caught his attention about a mysterious man in black who apprehended robbers every night. Izuku knew they were talking about him. It was inevitable that people would start to notice. He watched as citizens debated whether the man was good or bad, a familiar 𝗬𝗍 whenever a story went viral. Midway through the news, he turned off the TV and relaxed on the couch with Yuran and Mittens, who curled up beside him. A smile spread across his face as he patted them. After a few minutes of rest, he stood up and headed to his room to grab his laptop, hoping to find a school that would accept him despite his quirkless status. He discovered that the entrance examination for 𝗬𝗍𝗄 had already passed, but that didn't deter him. He searched for schools comparable to 𝗬𝗍𝗄 and found 2 that piqued his interest, 𝗬𝗵𝗃 Academy High School and 𝗬𝗍𝗄 High School. While 𝗬𝗵𝗃 seemed acceptable, 𝗬𝗍𝗄 intrigued him more, being on par with 𝗬𝗍𝗄. However, he worried whether they would accept someone without a quirk. Shaking his head, he sighed, contemplating the end of his educational journey. Preparing his clothes and bag, he got ready to train again. After feeding Yuran and Mittens once more, he made his way to the 𝗬𝗏𝗄 Municipal Beach, his training ground. As he walked, thoughts raced through his mind about what to do next and whether any school would accept him. Suddenly, a shout broke his concentration, causing him to feel uneasy. He rushed toward the source of the commotion and found a crowd gathered around a man looking up. Curiosity piqued, Izuku followed their gaze and was horrified to see a girl on the edge of a rooftop, teetering dangerously close to the edge. From her perspective, she saw the crowd below, including her father. Overwhelmed, she felt that ending her life was the only option. As she prepared to step off the edge, tears streamed down her face. In her final moments, she thought of her father and expressed gratitude for everything he had done for her. Time passed, and the girl slowly regained consciousness, her eyes adjusting to the bright light above her. When she finally opened them, she found herself staring at a white ceiling. A voice broke through her confusion, filled with desperation. It was her father, who embraced her tightly, and she returned the gesture. Unbeknownst to her, Izuku sat nearby, watching the reunion. Their eyes met briefly as her father released her. He then introduced Izuku, explaining that he was the one who had saved her. Hearing this made her look down in shame, and Izuku approached her, ready to introduce himself. "My name is Izuku Midoriya," he said, standing close but respecting her space. She remained silent, her gaze fixed on the ground. Finally, she whispered a question, her voice barely audible, asking why he had intervened in her life. The question weighed heavily in the air, and Izuku frowned, contemplating how to respond to her pain. "Unless you know what is happening." She spoke with a tone of deep sadness, her gaze cast down in humiliation, unable to bear it any longer. Hearing her words left Izuku at a loss for what to say. She expressed that he should have let her fall, that he should have stayed away, and that he shouldn't have saved her. The weight of her despair overwhelmed her, and tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking her hospital gown. She covered her face with her hands and began to sob softly as her father embraced her, offering comfort with all his strength. After several agonizing minutes, the girl slowly began to regain her composure. Izuku patiently waited for her to find some relief, no matter how small. Finally, he shared that he understood her feelings. That simple statement prompted her to question how he could possibly know her pain, insisting that he had no idea of the torment she carried. Her voice rose in anger as she cursed, believing that he only felt guilt for her situation. A moment of silence fell between them, as Izuku remained quiet in the face of her outburst. Yet, his concern for her well-being pushed him to overcome his fear. He had faced bullying throughout his childhood and learned to endure. After a brief pause, he asked her a question that seemed to dissolve her anger. He inquired if she was quirkless. The sudden question widened the eyes of both the girl and her father. Her silence confirmed his suspicion. Izuku continued, acknowledging that she might not believe him, but he had walked a similar path before. She shook her head in disbelief, prompting him to explain that he had been quirkless for most of his life before gaining his quirk a few months prior. He could see the hurt in her eyes, verbal, physical, and emotional. He spoke of the tragic reality that many children took their own lives due to the cruel treatment they received, especially those without quirks. He placed a hand over his heart as he continued, sharing the feeling of helplessness that came from being treated poorly by society, worse than slaves. His words resonated with her, and she felt a deep sorrow for him, as if they were the last survivors in a world that had turned its back on the quirkless. He explained that suicide attempts among quirkless individuals were alarmingly high, often driven by unbearable circumstances. He had intervened to prevent her demise because she was too young to face such an end. His voice softened as he revealed that he too had experienced a significant loss. The father and daughter were taken aback, confusion etched on their faces as they processed his admission. The girl, curious, asked him to clarify what he meant. Izuku then recounted the day that had changed his life forever. 5 years prior, on a quiet night, he found himself alone on the streets, reflecting on the loss of his father in a tragic incident known as the Yokohama massacre, and now his mother was gone too. The weight of his grief felt unbearable for someone so young. He recalled a conversation with his childhood friend, who had suggested a drastic way to gain a quirk. Remembering those words, a bittersweet smile crossed his face, and he let out a low, unsettling laugh, a mix of despair and insanity. After a few moments, he made the decision to jump from a 7-story building, feeling the tension in his body as he embraced the thought of death. Yet, instead of meeting the ground, he felt a warm presence envelop him. As he opened his eyes, he was met with a pair of royal blue eyes filled with concern. He questioned why she had saved him, expressing that he felt unworthy of life in such a harsh world. Overwhelmed with emotion, he broke down, finally releasing the words he had kept inside. The girl held him quietly, allowing him to express his pain. After a moment, she spoke, asserting that his feelings were not entirely true. Izuku looked at her, realizing that she was a girl with long periwinkle hair. She told him that despite being quirkless, he was not someone who should simply give up. She saw in him a child with a bright future, even amidst darkness. She encouraged him, stating that he was worthy of life and capable of enduring the pain that life inflicted upon him. Gently, she set him down, leaving him in shock at her words. She acknowledged the selfishness of people in the world today. Izuku felt a warmth in his heart as he listened to the girl speak. She told him he was different, that he could rise from the depths of darkness and become a hero in his own way. Her words were soothing, capable of lifting someone from stress or despair. She encouraged him to never stop striving for his dreams, to ignore those who belittled him, and to focus on what he wanted to become. It was not wrong to dream, she said, as long as those dreams were achievable. Her words struck Izuku deeply, and he gazed at her, captivated by her innocent smile. In his eyes, she shone like an angel, and in that moment he felt a lightness in his body. She was right. He could ignore those who hurt him and pursue what he truly wanted. As he looked down, it was not out of shame but from deep contemplation about how her words had transformed his perspective on life. Slowly, he raised his head to meet her gaze, and he felt a surge of gratitude. He thanked her sincerely, his voice trembling with emotion. Her smile widened in response, and she assured him that it was no trouble at all. She had met many people like him, but she believed he was unique and destined to become a hero in his own way. She urged him to disregard those who tried to bring him down. Izuku nodded, feeling encouraged by her words. She then offered to help him get home, bombarding him with questions about where he lived and whether his parents knew he had left. The rapid-fire questions caught him off guard, making him blush. He was not accustomed to discussing such serious topics, especially with someone he barely knew. Realizing she had gotten a bit carried away, she placed a hand on the back of her head and smiled sheepishly, apologizing for her enthusiasm. Izuku reassured her that it was okay and mentioned that he lived nearby. Without hesitation, she urged him to follow her, eager to get moving. As they walked side by side, she noticed his bashful demeanor and couldn't help but giggle to herself, finding him cute. As they approached his house, Izuku turned to her, feeling nervous. He expressed his gratitude for her help in getting him home. She replied that she was just glad to assist him, unaware of how significant this moment was for him. After saying goodbye, she paused and turned back to him, asking for his name. He introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya and inquired about her name in return. After a brief moment of silence, she smiled wider and revealed her identity as 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧𝗵𝗲. Reflecting on their encounter, Izuku recalled how he had not seen her since that day. She had saved his life in more ways than one. Later, he revealed to a girl and her father that he had scars on his wrists from a time when he had struggled with his quirklessness. He had once attempted to harm himself, but a neighbor had intervened and taken him to the hospital. The father and daughter listened with concern, and the father urged Izuku to continue living for the sake of his own dreams. He encouraged him to envision a future that brought him satisfaction and to pursue it relentlessly. The girl, inspired by Izuku's words, expressed her longing to be a support for others, like her father. Izuku smiled, seeing her determination. He reassured her that it was not wrong to dream, as long as those dreams were attainable. The father thanked Izuku for saving his daughter, expressing genuine appreciation. Izuku replied that he was just glad she was okay and prepared to leave, but the girl stopped him. She introduced herself as 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃, the daughter of 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗃, and the connection between them felt significant. Hope they meet again, Izuku Midoriya. The girl introduced herself and her father's identity to the green-haired boy. Finally knowing their names, Izuku smiled and felt a sense of connection, knowing he had saved another person's life, someone who had faced struggles similar to his own a decade ago. The memories of childhood bullying and their shared experiences weighed on his mind, reminding him that the world was far from peaceful. It wasn't just the villains that terrorized citizens, it was also the treatment of the quirkless by those who possessed quirks. This reality lingered in Izuku's thoughts as he walked away, a sentiment shared by 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃. They both understood that not everyone was born equal. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into 2 months. For Izuku, it felt like just yesterday when he saved Melissa from her desperate moment. However, he was troubled by the fact that he hadn't revealed to her that he possessed a quirk. He had merely acted in time to prevent her from suffering a serious injury. Now, sitting on the edge of his bed, he glanced at the calendar and noted the date. May it had been 3 months since the entrance examination at high school, and the new school year was set to begin on March. Only 2 months remained until the end of the first semester. He looked at the wall clock. It was 3 p.m. Knowing he had time, Izuku prepared his training clothes for a trip to 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Municipal Beach to continue cleaning the illegal dump site. A month had passed since he last worked on the beach, as his responsibilities as a vigilante and nighttime missions had kept him busy. Although he could train in the afternoons, he knew he needed to conserve energy for potential nighttime incidents, such as thefts or abductions. There was no truly safe place, and the notion of home as a sanctuary was a false comfort. Despite his busy schedule, Izuku had found a new hobby. He began visiting a nearby library, where he read books that piqued his interest and provided knowledge he might need as a high school student. He often lost track of time, engrossed in historical or fictional tales, sometimes reading 50 to 100 pages in a single sitting. Life had taken on a peaceful quality for Izuku. For the first time, he felt free from bullies, interruptions, and pain, especially from 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. He was finally away from the torment of his past, like a dove soaring through the wind without a care in the world. Though he was curious about his own quirk, He chose to set that thought aside, opting instead to enjoy the moment. After finishing his reading, he left the library and returned home, skipping his usual laps around the beach. He cooked for himself and his pets, Yuran and Mittens, feeling a rare smile spread across his face as he fed them. It was a smile filled with emotion, knowing they were well cared for and living healthy lives, unlike their previous owners. He nearly shed tears of happiness but managed to keep his emotions in check. Reflecting on those days as he watched the sunset, Izuku took a deep breath, feeling the tension in his muscles ease. Another day had passed, and he was ready to begin anew. He packed his things from the area he had been cleaning, contemplating his surroundings at 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Municipal Beach. Moments earlier, he had been sitting on the sand, observing his pets as they played joyfully. Calling them, he headed home to prepare their meals. The next day, he woke from his slumber, stretching before heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, feed his pets, and retrieve his notebook. This notebook, while resembling a diary, was actually a quirk analysis notebook, where he recorded the strengths and weaknesses of various quirks he had observed. Over the months, Izuku had watched pro heroes on the news, including 𝗵𝗃 𝗵𝗃, 𝗵𝗃𝗃, Gang Orca, the fiery Endeavor, and the beloved All Might. Izuku was well aware of Endeavor's personality. He had encountered the number 2 hero several times, and their encounters had not gone smoothly. Endeavor's focus on Izuku's vigilante persona, Shadow, had led to dangerous situations where civilians were nearly harmed. Izuku had to act quickly to protect them, and he had faced Endeavor's wrath multiple times. The hero was determined to bring him to justice for using his quirk in public, even if it was to save lives. On the first page of his quirk analysis notebook, Izuku had documented the details of Katsuki Bakugo's explosion quirk, his childhood bully. He meticulously analyzed every quirk he observed, paying attention to the smallest details, and recalled the abilities of those who had once followed Katsuki. Though those memories were painful, they served as valuable lessons for his own defense and survival. Because of it, he experienced the harsh realities of life at a very young age. He still remembered the direction of every attack Katsuki always initiated. Izuku looked at the pages again, amazed at how well written and detailed they were, almost forgetting when he had started writing. Satisfied with his work, he closed the notebook and went to his bed, feeling too lazy to do anything else, even though it was morning. Once again, there were no sounds to irritate him. All he could hear were the cheerful chirps of birds outside and the gentle hum of his wall fan. Just then the door opened, causing Izuku to raise his upper body, only to find no one there. Until he heard a soft meow. His eyebrows lifted as he glanced to the side of the bed and saw a tail approaching him, followed by a certain feline jumping onto his bed. He smiled at the little rascal and began to caress Mitten's neck, which made the female kitty purr in satisfaction as she leaned into his hand. This continued for a few moments until Izuku laid back down, pulling the large blanket over himself and drifting off to sleep. Mittens curled up beside him, also falling asleep. After a few minutes, they were both peacefully resting. With the door now open, the only pet that had not been in the room was Yuran, who walked in, sniffing the air. He spotted his owner sleeping with Mittens beside him. Seeing this made the dog approach, staring at the sleeping figures for a few seconds before jumping onto the bed and settling beside Izuku's legs. Even in his slumber, Izuku wore a smile on his face. What was he dreaming about? That remained a secret. In a room within high school, a teacher was conducting a math lesson, which was a challenge for the students, whether in this world or the real one. Yet, the students were focused, knowing that their purpose in that room was to study and become better heroes in the future. Among them, a certain boy wore an angry expression. He appeared lifeless on the outside, but inside he felt something deeper. He was internally smiling, relieved by the absence of something or someone that had been missing for the past 2 months. What he felt was true happiness, a feeling that belonged to him alone. He thought about Izuku, wondering how he was doing. He imagined taunting him, believing that he was stuck on the ground, unable to grow, just like a cemented floor. He thought about how soon he would be number 1, and how Izuku would have to acknowledge him. On May 28th, Izuku had nothing to do except take a stroll through the city, wanting to show everyone that he could defend himself. He felt capable of defeating any evildoers without needing a weapon. There were times he simply laid on his bed, bored and sleepy. He had a choice, just like in the movie Spider-Man. He chose to walk around the city. He planned to return home once it was dark, ready to use his quirk, but only if he had his vigilante outfit. If not, he would head home straight away, feeling like an introvert. His life had been filled with depression and stress, but ever since 𝗬𝗏 and 𝗵𝗃𝗏 came into his life, they had made everything brighter. After feeding his pets, Izuku stepped outside, locking the door behind him. He had the keys in his bag. With him were 𝗵𝗃𝗏 and 𝗬𝗏. Izuku held 𝗵𝗃𝗏 while 𝗬𝗏 followed closely as they walked toward the bike parked near a tree on their property. A few days earlier, he had visited a bicycle shop, intending to buy one in the future. His thoughts were interrupted when a group of men in dark outfits and masks entered the shop, causing the civilians to panic as they recognized them as robbers, especially with the weapons they carried. As usual, Izuku defended the shop from the criminals, but they caused significant damage, destroying cash registers and bicycles, and shattering picture frames. Fortunately, no one lost their life, but 4 people were injured. When the police apprehended the robbers, Izuku apologized to the injured, but they were grateful he had saved them from a worse fate. The shop manager approached him, congratulating him for not only saving the shop but also protecting the people inside. As a reward, the manager offered Izuku a free choice of bicycle. While some people might have been moody or jealous, they couldn't argue that Izuku deserved it after risking his life for others. He chose a bicycle with large baskets in front and back, envisioning future outings to the beach with his newfound family, 𝗬𝗏 and 𝗵𝗃𝗏. That time came sooner than expected. There was a secluded spot at 𝗧𝗵𝗲 beach that few people knew about, but Izuku had discovered it. Dressed appropriately, he settled his family down while the pets played in the sand. Watching them roll around, chase each other, dig in the sand, and play with shells brought a bright smile to Izuku's face. He put on his shades and rested on a large cloth under the beach umbrella he had bought the day before, shielding himself from the sun. A few days later, on June 1st, Izuku decided to visit the mall to restock on food for himself and his pets. However, he was caught off guard by a large explosion and the sound of shattering glass that echoed from a distance. He recognized the building immediately. It was USJ, the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, a training facility belonging to 𝗬𝗏 High School. His instincts kicked in, sensing the urgency of the situation. He faced a choice. Should he call the police or get involved? Izuku was not the type of person to ignore someone in need. However, as much as he hated to do it, he gritted his teeth and headed to a nearby public bathroom to change from his civilian clothes into his vigilante outfit. He carried a bag with him, and since most of his missions took place at night, this was the first time he would operate under his vigilante alias during the day. After changing, he locked himself in a stall, carefully placing his civilian clothes on the toilet seat. Once he finished, he set his shoes and bag on the ground beside him to make it look like someone was using the stall. He then jumped over the stall door and rushed toward the scene of the commotion. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a boy with engines on his legs, fleeing as fast as he could. Izuku was certain that the boy wasn't running away out of fear. No one would abandon others in danger like that. Instead, he believed the boy might be seeking help, which was a better scenario. However, while he was away, there was a significant risk of villains wreaking havoc inside the building, potentially harming those trapped within. Without further hesitation, Izuku leaped onto the roof to assess the situation inside, as the USJ's roof was made of glass. He noticed a large hole in the roof but didn't enter through it. Instead, he looked down and was taken aback. Young students were fighting for their lives against multiple villains, and they were scattered in pairs, isolated from one another. A scream pierced the air, causing Izuku's quirk to react uncontrollably. His gaze fell upon a girl who was bound, her arms and legs restrained, and her mouth taped shut. An older man, holding a knife, loomed over her, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He was about to harm her. The man's hands crept toward the girl, who was clearly terrified, her eyes wide with fear. She wore a black full-body suit adorned with pale pink designs, and her expression reflected her desperation. Tears streamed down her face as she squirmed, unable to call for help due to the tape over her mouth. All she could do was pray for rescue, hoping that someone would come to save her from this nightmare. The fear was overwhelming, pushing her to the brink of a mental breakdown. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass broke through her thoughts, followed by the anguished cries of the old man. He had received a powerful kick to the head, sent sprawling to the ground. That kick had been delivered by none other than Izuku Midoriya, now clad in his vigilante outfit. With his anger subsiding, he turned to the girl, whose eyes were tightly shut, filled with tears. After assessing the area and finding it clear, Izuku quickly tied up the old man, who lay incapacitated, and approached the girl. He gently asked if she was okay, but she remained silent. Taking out a knife, he carefully cut the ropes binding her. As the tightness around her legs loosened, she slowly opened her eyes, meeting the gaze of the boy who had come to her aid. Izuku reassured her that he was not a villain, nor was he a hero in the traditional sense. Her eyes widened in recognition. She had seen him on the news. More importantly, her prayers had been answered. It didn't matter that he was a stranger or a vigilante. He had saved her from her nightmare. She managed to speak his name, recognizing him as Shadow. He confirmed her identity and asked for her name. She hesitated but eventually introduced herself as Ochako Uraraka. Izuku then inquired if she knew where her friends were. She explained that she didn't know their whereabouts but mentioned a strange portal that had transported them to an unknown location. Before she realized what was happening, she had found herself fighting the man until he had captured her. Tears began to well in her eyes again, and Izuku felt a pang of sadness for her. Just then, a loud explosion erupted behind him, interrupting her moment of vulnerability. Izuku urged her to wipe her tears, ready to face whatever came next. "You know where the safe place in this building is." Hearing that made Ochako follow his instructions for just 10 seconds as she stared at him with tired eyes and answered that it was right there. He looked in the direction she was pointing before saying that he would see her there. She followed him as he walked silently, avoiding unnecessary attention from the nearby villains, wishing they weren't around. Suddenly, electricity crackled through the large, open area, prompting Izuku and Ochako to duck down into the bushes. One person stood nearby, giving a thumbs up while shaking his hands up and down, wearing a strange expression. Around him, villains lay on the ground, and a large cloth was draped nearby. Underneath it, two girls appeared, one of whom was quickly covered by the other, who had earphone jacks. Izuku muttered to himself that it must be her quirk, ensuring the girl didn't hear him. 𝗵𝗃 caught Ochako's attention as she whispered his name, prompting Izuku to ask if he was her friend. She confirmed that he was a classmate, and the girls under the cloth were her friends as well. Standing up from the bushes, she was about to run toward 𝗵𝗃 when the vigilante grabbed her wrist and pulled her back down. Confused, she asked why he stopped her, and he simply told her to wait. Everything seemed fine until 5 villains appeared, brandishing guns. Ochako gasped in alarm. The vigilante instructed her to stay put while he helped them. He stood up and moved to the right, preparing for a stealthy attack against the villains. The guns were aimed at the blonde boy, who continued giving a thumbs up, having been short-circuited by his quirk. The girls were about to emerge, but the villains pointed their guns in their direction, forcing them to raise their hands in surrender. But then Izuku appeared, swiftly punching one of the villains. All eyes turned to him, and the villains fired their weapons, but he evaded the bullets with ease. One by one, the villains fell unconscious from his attacks. The girl whose chest was still covered thanked him, expressing her gratitude for his help. Izuku, with his back turned to the girls and the boy, urged them not to go out in the open, maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor. Yaoyorozu, Jiro, and 𝗵𝗃 turned their eyes toward the girl running toward them. Ochako reassured them that she was okay and explained that she had been teleported to the forest and almost faced a terrible fate. Her words caused her to look down, fearing their reactions. The girls reacted with shock, and Ochako quickly clarified that she had not been harmed, thanks to Shadow, pointing at Izuku. 𝗵𝗃, recovering from his earlier state, was surprised to see Shadow and exclaimed that he was the vigilante. Izuku interrupted, asking them not to ask questions or shout, emphasizing that there was no time for chit-chat. He instructed Ochako to help lead the others to safety. She hesitated but agreed, not expecting to be called upon. Izuku then ran off to save the remaining people around you. J. Doubts lingered in Kaminari's mind about whether Izuku was truly on their side. Yaoyorozu expressed her distrust, and Jiro echoed her concerns, questioning what tricks he might have up his sleeve. Despite their skepticism, Ochako felt differently. She expressed her gratitude for Izuku's rescue and believed that following his instructions was the best way to repay him. Her words left the others in awe, pondering who was behind the mask and why he had saved her. With their minds set, they knew they needed to find their classmates and lead them to safety. They had to locate their friends near them and guide them to the entrance of J. Izuku, the vigilante shadow, continued running until he reached a large lake with a ship sailing in the middle. On it were a frog-like girl and a boy in a diaper, surrounded by villains on the surface of the water. Before reaching this point, he had fought 10 villains with various quirks, facing a difficult challenge since they recognized him, though they didn't know the face hidden beneath his handkerchief and hood. As he approached the shore, he contemplated how to reach the ship without engaging the villains in battle. An idea sparked in his mind, and he communicated internally with a voice he had come to know. They had formed a bond over time, sharing thoughts and ideas, making Izuku feel less alone. He asked the voice for suggestions on how to save the two on the ship. The voice responded, suggesting that he could call it whatever he wanted, even Shadow if he preferred. The sarcasm in the voice made Izuku roll his eyes, but he appreciated the companionship as he prepared for the next step in his mission. Izuku felt a chuckle resonate within him as a voice remarked on his tendency to dislike those who looked down on others for being quirkless. This made him roll his eyes and sigh, pondering why their conversation had turned to his life. The voice suggested he try running as fast as he could, which left him puzzled. Nevertheless, he took a few steps back to gain momentum and began sprinting toward the lake. To his astonishment, he found himself running on the water's surface. His amazement was abruptly interrupted as sharp projectiles flew past him, aimed not directly at him but ahead. Thanks to his spider sense, Izuku leaped higher to evade the incoming attacks. Still alert, he sensed another danger approaching and quickly turned to his right, spotting beams of scalding water headed his way. With quick reflexes, he maneuvered through the air, dodging the hot streams. Soon he was almost at the boat. With a burst of speed, he landed on it, rolling like a bowling ball before regaining his footing. As he looked around, he noticed several purple balls attached to metal bars, likely meant to prevent people from falling or to deter villains from climbing aboard. Suddenly, a child's voice called out from behind, demanding they stay away from them. Izuku turned to see a girl and a baby boy in a diaper, the latter trembling in fear. He raised his hands in a calming gesture, assuring the boy that he wasn't a villain. The boy, however, pointed out Izuku's villainous attire, which made him feel a bit deflated. He couldn't believe he was being mistaken for a villain. With a hint of pride, he remarked on his supposed fame. The boy stuttered in response, but his words were cut short when the girl playfully slapped him with her long tongue, introducing herself as 𝗬𝗎𝗎𝗎. Izuku was surprised that she recognized him. Determined to help, Izuku informed them that he was there to save them. The boy, still frightened, questioned how he could prove it. Izuku noted the boy's terrified expression and wondered if his parents knew he was so scared. Ignoring the thoughts, he instructed the boy to throw his purple ball into the lake, a request that caught the boy off guard. After clarifying his instructions, the boy, despite his fear, complied and began tossing the ball into the water. As 𝗵𝗏𝗄 struggled with the effort, Izuku communicated with Shadow, asking if a powerful wind could be generated from his hands. Shadow confirmed it would be no problem. Turning to Tsuyu, he asked for her name and then explained his plan. He instructed her to jump high while holding 𝗵𝗏𝗄 and to grab him with her tongue when the time came. Although confused, she agreed to follow his lead. With a powerful leap, Izuku soared into the air, gaining a better view of the situation below. He spotted the floating purple ball and the villains lurking in the lake. Time was of the essence, and as he descended, he prepared to unleash his plan. He called out to Shadow, who was ready for his signal. With a swift motion, Izuku punched the air, creating a forceful gust of wind that propelled him upward. Tsuyu, ready for the cue, wrapped her tongue around Mineta and leaped from the ship, using her agility to assist Izuku. They landed safely on the shore, watching as the villains struggled in the lake. After a brief moment, Izuku urged them to return to where Uraraka was. Tsuyu, surprised that he knew her friend, inquired about it, but Izuku brushed off the details, focusing on their next move. After a short time, they regrouped at the entrance of 𝗧𝗵𝗃, where they found their classmates, including Ochako, Yaoyorozu, Jiro, and Kaminari. However, Izuku's attention was drawn to Bakugo, whose glare was anything but friendly. A glare filled with hatred met him. Before him stood the boy who was once his childhood friend, the boy who had turned his back on him, the boy who had made his life miserable, Katsuki Bakugo. The explosive boy rudely demanded to know who the hooded figure was. It was Yaoyorozu who answered, introducing the Vigilante as Shadow, who had emerged from the shadows. Upon hearing the name, Katsuki's eyes widened. Shadow, Izuku's Vigilante alias, had already gained fame throughout Japan due to his nightly heroic actions. He had earned nicknames like Moonlight Hero and Hero of the Night. Some claimed he was on par with the legendary All Might, while those he had saved regarded him as one of the heroes of old, alongside All Might. Most heroes today sought fame over the genuine longing to help those in need. Katsuki, growing angrier by the second, accused Shadow of being a villain and questioned his presence. He launched himself toward Izuku, intent on causing harm. Anticipating Katsuki's aggressive approach, Izuku dodged the explosion and leaped backward, landing on a rock. Izuku insisted that he was not like those villains and only wanted to help those in danger. Katsuki, however, interrupted, declaring that they did not need help and could fight on their own. His words were drowned out by a loud battle cry that drew everyone's attention. A large black creature, resembling a bird with claws for hands, loomed over a bruised and battered man, their teacher, who had been saved by Izuku. Shock and horror spread across the faces of the students, except for Katsuki, who gritted his teeth in anger at the sight of his teacher being harmed. He attempted to charge forward to confront the creature, but Izuku grabbed his arm, warning him not to act recklessly. Katsuki, furious, insisted that he would not let the creature kill his teacher. For the first time, Izuku was taken aback. Who would have thought that his childhood bully, always brash and arrogant, could show such concern? This unexpected side of Katsuki caused Izuku's grip to loosen, allowing Katsuki to rush toward the creature. As Izuku snapped out of his trance, he saw Katsuki unleashing large explosions at the creature, now identified as Nomu. The explosions barely fazed Nomu, only serving to fuel Katsuki's rage. In a blind fury, Katsuki continued to fight head-on, but Nomu seized an opportunity. Katsuki lunged forward to blast the creature, but Nomu caught him first, grabbing one of his legs and slamming him to the ground with tremendous force. The sight sent shivers through everyone watching, including Izuku. Despite his feelings, Izuku felt compelled to protect his childhood bully, knowing full well that Katsuki would never express gratitude. After a series of powerful slams, Nomu tossed Katsuki against a large boulder, leaving him unconscious. A voice from behind Nomu declared Katsuki a pathetic human as the creature approached the fallen boy. However, Nomu's advance was interrupted when Izuku delivered a powerful punch to its face, sending it flying back. Checking on Katsuki, Izuku found his pulse steady but slow. Satisfied that he was alive, Izuku turned to face the now recovering Nomu, which seemed to acknowledge the strength of Izuku's punch. With determination, Izuku hoisted Katsuki onto his back, glaring at the approaching creature. Shadow urged Izuku to retreat, and he agreed. The Vigilante aspiring to be a hero, his priority was to protect civilians at all costs. Turning toward the entrance of 𝗧𝗵𝗃, Izuku began to power up. The students watched in confusion until a warning cry echoed through the air. Izuku's instincts kicked in as he sensed danger approaching. He dodged to the left just as Nomu's fist struck the ground where he had been standing moments before, creating a small crater. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Izuku needed to act quickly. With his hands occupied carrying Katsuki, he resorted to using his legs. As Nomu turned its head, Izuku delivered a powerful kick to its face, causing the creature to stumble. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed toward the 𝗬𝗏 entrance, finally reaching the safety of the students. A red-haired boy rushed forward, catching Katsuki as Izuku gently laid him down. He assured the boy that Katsuki was alive but needed medical attention. Just then, a collective gasp filled the air, and Izuku sensed the looming danger once more. Turning around, he instinctively raised his arms to block a powerful strike. The sudden recovery of 𝗏𝗵𝗃 shocked him. The previous kick had not been enough to take it down. Realizing the challenge ahead, Izuku prepared to escalate the fight as he faced the creature, ready to protect those around him. He took the hit but was sent flying into the entrance's glass. Back on his feet, Izuku felt the impact and the pain that accompanied it. This level of power was beyond his expectations. As he sensed the blood trickling from his body, he noticed that his outfit was torn from the shards of glass, but his hood and mask remained intact. Izuku powered up and launched himself toward the 𝗏𝗵𝗃, striking it in the gut and ensuring the students were safe from harm. While airborne, high above the ground, Izuku positioned himself behind the 𝗏𝗵𝗃 and touched its back with his left hand. After that, he attempted a left roundhouse kick, but the 𝗏𝗏𝗃 blocked it with its left arm and let out a loud cackle. Izuku was determined, retracting his left leg and spinning counterclockwise. With a swift motion, he punched the 𝗏𝗏𝗃's face with his right hand before delivering a powerful kick to its back. The Vigilante's maneuvers caused damage to the creature. As they descended, Izuku prepared for a finishing blow, performing an uppercut beneath the 𝗏𝗏𝗃's beak and declaring that it was the end. He kicked the back of the 𝗏𝗏𝗃's head, sending it crashing onto its back. Izuku executed a front flip, stretching out his right leg and landing on the 𝗏𝗏𝗃's chest with considerable force. He gathered all his energy into his right leg and unleashed an axe kick to the 𝗏𝗏𝗃's chest, shouting his signature move. The impact created a large crater in the ground as the 𝗏𝗏𝗃 let out a cry of distress. Izuku jumped back to avoid the crater, breathing heavily from the intense battle. Suddenly, his spider sense began to alert him, and he dodged just in time to avoid a flying rock. He turned to see more villains glaring at him. One of them shouted that it was the end for him, revealing their awareness of Izuku's reputation as a vigilante. The man with a hand on his face stepped forward, surrounded by a dark purple mist with yellow eyes. He spoke with a tone of pride, suggesting that Izuku's efforts would not be enough to defeat the 𝗏𝗏𝗃. Confusion washed over Izuku as the man's words registered in his mind, turning into a warning. His spider sense went haywire, and he barely managed to dodge, but not before receiving a knee to the face that sent him crashing into a tree with a groan of pain. He landed on the ground, looking up to see the towering figure of the 𝗏𝗏𝗃 standing before him. Exhausted, he muttered in disbelief. The 𝗏𝗏𝗃 grabbed his head and hurled him toward a boulder, causing him to cry out in pain as he landed face-first on the ground. Blood trickled down his face, but his gaze remained fierce as he glared at the creature. The man approached, kneeling beside him and expressing his satisfaction at the thought of the vigilante's demise. He envisioned the headlines that would follow, relishing the idea of Izuku begging for his life. Izuku remained silent for a moment before responding with determination, asserting that he would never beg for his life. He spoke of his purpose, how he had become a shield and a sword for the innocent, and how he would continue to fight. Despite the pain, he stood firm, recounting the many times he had been beaten yet still stood his ground. His right hand formed a fist as he rose and delivered a powerful punch to the man, followed by a move to the 𝗏𝗏𝗃's face. Both villains were sent flying back from his sudden attack, causing the surrounding villains to flinch. Izuku, breathing heavily, declared that if he were to die, he would do so for the sake of others. His words resonated, reaching the ears of the students who were carrying their teacher back to safety. The man, unfazed by the attack, stood up and glared at Izuku, who responded with a heavy breath, stating that he could keep fighting until the end. The man ordered the 𝗏𝗏𝗃 to finish Izuku once and for all, and the creature approached, ready to strike. Just then, a voice rang out, announcing the arrival of a hero. Izuku wore a tired grin as he recognized the late entrance of All Might, the #1 hero, who had come to disrupt the villain's plans. Accompanying him were several pro-heroes, including 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗏, Vlad King, Present Mike, Midnight, 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗏, Ectoplasm, power loader, and best genius. Among them was Principal Nizu, catching Izuku's attention. However, his focus was quickly diverted as his spider sense warned him of an incoming attack. He barely dodged a punch from the 𝗵𝗄, executing 2 backflips before regaining his focus on the creature. At least that was what he thought. Out of the corner of his eye, All Might swiftly incapacitated the remaining villains inside the unforeseen simulation joint, or say. The man with many hands turned his attention to All Might, his focus unwavering. Izuku recognized the dark aura surrounding the figure beside him. It was Shigaraki. Shigaraki ordered the creature known as 𝗵𝗄 to eliminate All Might, casually referring to Izuku as a kid. Confusion washed over Izuku as he wondered why his name had been mentioned. Shigaraki warned him not to interfere with their plans, suggesting it would be better for him to be eliminated immediately. Izuku's eyes widened as he grasped the threat behind Shigaraki's words. He turned to see All Might already engaged in battle with 𝗵𝗄. All Might landed a powerful punch on 𝗵𝗄's face, attempting to subdue the creature, but 𝗵𝗄 stood up as if unfazed, surprising both All Might and Izuku. Shigaraki explained that 𝗵𝗄 possessed shock absorption and hyper-regeneration, making it a genetically engineered opponent designed to defeat the symbol of peace. Shigaraki proclaimed himself as Tamura Shigaraki, the worst nightmare of heroes, and commanded 𝗵𝗄 to attack anyone who opposed it. In an instant, 𝗵𝗄 was upon All Might, delivering a devastating punch that left everyone in shock. Izuku hesitated, torn between intervening and following Shigaraki's orders. His instincts flared as he noticed strange clouds emanating from All Might's body, signaling something was wrong. Izuku's attention shifted when he saw a hand reaching toward him, a hand that promised danger. He swiftly dodged and retaliated with a punch to Shigaraki's chest, landing a solid hit. Shigaraki staggered back, coughing from the impact, but his expression twisted into a grin that unnerved Izuku. As Izuku glanced at his left arm, he noticed the skin beginning to decay, a result of Shigaraki's quirk. He realized he was at a disadvantage, only able to rely on his right arm and legs to fight. Shigaraki charged at him, and Izuku narrowly avoided the attack, countering with a boxing hook to Shigaraki's face. Shigaraki felt the pain from the blow, something he had never experienced before. He laughed, dismissing Izuku's strength, but Izuku was undeterred. He ducked under Shigaraki's defenses and delivered a powerful kick to his chin, sending him flying. Izuku followed up with a knee strike, knocking Shigaraki unconscious. With a determined glare, Izuku turned to Kurogiri before addressing the fallen villain, calling him a puny adversary. Without hesitation, he leaped into action as 𝗵𝗄 prepared to strike All Might, delivering a strong punch that echoed with the force of All Might's signature moves. All Might, surprised by the unexpected assistance, realized that this young vigilante had saved him from a dire fate. As he prepared to speak, Izuku introduced himself as the Vigilante Shadow, explaining that he had been nearby when the explosion occurred. He offered his hand to help All Might up, acknowledging the potential consequences of his actions but emphasizing the need to defeat 𝗵𝗄 first. All Might, recognizing the urgency of the situation, accepted Izuku's help and regained his footing. Together, they faced 𝗵𝗄, who glared at them with fury. The students watching were astonished. The legendary #1 hero needed help from a vigilante. As the battle resumed, shockwaves erupted from the punches exchanged between All Might, Izuku, and 𝗵𝗄. The odds were against 𝗵𝗄, who struggled to defend against both heroes. All Might threw a punch that was blocked, while Izuku maneuvered behind 𝗵𝗄, ready to strike. The students were captivated, their attention fully focused on the unfolding battle. All Might and the Vigilante Shadow faced off against the 𝗵𝗄, unaware of the true nature of the creature they were battling. A boy in a yellow full-body suit and white gloves, with a muscular build, was astonished by how the villain could keep pace with both the hero and the vigilante working together. Mineta cheered for All Might, but he had no praise for Izuku, the vigilante. Mineta despised vigilantes just as much as he did villains. Meanwhile, the other teachers and heroes had finished capturing the villains and were now watching the intense fight unfold. Every second counted. Izuku was in full offense mode, but he was caught off guard when the 𝗵𝗄 turned and intercepted his punch. The creature pulled him in and delivered a strong headbutt, causing Izuku to stumble backward and receive a powerful blow to the head. The impact left him dizzy, and as he painfully opened his eyes, he saw All Might struggling against the 𝗵𝗄's relentless attacks. The 𝗵𝗄 continued to press forward, seemingly unstoppable. Izuku was taken aback by the dark purple mist villain's words, realizing that the longer the 𝗵𝗄 fought, the more intelligent it became. Despite his critical condition, he clenched his fists, a small vein visible as he resolved to end the fight. He needed to find a way to defeat the creature quickly. Just then, the ground shook violently, and All Might shouted that a hero could always break out of a tough spot. Izuku's eyes widened as the two fighters exchanged blows, but All Might managed to catch the 𝗵𝗄's final punch and threw it down, sending the creature crashing into the forest, breaking trees in its wake. The battle briefly took to the air before All Might hurled the 𝗵𝗄 back to the ground. He called out to the villain, who was slowly rising. All Might raised his arm, a spark of energy igniting as he declared his iconic phrase. With a powerful strike, he hit the 𝗵𝗄, sending it flying upward until it collided with the ceiling. The creature was momentarily stuck, but it soon fell to the ground, landing 15 to 20 feet away from All Might. Breathing heavily, All Might stood tall, though only Izuku noticed his exhaustion. Suddenly, an evil laugh echoed through the area, drawing the attention of both heroes and students alike. Shigaraki stood before Kurojirai, mocking their efforts to defeat the 𝗵𝗄. As the creature began to glow green, realization struck Izuku and the others. It possessed hyper-regeneration. The 𝗵𝗄 slowly advanced toward All Might, who prepared to fight again, steam rising from his body. Izuku felt a surge of anger and disbelief, frustrated that the 𝗵𝗄 had survived such a powerful attack. He mentally screamed for a solution, while his classmates shared his concern. Kaminari trembled, questioning how the creature could still be alive. Yaoyorozu, with her keen intellect, deduced the truth about the 𝗵𝗄's regeneration quirk, leaving everyone terrified of its capabilities. Ochako was equally frightened but worried for Shadow, Izuku's vigilante persona. She silently begged for both him and All Might to triumph over the monster. Meanwhile, Izuku struggled to rise but fell to one knee, his vision blurring as he fought against losing consciousness. He couldn't give up without taking down the 𝗵𝗄. In his mind, Shadow urged him to imagine a way to defeat the creature once and for all. With renewed determination, Izuku envisioned a plan. Despite his shaking legs and the blood dripping down his neck, he stood tall, knowing time was running out. He focused on the 𝗵𝗄 in his mind, then opened his eyes, channeling all his strength into one final push. He launched himself toward the 𝗵𝗄, who was charging at All Might, ready to make a decisive move that could change the course of their battle. Because his secrets would be exposed to the world, All Might gritted his teeth and braced himself for the incoming punch from the powerful villain. However, he noticed the 𝗵𝗄's head turn to the left and followed its gaze, surprised to see Izuku charging straight toward it. All eyes were on him, including those of the captured villains, heroes, Kurojirai, and Shigaraki. The 𝗵𝗄 prepared to block Izuku's attack, but it was unaware of the determination fueling Izuku's imagination. With all his might, Izuku unleashed his signature move, surrounded by crackling green electricity as his right arm glowed with power. He struck the 𝗵𝗄's block, but it held firm. A loud sound echoed through 𝗧𝗪, causing everyone except the 𝗵𝗄 and Izuku to flinch. The 𝗵𝗄's forearms bent under the force of Izuku's punch to its chest, causing its body to inflate from the impact. The force propelled the 𝗵𝗄 into the sky, bending the metal ceiling above them. A second loud cracking sound followed, and the 𝗵𝗄 hung in the air for a moment before plummeting back to the ground, creating a small quake and a crater just in front of Izuku. He remained focused, not even glancing at the 𝗵𝗄 as it fell. Izuku's hair obscured his eyes as he breathed heavily, his body trembling. His right arm was bruised and bloodied, the pain coursing through him like 1,000 needles. The spectators were in shock, having witnessed the impossible. Izuku Midoriya, a vigilante and teenager, had defeated the creature engineered to kill All Might. The 𝗵𝗄 lay still, a trickle of blood escaping its body. All Might stared in disbelief at the vigilante who had brought down the 𝗵𝗄. His surprise was interrupted by Shigaraki's frantic cries. He shouted in frustration, claiming that Izuku had cheated, insisting that the Nomu was meant to be more powerful than All Might. His anger was palpable, reminiscent of a child throwing a tantrum over a lost game. Shigaraki's fury was evident, his body trembling with rage at the unexpected turn of events. Izuku, still standing though breathing heavily, glanced at Shigaraki and mused about being stronger than All Might. Just as he collapsed to the ground, his words hung in the air, a bold statement that surprised everyone, including Shigaraki and Kurojirai. Shigaraki, still reeling from the shock, vowed to kill Izuku, charging toward him despite his injuries. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, striking Shigaraki in the legs and arms, causing him to stumble. The shot had come from 𝗵𝗵𝗃, who had skillfully aimed his revolver from a distance. His quirk, homing, allowed him to control the trajectory of his bullets with precision, making him a formidable Major League hero. Kurojirai quickly intervened, shielding Shigaraki with a dark purple mist as Shigaraki gritted his teeth in frustration. He turned to All Might, declaring that he would return to defeat him and the Vigilante. In an instant, Kurojirai enveloped Shigaraki, and they vanished, leaving a tense silence in their wake. The tension in the air began to dissipate as everyone, including All Might, relaxed their shoulders. If 𝗬𝗏 had been conscious, she would have neutralized Kurojirei's mist, but both she and the student's teacher remained unconscious after the battle. The experience was overwhelming for the students, who were not yet ready for such a confrontation. They were still young, and this day had left them traumatized, but a spark ignited within them. Their eyes were fixed on All Might, but mostly on the unconscious Vigilante. It seemed impossible that a Vigilante could rival the #1 hero. They stared in awe, mouths slightly agape, realizing that they had witnessed history in the making. It was a moment that would change everything for them, as they understood the dangers that lay ahead. Izuku Midoriya had made his mark, and the world would remember this day. The Vigilante shadow had just defeated the Nomu, a creature unleashed by the villain Shigaraki. All the students had evacuated, while Katsuki Bakugo, known as the Explosion Boy, was rushed to the high school's emergency room, where the youthful heroine recovery girl was already at work, assisted by medical staff and ambulances. It took a few moments for them to take in the devastation caused by the villains and Shigaraki. 𝗵𝗃, adjusting his hat, expressed his disbelief at the situation. Midnight, the rated R heroine, echoed his sentiments, lamenting their failure to prevent the chaos. Footsteps approached, revealing 𝗵𝗃𝗃, the BLD hero, accompanied by Principal 𝗵𝗃𝗃. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, after setting down his small companion, emphasized the urgent need for improvements in their security system. 𝗵𝗃 and Midnight agreed, noting the rarity of a warp quirk and the implications of a villain possessing such power. They were all aware of the necessity to ensure no villains remained hidden and to protect the students. As they moved toward the scene, Midnight's gaze fell upon the Vigilante shadow, or Izuku Midoriya, who lay on the ground, his right arm severely injured and surrounded by a pool of his own BLD. Midnight recalled the last powerful punch he had thrown, her concern overshadowing her usual playful demeanor. She worried about how far the Vigilante had gone to save the #1 hero, All Might. In the battle arena, All Might wiped BLD from his mouth, his once mighty form now diminished. He stared at Izuku for a long moment, feeling a deep gratitude for the young hero who had emerged to save civilians during the night. All Might silently thanked the unconscious Vigilante, recognizing the sacrifice he had made to give him precious seconds in battle. Suddenly, 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗃 arrived, and All Might expressed his appreciation for the support. 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗃, a fan of All Might, insisted on helping his fellow heroes in times of danger. Together, they approached the fallen Vigilante, knowing they owed him a great debt for saving All Might's life. 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗃 knelt beside Izuku and asked if he could remove the hood. All Might gave his consent, and as 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗃 unveiled the hood, they were shocked to see the young boy's face, marred by BLD and pain. They examined his features, noting the dark green hair and the expression of suffering. When 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗃 removed the handkerchief covering Izuku's mouth, disbelief washed over them. 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗃 struggled to comprehend how such a young boy could be in this situation. All Might, too, was taken aback, realizing that the Vigilante was merely a child, not older than his own son. This revelation led him to question how someone without a quirk could aspire to be a hero. He recalled a recent dream that had troubled him, one that echoed a child's voice asking about the possibility of being a hero without powers. As All Might looked down at the unconscious boy, he recognized the shared features and voice, realizing the connection between them. The weight of his past actions pressed heavily on him, knowing that he had inadvertently pushed Izuku to this point of despair. After losing his mother, Izuku had been left hopeless and homeless. Katsuki Bakugo's family had taken him in, mourning the loss of Izuku Midoriya, who had perished in a villain's attack. They had kept a watchful eye on Izuku, concerned about how their son would treat him. All Might reflected on the words he had spoken to Izuku when he was just 15, words that had led to the boy becoming a vigilante. All Might felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, but 𝗵𝗲𝗃, unaware of his turmoil, inquired if something was wrong. All Might, masking his true feelings, claimed he was simply surprised by Izuku's age. 𝗵𝗲𝗃 agreed, then asked what they should do next. An idea sparked in All Might's mind, and he suggested they take Izuku to the emergency room. 𝗵𝗲𝗃's eyes widened at the thought of carrying the vigilante to safety, seeking clarification from All Might on his reasoning. Hiro sighed in defeat and confessed that this was not the place for him to talk about it. As a pro-hero, 𝗵𝗲𝗃 remarked that the hero wanted to save him. The hero acknowledged that this was only the surface of the situation and that there was more to it than met the eye. 𝗵𝗲𝗃 understood and decided not to argue any further. He then carried the unconscious Izuku on his back, stood up, and stated that he would go first, ensuring that no student would see Izuku in that state. The hero expressed gratitude, and 𝗵𝗲𝗃 assured him that he was always ready to help. Without hesitation, 𝗵𝗲𝗃 began walking back to the entrance, where he noticed a long staircase ahead. He spotted two figures descending, confirming them to be Midnight and Snipe. The two teachers halted their descent upon seeing 𝗵𝗲𝗃 carrying someone. As 𝗵𝗲𝗃 approached, Snipe was the first to inquire about the identity of the person he was carrying. 𝗵𝗲𝗃 confirmed it was the vigilante, which astonished both teachers. Midnight, raising her eyebrows in disbelief, questioned how a child could have defeated such a creature. 𝗵𝗲𝗃 replied that there was a time and place for that discussion, but now was not the time. He urged them to focus on what was more important while he hurried Izuku back to the nursery room. 𝗵𝗲𝗃 quickly ascended the staircase, leaving Snipe and Midnight blinking in surprise as the realization hit them. They wondered why 𝗵𝗲𝗃 was taking the boy to high school's emergency room and how it had come to this. Questions raced through their minds, causing a mix of irritation and curiosity, but they decided to shrug it off, knowing they would find answers as the day progressed. Meanwhile, outside 𝗬𝗧𝗪, at the entrance, numerous handcuffed villains were being escorted to armored police vehicles. From half a kilometer away, the sound of police sirens indicated that the situation was serious and involved significant conflict. At the entrance, 19 students, dressed in their hero costumes, stood anxiously. A detective, wearing a brown coat, brown hat, and white gloves, was counting them off while holding a paper. He noted that apart from the boy who had nearly been killed, everyone else was unharmed. The students wore worried expressions as the detective continued his count. A pair of floating colorful blue gloves patted Ojiro, a boy in a martial arts outfit with a large tail. The invisible classmate, Hagekure, encouraged him, acknowledging his strength in the recent encounter. Ojiro, with a sad smile, expressed his concern for everyone, admitting he had relied on hit-and-run tactics to survive. He then asked Hagekure where she had been. She revealed she had been at the landslide area, pointing to Todoroki, who had displayed remarkable strength. Ojiro was relieved that she was safe. Meanwhile, Todoroki reflected on how close it had been, realizing he could have inadvertently harmed her if he had seen her. Another student, wearing shining armor and posing dramatically, sought attention from his classmates. A boy with a crow-like head, dressed in a black cape, asked about the villains they had faced. The red-haired boy, who had helped Katsuki during the attack, expressed frustration that the villains had underestimated them because they were kids. They ignored the shining armor boy, prompting him to turn away in search of another group. As the conversation continued, another student noted the impressive strength displayed by All Might and Shadow during the incident at 𝗬𝗧𝗪. They marveled at the power exhibited, particularly by Shadow, leaving the shining armor boy unfazed by being overlooked as he turned around again. 𝗬𝗧𝗪, the frog-like girl, stood beside him as he rested his hand on her left shoulder, asking the same question for the third time. He wondered where she thought he had been. Her expression was difficult to read. It seemed straightforward yet confused. After a moment of contemplation, she tilted her head slightly and asked where he had been. He replied that it was a secret, striking another pose as if addressing an audience. The detective then instructed the students to return to their classroom, capturing everyone's attention except for the boy in shining armor. He mentioned that they wouldn't be questioning the students right away. At that moment, 𝗬𝗲 hopped in front of him, inquiring about Aizawa-sensei's condition. The detective pulled out his touchscreen phone, pressed the record app, and played an audio message detailing Aizawa's injuries, including fractures in both arms and a facial fracture. The robotic voice continued, indicating that while there was no serious brain damage, the orbital floor had shattered, affecting his eyes. 𝗬𝗲 croaked sadly at the news, feeling the weight of her teacher's suffering. The boy known as the diaper baby began to tear up, overwhelmed by the information. Another student, a pink-skinned girl with small horns, asked about 𝗬𝗏sensei. The detective turned to her, explaining that 𝗬𝗏 had been treated for a serious laceration but would survive. Curious about how Aizawa and 𝗬𝗏 were already in the high school's emergency room, the students learned that they had been quickly transported there by the medical and police teams. Recovery Girl was ready to attend to their injuries, while the Vigilante, Izuku Midoriya, was overlooked in the chaos. The world felt unfair to him at that moment. The detective mentioned that All Might was still present but would soon be skirted to the nurse's office. A red-headed boy asked about 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃, and the detective reassured him that 𝗵𝗃𝗃 was receiving treatment for bone fractures and was in good hands. As the detective ordered the class to return to their classroom, they responded in unison. Suddenly, a voice called out to Detective 𝗵𝗄𝗧 from the entrance of 𝗬𝗧𝗪. It was 𝗵𝗃𝗲, who was carrying Izuku on his back, his head covered in BLD. The sight of the injured Vigilante left the class in shock, dread etched on their faces. Izuku, known as Shadow, appeared battered, with BLD trickling down his face and his outfit torn. Some students covered their mouths or began to cry, especially a brown-haired girl who felt deep concern for him. When 𝗵𝗃𝗲 reached 𝗵𝗄𝗧, he whispered something that made the detective nod, though he felt a surge of shock inside. Regaining his composure, he instructed a police officer with a cat-like appearance to contact emergency services for help and to escort Shadow to the nurse's office if no one responded. The officer acknowledged the order, and 𝗵𝗄𝗧 added that it would be best to take Shadow to the emergency room, as All Might wanted to save him and hoped for him to become a hero rather than remain a vigilante. The officer gathered a few of his peers, who were initially hesitant but agreed upon hearing All Might's wish. Just then, an ambulance arrived, a fortunate turn of events given the circumstances. The students watched as Izuku was placed on a stretcher, and one with 6 arms asked if that was really Shadow. Another student expressed disbelief that the infamous Vigilante was just a teenager like them. As they processed the situation, Sansa informed a medical staff member that he would accompany them, instructing them not to go to nearby hospitals but to head directly to high school's emergency room, where All Might would be waiting to speak with Izuku. The ambulance soon departed for the designated location. Meanwhile, Detective 𝗵𝗄𝗧 was about to enter a police car when a fellow officer called out to him, informing him that the villain captured had no apparent injuries and seemed docile, not responding to attempts to engage him. 𝗵𝗄𝗧 instructed them to prepare for an investigation and to seek permission from the principal to search the school thoroughly. In a bar located somewhere in the city, a small dark purple mist formed and grew, revealing an injured villain lying on the ground, feeling the BLD seeping from his arms and legs. He remained in that position for a while before expressing his frustration over being shot and acknowledging their defeat. His anger boiled as he reflected on how quickly they had lost to the students, realizing that even their powerful 𝗵𝗄𝗧 had been defeated. He was mistaken, since He slightly lifted his head and stared at the monitor screen that displayed sound only. No, he wasn't mistaken. A voice came from the screen, a masculine tone that was formal, almost as if he were speaking in a meeting. They simply weren't prepared enough. Yes, they had underestimated their opponents. It was fortunate they had operated under the inexpensive League of Villains name. Another voice, distinctly different from the first, chimed in. It sounded like an old man with a sadistic tone, almost as if he were smirking behind the monitor. He then inquired about Sensei and his joint creation, Nomu, asking why he had not been retrieved. It was defeated. There was a moment of silence before 𝗬𝗪𝗬, the dark purple mist villain, confirmed this. The old man was shocked and shouted in disbelief, demanding to know why they hadn't returned him immediately. More precisely, 𝗬𝗪𝗬 had attempted to return, but something about that person made him hesitate. He demanded to know who had instilled such fear in 𝗬𝗪𝗬. The villain finally revealed the name, Shadow. The old man was incredulous, expressing his outrage that the Vigilante had intruded on their territory. After all they had done, it was infuriating that they had created Nomu to rival All Might's power. 𝗬𝗪𝗬 was urged to calm down, and Sensei continued, acknowledging that it would have been better if Shadow hadn't shown up. Unfortunately, it seemed unavoidable. Power. Shigaraki recalled the encounter vividly, stating that the Vigilante was as fast as All Might. Sensei listened intently as Shigaraki explained how Shadow had single-handedly defeated Nomu. If Shadow hadn't intervened, he was certain he could have taken down All Might. His frustration was palpable as he scratched the floor in anger. Of course, he had regrets, Sensei replied. However, this was not a futile exercise. He ordered them to gather the elite and take all the time they needed. They could not move freely, which was why they needed a symbol like Tamura Shigaraki. He urged Shigaraki to show the world that he was truly to be feared, no matter the cost. Time passed, and it was around 4 to 5 p.m. when everyone finally arrived at U. They began walking toward their locker rooms, discussing the recent incident. However, Ochako Uraraka remained silent, reliving a traumatic moment when she had been in danger. Then, a savior had appeared, the infamous Vigilante, Shadow, who had become a viral sensation across Japan and beyond, capturing villains under the cover of night. Had it not been for him, Ochako would have faced a dire fate. Now, she was deeply concerned about Shadow's well-being, recalling his horrific state after the encounter. All she could do was pray for his safety. Inside the nurse's office, Recovery Girl attended to 3 individuals lying on their respective beds. All Might was recovering, staring at the ceiling after his battle. The other 2 were none other than Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya. Their childhood friendship had been strained due to Bakugo's explosive quirk, which had turned their bond into something abusive. Izuku had long accepted the harsh reality of being quirkless in a society that often shunned him. Instead of crying out, he had walked away and silently wept at home. Now, Katsuki had seen less of Izuku since they both entered high school. But what would happen when he finally discovered the true identity of the Vigilante? Katsuki began to wake up, staring at the ceiling. As he looked around, he noticed curtains blocking his view. He sat up and saw Recovery Girl. She told him to rest for a little while longer so he could go home without any issues. Katsuki stared at her for a few seconds before turning to his right. He pulled back the curtains and was met with a sight he did not want to see, Izuku Midoriya. Shocked, he questioned what Izuku was doing there, his expression shifting from surprise to rage as he clenched his fists, wanting to unleash small explosions but was halted by the pain in his body. Recovery Girl advised him to stay still, reminding him that he was not yet healed and warned him not to harm Shadow. She was well aware of the Vigilante's reputation due to media coverage. Katsuki gritted his teeth, feeling frustrated as he lay there, unable to act while Izuku rested beside him. He scanned Izuku's appearance, noting the white cloth covering his face and head. Katsuki wondered why Izuku was in U. Did he apply to the general department? He had told him never to try to get in, and yet here he was. As he pondered this, Recovery Girl interrupted, instructing him to bend his head down. He complied, receiving a gentle kiss on the forehead. Almost immediately, fatigue washed over him, making him feel as if he could drift off to sleep. That was her quirk. If he had enough stamina, it was a cue for her to use her healing ability. But if he didn't, he might face dire consequences, so he was urged to not disturb the other patients and to continue on his way. Feeling exhausted, he stood up and walked out, struggling slightly, with the anger still etched on his face as he left the room. The others wondered if he was gone, and upon confirmation, the curtains were pulled back to reveal 𝗲𝗵𝗃, who was now sitting on the side of the bed. When he heard Recovery Girl's voice during Katsuki's awakening, he had ensured to cover himself completely with a large white blanket. He expressed his gratitude to Recovery Girl, who reassured him that it was no trouble at all. They all waited for the last person to arrive, and 𝗲𝗵𝗃 moved to the other side, pulling back the curtains to reveal Izuku's unconscious state. 𝗲𝗵𝗃, though sometimes forgetful, knew he had to remember the name of the Vigilante or the green-haired boy. Suddenly, the name struck him: Izuku Midoriya. He thought to himself about young Midoriya as he gazed at the unconscious Vigilante. In Izuku's mind, he slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with complete darkness. He looked around in confusion, seeing nothing but pure black. His first question was about his location, which was answered by a voice from behind him. The voice informed him that they were in his mind. Turning to see the source, he noticed a figure, its body obscured but outlined by white lines, indicating it was human. Izuku asked if it was the figure he thought it was, and the figure confirmed it, teasing that it was time to reveal itself. As the figure illuminated, Izuku's eyes widened in realization. The figure confirmed its identity, and Izuku questioned where the name Melissa had come from. The figure dismissed the concern, explaining that it knew what Izuku was thinking because they were one and the same. Izuku sighed deeply, accepting the truth of the figure's words. He inquired why it hadn't manifested when he was younger, to which the figure explained that quirks were mysterious. It revealed that it had indeed manifested in him but not strongly enough to be sensed until a certain event triggered it. Izuku was puzzled by this revelation and pressed for clarification. The figure indicated that the day Katsuki had given him a scar was when it was born. It explained how the blast from Katsuki's quirk had triggered something in Izuku's mind, allowing the figure to manifest, albeit weakly, during his childhood. The figure continued, explaining that the day Izuku was bitten by a genetically modified spider was pivotal. The spider had carried multiple quirks that combined into one powerful quirk, which had nearly cost Izuku his life. The figure had acted to save him, knowing that if Izuku died, it would too, leaving him quirkless and vulnerable to bullying. Izuku couldn't help but find humor in the figure's description of Katsuki, appreciating the sentiment. However, he was now focused on the implications of their conversation. The figure explained that as it merged with the mutated quirk, something extraordinary happened, leading to their current state. Izuku was overwhelmed by the information but felt a sense of acceptance wash over him. He pondered the potential consequences of being interrogated by detectives and whether he should tell the truth or continue to hide. The figure suggested that they could find a way to combat any challenges that arose regarding his quirk. As Izuku sat with a whirlwind of thoughts, he contemplated what his life would be like without his quirk. Just then, a sudden voice startled him, prompting him to look around. The voice assured him it was nearby, but in the depths of his mind, he found it strange to hear a voice from nowhere. "Can you show your face, please?" he asked with an anxious tone. The voice echoed in Izuku's left ear as he looked to the side, unable to believe his eyes, and neither could Shadow. There stood a legendary figure who had made a significant impact on the world years ago, Stan Lee. They exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Stan Lee." Before them was one of the most influential people in history, a quirkless writer who had risen from obscurity to bring joy to the world. It all began when he published a book called Marvel Comics. In his youth, nearly 95% of people worldwide were quirkless. As time passed, his books gained fame, and the number of quirkless individuals dwindled to 25%, leaving 75% of the population with quirks. Despite the criticism and the changes in society, he continued to write for the happiness of future generations. On the day of his passing, countless people traveled from far and wide to honor his memory, with nearly 500,000 attendees at his funeral, which lasted almost a month. His books, his smile, and his humorous writing style attracted many to his stories, forever etched in history. From that day forward, many sold Stan Lee's books, thanks to the dedicated co-workers and editors who had supported him. Families shared stories of how the great Stan Lee had risen from humble beginnings. Izuku was among those who admired him, just like All Might. However, after All Might told him he couldn't become a hero, Izuku's world felt turned upside down. Yet, the inspiration from Stan Lee and his books kept Izuku believing in himself, even when it seemed impossible for someone without a quirk. Now, standing before them was the great Stan Lee. The sight left Izuku and Shadow nearly speechless. Stan Lee greeted them with a bright smile and asked how they were doing. Izuku, still in awe, bowed and expressed his admiration. Shadow, caught up in excitement, proclaimed their fandom for Mr. Lee, reminiscent of Izuku's own fanboy days. Stan Lee chuckled at their reactions, ruffling their hair, which sent a thrill of joy through them. Izuku finally managed to ask what brought Stan Lee to them. Stan Lee replied that he simply wanted to visit, jokingly noting that he felt rejected by their welcome. As they laughed, Stan Lee shifted the conversation, asking how life was treating them. Izuku hesitated, lying about his feelings, but Stan Lee saw through him, encouraging him to look up instead of down. With a gentle reminder that life isn't always easy, Stan Lee spoke of others who struggled to become heroes, like the beloved All Might. This brought a chuckle from Izuku, who appreciated the new nickname for his idol. Stan Lee then revealed he had a question for Izuku: "Are you ready to become a hero?" The question caught Izuku off guard. He wanted to say yes, but the weight of the word hero held deeper meaning for him. He reflected on the current state of heroes, who often prioritized fame over selflessness. The hero Stan Lee envisioned was the opposite, one who was determined and willing to sacrifice for a better future. After a moment of contemplation, Izuku opened his eyes with a serious expression and affirmed his readiness. Stan Lee smiled, encouraging him to train with everything he had to become the best hero the world had ever seen. He urged Izuku to break through any barriers and limits, declaring that if he did, he would not just be a hero but a legendary one. Every word from Stan Lee resonated deeply with Izuku, sending shivers down his spine. He felt inspired, tears of joy welling in his eyes as he absorbed the passion in Stan Lee's message. Wiping his tears, he looked at Stan Lee with determination and hope, promising, "We will, Mr. Stan Lee." Stan Lee smiled widely, and suddenly, Izuku felt a strange light enveloping him. Confused, he asked what was happening. Shadow informed him that he was waking up, prompting Izuku to sigh and say, "I guess. This is a goodbye, sir." Stan Lee reassured him, "This is not a goodbye. And it will never, ever be a goodbye. See you around, kiddo." Then Stan Lee's body began to fade. Before he completely disappeared, Izuku smiled and said that he would tell Mr. Stank to say hi from him. This joke brought a laugh from Stan Lee, who reminded Izuku that with great power comes great responsibility. He encouraged Izuku to remember this and to strive to be someone who could make a big difference. As Stan Lee faded away, Izuku looked at Shadow and declared that it was time to act. He offered his hand for a fist bump, and Shadow accepted, affirming their partnership. Suddenly, Izuku's vision turned white for a few seconds before it became black. When he slowly opened his eyes, he found 3 people looking at him. The blinding light made him shut his eyes tightly, and after a moment he adjusted to the brightness. He noticed the pain in his head and tried to sit up, only to feel a sharp discomfort in his arms, as if countless needles were piercing his skin. Looking down, he saw his arms wrapped in white cloth. "Easy there, Sonny," said the old nurse sitting next to a man in a brown coat. Izuku tried to relax as he followed her instructions. The skinny blonde man next to him pushed a button beside his head, raising the upper part of the bed, making it resemble a hospital setup after an accident or surgery. Izuku realized he was in a hospital but was unsure of the location. He felt weak and thirsty, recalling the battle against the Nomu with all might before he lost consciousness. He looked at his patient clothes and asked where he was in a tired tone. "You are at the nurse's office, young man. To be a little general, you're in A high school, the man in the brown coat explained. Izuku froze at the mention of you, a high school, blinking in disbelief. He jokingly asked if someone could pinch him to wake him from the dream. The man assured him that he was indeed at you, a high school, and that he should prepare for some interview questions later. Izuku felt a wave of annoyance wash over him, realizing that everything would get straight to business. He wondered if this was how villains or vigilantes felt when captured by heroes. Shadow reassured him, reminding him that he was there to support him, which made Izuku feel grateful to have someone by his side. As a few minutes passed, Izuku's stamina began to wane, but he knew he needed to finish the interview. In a sleepy state, he told them to go ahead and ask him anything. The man in the brown coat introduced himself as 𝗬𝗂𝗁𝗍 𝗵𝗄, a detective in the police department. Izuku nodded slightly before turning to the skinny blonde man, who exchanged a knowing glance with 𝗬𝗂𝗁𝗍. The blonde man then surprised Izuku by transforming into a more muscular form, revealing himself as All Might. Izuku blinked in disbelief and asked if he was truly All Might, questioning whether the skinny man had been a fake. All Might assured him that he was indeed the real deal, revealing his true identity as Toshinori Yagi. As All Might coughed and blood trickled from his mouth, Izuku felt a mix of surprise and concern. His mind was clouded with fatigue, and he nodded in response, unsure of what to believe. He then turned to the short, elderly woman in a nurse's outfit, who introduced herself as Chiyo Suzenji, also known as Recovery Girl. Informed him that she was the nurse at high school. Before Izuku could respond, Detective 𝗬𝗂𝗁𝗍 suggested that he should rest. They could continue the interview tomorrow, but not in that place. Those were the last words from the green-haired boy before he succumbed to exhaustion. The others stared at him for a few moments before Toshinori turned to 𝗬𝗂𝗁𝗍 and expressed his apologies. 𝗬𝗂𝗁𝗍 reassured him that there was no need for apologies, stating that the boy deserved a rest after his heroic actions. Toshinori had shared everything he knew with the teachers, Nizu, Recovery Girl, and 𝗬𝗂𝗁𝗍, including how he and the young green-haired teenager had met. Recovery Girl had scolded him for suggesting that quirkless individuals could not become heroes. To make amends for the significant mistake that altered Izuku's life, Toshinori vowed to do everything he could to convince the boy to return to his aspirations of becoming a vigilante. Everyone agreed to give Izuku this chance, recognizing that he was a powerhouse and believing that people could change for the better. An hour earlier, the unconscious Izuku had been skirted to the high school's emergency room. 𝗬𝗂𝗁𝗍 announced that he had to leave to continue investigating the Nomu that Izuku had defeated, and Toshinori nodded as the detective exited the room. Recovery Girl then asked what Toshinori planned to do about Izuku, who was sleeping peacefully, appearing as if he had finally found freedom. She reminded him that it was his responsibility that Izuku had become a vigilante. Toshinori felt a wave of sympathy and guilt as he looked at the unconscious boy. Silence filled the room until an idea sparked in his mind. He pulled out his smartphone, having changed into his casual attire just 30 minutes prior. After a few taps on the screen, he held the phone to his ear, initiating a call. Recovery Girl heard the phone ringing a couple of times before Toshinori spoke, indicating that he was fine and had something important to discuss. As he left the room, Recovery Girl could only watch, her gaze revealing her curiosity about his conversation. On the other end of the line, a feminine voice inquired what he wanted. Toshinori explained that he needed someone to come and help him carry someone important home, assuring her that he would explain everything on the way. She expressed concern, asking if it was a girl and if he was being unfaithful, but Toshinori quickly reassured her that she was the only one for him. After confirming that she would be there shortly and asking if he needed anything, he ended the call and returned to Recovery Girl, who asked if it was his wife. Toshinori nodded and was urged to pack his things and prepare to leave. He complied, gathering his belongings in a one-strap bag before returning to carry the unconscious Izuku on his back. Once outside, he waited by the gate for about 10 to 15 minutes, still supporting Izuku. Despite his lean appearance, Toshinori had trained hard since the fight that had changed his life 5 years ago. Finally, he heard the sound of a car engine approaching. A red Ford Mustang pulled up, and the driver's window rolled down to reveal a black-haired woman in a sleek outfit. She greeted him, confirming that he had brought home the person he mentioned. Tashinori nodded, and together they carefully placed Izuku in the back seat before getting in the car. The drive home was quiet, the atmosphere tense but not awkward. Vidal focused on the road, knowing that any distraction could lead to accidents. After about 10 to 15 minutes, they arrived at their tall two-story house. Once the engine was off, they worked together to lift Izuku out of the car, with Tashinori volunteering to carry him inside. As they entered their home, a cheerful voice called out to them. A yellow blur rushed toward them, quickly taking the form of a young woman with elegant blonde hair and striking beauty. She looked like a celebrity and could easily rival the most appealing girls at high school, despite her age. Her expression shifted from happiness to curiosity as she noticed her father carrying a boy with a bandage on his head. She asked who Izuku was, and Tashinori promised to answer her questions later, suggesting they take him to the living room. She nodded and led the way, allowing her parents to follow. Once in the living room, Tashinori gently laid Izuku down on the long sofa while Vidal moved to another part of the house. Their daughter looked at her father, eager for answers, and asked if he could explain now. "Let's wait for mommy as well," he said, causing his daughter to raise her eyebrows in surprise, wondering why he hadn't informed her. He nodded in response. Seeing his approval, she remained silent and plopped herself on the sofa beside her father, staring at the unconscious figure nearby. It wasn't long before Vidal returned with a white blanket, covering Izuku's body except for his head. After leaning forward, she straightened up and turned to her husband, asking if he could share what had happened. She guessed that Mimi would want to know too, glancing at the girl as she mentioned her nickname. Tashinori smiled and nodded, prompting Vidal to take a seat on another sofa. In their arrangement, Tashinori was in the middle, with the girl on his right and Vidal on his left. He began recounting everything from the very beginning: how they met, how they were introduced, and how he, as All Might, attempted to save others from the burning apartment. He shared everything he knew, including the shocking details about Izuku. His wife and daughter listened intently, and after his revelation he felt a sudden pain on his head, causing him to let out a low shout. Vidal, with her hand in a chop position, had playfully struck his head for his foolishness. Her tone held authority and a hint of frustration as she questioned him about his words. He stammered, admitting that he only wanted to save Izuku. Mimi, with a concerned expression, asked if that was why Izuku had become a vigilante. Tashinori struggled to find the right words, ultimately sighing and agreeing with her. He reflected on how he had told Izuku that he couldn't become a hero without a quirk, feeling shame wash over him. All his life, he had desired a happy family and to save people, but he regretted saying something so discouraging. Tears began to fall as he expressed his pain, feeling that he had failed to protect Izuku from danger. He lamented that Izuku had become a vigilante because of him, wishing he had encouraged him instead. His voice trembled as he admitted that Izuku had accomplished great things that he hadn't at such a young age. He was overwhelmed with emotion, recognizing that he had contributed to Izuku's current path. As he sobbed, he covered his face with his hands, feeling utterly defeated. His wife and daughter moved closer, wrapping their arms around him in a comforting embrace. This act of support allowed Tashinori to release all of his pent-up emotions. Everyone has their breaking point, even the #1 hero of Japan. Vidal and Mimi understood the strength Tashinori possessed, but they also recognized his vulnerabilities. It took him a while to regain his composure, and when he did, he vowed to rectify his mistakes. He would encourage Izuku to become the hero he was meant to be. Time passed, and a soft sound escaped from Izuku as he began to wake. His eyes fluttered open, and the first thing he saw was the ceiling. Thankfully, it wasn't a blinding light. He looked down to find his body covered in a white blanket. Confused, he turned his head to the right and noticed a table and a large television. Sitting up on the long black sofa, he wondered where he was. He heard a voice, recognizing it as belonging to a long-haired woman who approached him with a tray holding 2 cups. She introduced herself as Vidal and reassured him that she meant no harm, explaining that he was in her home. Izuku contemplated how he had ended up there and asked how she knew his name and who had brought him. Vidal smiled and mentioned Toshinori Yagi. It took a moment for Izuku to process the name before he realized who she was referring to. Vidal confirmed that she was indeed All Might's wife, introducing herself with a playful salute. This revelation left Izuku in awe, his surprise evident on his face. He had never expected to meet her, and his admiration for her accomplishments began to resurface, recalling her impressive career and her quirks. She had the ability to manipulate her own shadow and touch another person's shadow, causing them to become paralyzed for about 8 minutes. 4-star shine. Her shadow could serve as a light, blinding villains or enhancing her shadow touch quirk. As he placed a finger on his chin, he continued to mutter, causing everyone around to become distracted and sweat in confusion over what Izuku was saying. This left Vidal bewildered by what she was witnessing. To think that her husband had found and saved someone who was such a nerd about heroes. Izuku was truly a hero enthusiast. Vidal finally told Izuku that he could stop nerding out. He realized he had slipped into that mode and bashfully scratched the back of his head, his cheeks tinted red. Then he heard a familiar voice behind him. It was Toshinori, bandaged arms at his sides, accompanied by an appealing blonde-haired girl. Izuku acknowledged All Might, his tone neutral as he wondered if Toshinori held a grudge or was simply happy to be there. He asked if this was Toshinori's house, to which Toshinori nodded. The blonde-haired girl approached him, curious about the vigilante shadow everyone had been talking about, remarking on how young he seemed. Izuku looked away, flustered by her closeness, but when he heard his vigilante alias, he turned to her in disbelief, questioning how she knew. Toshinori explained that he had informed them, and it had also been on the news. Vidal searched on the television, searching for Vigilante Shadow was captured. They found a HeroTube channel featuring footage of Izuku's capture at 𝗧𝗵𝗲. The news reporter announced that the infamous Vigilante Shadow had finally been captured, mentioning that students from 𝗬𝗏 high school had been threatened at 𝗬𝗏. The report revealed that the villains called themselves the League of Villains and that Shadow had helped All Might defeat a powerful creature known as the 𝗏𝗏, which was meant to kill All Might. The screen displayed the destruction within 𝗬𝗏, resembling a mini-war that had caused significant damage. No students were interviewed. Instead, the focus was on the aftermath of the villains' actions. The report stated that while the 𝗏𝗏 had been defeated, the vigilante had suffered numerous injuries and was taken to 𝗬𝗏 high school's emergency room for treatment. It was noted that one student had been severely injured but had recovered thanks to Recovery Girl. The reporter continued, mentioning that the vigilante would surrender to the police the following day to determine whether he deserved to be imprisoned or set free for his contributions to society. Izuku quickly turned off the television, closing his eyes as he felt exposed by the biased report. He imagined the harsh judgments he would face from others, thoughts echoing in his mind that mirrored his childhood experiences. Just as he felt overwhelmed, he felt arms wrap around his shoulders, pulling him from his thoughts. Opening his eyes, he saw Vidal hugging him warmly, a comforting embrace that reminded him of his late mother's hugs. She urged him not to think negatively and to ignore the opinions of others, who did not understand his journey to becoming a vigilante. Her words triggered painful flashbacks of his past, memories of being bullied and mistreated. Unable to hold back any longer, he buried his face in her shoulder and silently cried. The Yagi family watched, saddened by his pain and wondering what had led him to this point. After a moment, Izuku calmed down, wiping the tears from his eyes. Vidal asked if he was feeling better, and he nodded slightly. She suggested he take a bath before staying the night, noting that it was rude to mention, but he needed to freshen up. Izuku understood and was about to stand when he hesitated, asking what he should wear. Vidal offered him some of their clothes, explaining that they had plenty and often donated them. Since Toshinori had brought him there and shared his story, it was a way of apologizing for letting him down that day. Izuku stared at her in surprise, struggling to express his gratitude. He stuttered, thanking her for her kindness, feeling overwhelmed by the warmth of her gesture. It was a new experience for him, receiving such kindness from someone outside his family. Vidal reached out her hand, inviting him to the bathroom. As he looked up at her, he momentarily saw not just Vidal, but a reflection of her mother, whose smile could brighten anyone's day and bring light to the darkness. He was surprised, blinking as he saw Tashinori's wife again. Glancing at Vidal reminded him of his late mother, Izuku Midoriya. They shared the same warmth and caring nature, embodying everything one could imagine in a loving mother. Hesitant but grateful, he accepted her offer with his right arm, still covered in bandages. It dawned on him that he was still in the patient's clothes. He stood up and followed Vidal upstairs. Within 30 seconds, he reached the bathroom. "The towel is behind the door. Go ahead and take a bath while I get some clothes for you," she said before leaving. He stood in the hallway for a moment, noting the 3 doors. One on the left, one on the right, and one in the middle where he stood. After a brief pause, he entered the bathroom. To his right was a toilet bowl, a sink to his left, a mirror above it, and a curtain in front of him. He undressed, folding his clothes neatly and placing them on the sink. Spotting a garbage can next to the sink, he unwrapped the bandages from his arms. His arms looked almost as good as new, except for his right hand, which bore marks like the rest of his body. Turning to the mirror, he stared at his reflection, memories flooding back, reminding him of the struggles he had faced. A hidden scar lay behind the hair on his forehead, and he pushed his hair back to reveal a long scar crossing it. He stepped behind the curtain, ensuring his privacy. Inside, he found shampoos, soap, and 3 toothbrushes. Just as he was about to flick the SW for the shower, the door opened, and a feminine voice announced, "Midoriya-kun. I'll put the clothes on the sink." He heard footsteps before the door closed again, and he began to take his bath. After a brief time, Izuku emerged from the bathroom, now dressed in the clothes Vidal had brought him, but still barefoot. He walked downstairs and found Vidal, Tashinori, and a girl in the dining room, where a feast awaited them: ramen, grilled chicken, sushi, and his favorite, katsudon. "Come on, join us, Midoriya-kun," the long-haired girl said, offering him a seat beside her. Though he felt embarrassed, he accepted and sat down. "With young Midoriya here, let's begin to eat," Tashinori said, placing his hands together and bowing his head slightly. Vidal and Mimi followed suit, and Izuku did the same. Soon they all exclaimed, "Itadakimasu." Izuku whispered the phrase, feeling out of place. It seemed he had some adjusting to do when it came to social interactions. As they began to eat, the girl introduced herself. "I forgot to mention, my name's Nana Nami-Yagi. You can call me Nana, but please don't use my surname, it makes me feel old." Izuku looked at her for a moment before introducing himself. "Izuku. Izuku Midoriya is my name. It's nice to meet you, Nana-sen." Nana nodded enthusiastically, and their conversation flowed. However, Tashinori and Vidal exchanged concerned glances as they noticed the scars on Izuku's right hand. It was clear to them that he had endured a lot. After some chatting, Tashinori asked, "Are you going to go back home? You know you can sleep here." "With all due respect, Tashinori-sensei, I would like to go home. I left my bag in one of the bathroom stalls near the 𝗧𝗵𝗃, and it could be stolen. It has my wallet and clothes in it, and my shoes are there too," Izuku explained, emphasizing the importance of his belongings. They faced a decision, which they would address after dinner. Tashinori continued, "I suggest you sleep here tonight. We can worry about that later. I was informed by Tsukachi that I need to take you to the police department for questioning at around 10 o'clock tomorrow morning." Izuku listened carefully. Tashinori added, "For your safety, please stay here." Izuku responded, "The next thing you're going to say is, the night is creepy. You should sleep here." "The night is creepy. You should sleep here," Tashinori confirmed, surprising everyone. "I'm not trying to be dramatic, but I can handle myself at night. Most of my missions take place between 9 and midnight. After hearing that news, the crime rate at night will likely increase," Izuku said, taking a spoonful of katsudon. "Please," Vidal pleaded, causing Izuku to pause. She continued, "You can take the time to recover from everything that has happened to you. Those scars on your hand show you wanted to help others at night, but..." She searched for the right words to keep his interest. "Given that people know you were captured, I'm sure Tashinori will discuss this, right?" "I will. I regret not being there when you needed help," young Midoriya. I want to make it up to you and help you become the hero you aspire to be, Toshinori said, placing his spoon down, having eaten only half of his meal. Well, if you're that insistent, I guess I'll sleep here, Izuku finally agreed, and a sigh of relief escaped Toshinori, Vidal, and Nana. He accepted their offer to stay the night in their home, where they would treat him as a valued guest. It was now 9 p.m., and they had finished dinner just 15 minutes ago. This was the time when everyone was preparing to go to sleep, but not Izuku Midoriya. He stood outside the house, gazing at the stars above. After a few minutes, he heard a door open and turned to see a woman stepping outside. She smiled at him and asked if he was stargazing. He nodded, and she inquired if it was relaxing. He admitted that it was, to which she agreed, sharing that sometimes she stayed up late because of how appealing the stars were, reminding her of her parents. Curious, she asked what the stars reminded him of. Izuku replied that they also reminded him of his parents, but he hesitated. She encouraged him to share, and when he didn't respond, she understood. Being a perceptive pro-hero, she expressed her condolences for his loss. He reassured her that he believed they were watching over him. This brought a genuine smile to his face as he continued to admire the stars, the moonlight casting a gentle glow on the earth. After a few moments of silence, the atmosphere grew awkward until the woman sighed, catching Izuku's attention. She revealed something from her pocket, and he was taken aback to see a stack of money in her hand, totaling 1,000 yen. She insisted he take it, but he hesitated, saying he couldn't accept it. She silenced him gently, explaining that it was a deserved reward for his efforts in capturing villains. Izuku felt torn. His mind said no, but his body was tempted. Seeing his struggle, she placed the money in his palm, telling him he didn't need to say anything and that he could keep the clothes he was wearing. She urged him to come inside as it was getting late, and offered him a place to sleep in her daughter's room. He stood there for a moment, blinking in disbelief at the money he now held. After checking, he realized it was 10 banknotes of 1,000 yen each, totaling 10,000 yen. Surprised but recognizing her insistence, he accepted the money and tucked it into his pocket. Following her inside, he found her speaking with her daughter about where he should sleep. To avoid any further disagreement, Izuku declared that he would sleep in the living room. This prompted both women to look at him as he walked downstairs and settled onto the long sofa, using a pillow for comfort. The lights remained on as he drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, the Yagi family felt a pang of guilt for how they had treated their guest. After the two ladies exchanged apologies, Toshinori switched off the lights in the living room before they all retired to their respective rooms, with Toshinori and Vidal sharing one room while Nana Nami slept in another. The next day, they were inside a plain red Ford Mustang, with the #1 hero of Japan behind the wheel. It was already 9:30 a.m., and 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝐻 had texted All Might earlier, reminding him they needed to be at the police department by 10 a.m. They had left early, and Izuku, with a new bag, rested his head against the window, having not gotten enough sleep after falling off the sofa multiple times. Despite his exhaustion, Toshinori asked if he had slept well. Izuku replied tiredly that he hadn't. Toshinori inquired if he needed a drink, but Izuku, frustrated, warned him to be quiet or he would lose his temper. This startled Toshinori, who gripped the steering wheel tightly. Izuku added that despite Toshinori being the #1 hero, he was still human. This made Toshinori ponder his role in the eyes of others. After a 15-minute drive, they arrived at the police department. Toshinori encouraged Izuku to get out of the car, and as Izuku stretched and rubbed his eyes, he grabbed his mic backpack and stepped out. They entered the police department and met with Detective 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗏. In the interrogation room, Detective 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗏 confirmed Izuku's identity and asked about his last school, to which Izuku replied that he attended 𝙎𝙧𝙢𝙢𝙢 Junior High School. When asked where he lived, he mentioned the Shizuoka Prefecture, where he still resided near his childhood bully, Katsuki Bakugo. The detective inquired if his parents were aware of his situation, and Izuku confirmed they were. 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗏 then asked if he had informed them the night before but quickly retracted the question, likely knowing the answer from the news. Izuku observed the detective's expression and stated that his parents would not answer the call, surprising both men. What was the idea, or how did he come to that conclusion? The detective's inquiry hung in the air. The response was simple: they were in a better place. Those two words resonated with anyone who had lost someone dear. The detective remained silent, though internally surprised. He expressed his condolences, offering to know the names of the lost ones, assuring that it was okay if the answer was not forthcoming. Izuku raised an eyebrow at 𝗬𝗂𝗁, questioning the appropriateness of the inquiry in his mind. Shadow, sensing Izuku's discomfort, suggested that the decision was ultimately Izuku's to make. The atmosphere in the room was heavy with silence. Finally, Izuku spoke, revealing his mother's name, Izuku Midoriya, and his father's name, Hisashi Midoriya, who had tragically lost his life during the Yokohama massacre years ago. The men listened intently, feeling a wave of sympathy for the young boy who had endured such loss at an early age. They understood that their role was to remain silent and allow him the space to gather himself. After a brief pause, Izuku managed to compose himself enough to continue the interrogation. The detective pressed on, asking why Izuku had chosen the path of a vigilante, questioning the reasons behind his defiance of the law and the corruption he spoke of. Izuku felt irritation rise within him at the detective's words, his fists clenching as he recalled 𝗵𝗄𝗍𝗂's earlier comments. Corruption. Is that what you truly believe, Sir 𝗵𝗄𝗍𝗂? Izuku responded, his voice steady. The detective remained silent, not providing the answer he sought. Izuku continued, expressing his frustration about the police force's focus on major cases while neglecting smaller, yet equally important, issues that could spiral into chaos. You only focus on the big cases that might change the world. Don't you see that even the smallest crime can lead to greater problems? He argued. I'm still a kid, and I don't fully understand the world's serious issues. But what if someone needs help and there's no one around? What if they call for help, but it's too late? Izuku's passion surged as he declared his longing to be a hero in his own way, even when hope seemed lost. The room fell into a contemplative silence as he shared his experiences, revealing his feelings of worthlessness. He admitted to being bullied throughout his life for being quirkless, feeling useless and mocked by both classmates and teachers. Each word he spoke grew colder, culminating in a moment of raw honesty about his struggles. He took a deep breath, calming himself before continuing. The pain of humiliation and the longing to be a hero weighed heavily on him. After enduring countless hardships, he revealed a pivotal moment in his life. He had jumped from the top of an 8-story building. His voice was calm yet laced with anger, leaving the others in the room visibly affected. The question of how he survived lingered in the air, prompting a response from Tashinori. Izuku hesitated, grappling with the rising emotions within him. He had learned to control his feelings, but the memories were still fresh. After a moment of contemplation, he shared that someone had been there to save him, someone who had seen the potential in him and inspired him to pursue his dreams. The warmth of his words touched their hearts, yet they remained guarded. The mention of her piqued their curiosity, leading all might to inquire about this mysterious person. Izuku fell silent again, weighing the implications of revealing her identity. He recalled her casual attire, unsure of whether she was a hero in training, a regular citizen, or a vigilante. He affirmed his commitment to protecting her identity, vowing never to betray her trust. 𝗬𝗂𝗁, utilizing his quirk, lie detector, confirmed that Izuku was being honest. The detective then shifted the focus, asking about the League of Villains, a notorious group of powerful villains. Izuku's anger flared at the implication that he could be associated with such a group. He firmly denied any connection to the League of Villains, expressing his disdain for the assumption that all vigilantes were part of that organization. But since he was tied to his job, he never thought outside the box, only within its confines. He paused to catch his breath before continuing. He had encountered some vigilantes, but he would never let them be captured because of the kindness they showed him. He promised them he wouldn't betray their trust. One thing he truly despised was betrayal. He glared at 𝗬𝗂𝗁 as he spoke with a venomous tone. He declared that no matter what they did to him, he wouldn't be afraid of the consequences. They would never break his will. The toughness in Izuku's voice surprised everyone, especially 𝗵𝗄𝗍𝗂. While he had been focused on capturing vigilantes and villains, He had never considered that every vigilante might be connected to the League of Villains. Realizing there was no other way to get through to Izuku, he sighed and thanked him for the information. Izuku narrowed his eyes, expressing doubt about the sincerity of the detective's gratitude. After 5 minutes of interrogation, the detective decided to ask one more question. He inquired when Izuku had received his quirk. It took a moment for Izuku to process the question. He groaned, wishing for a drink and some rest before they continued. He insisted that if he could have those things, he would share everything. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 agreed and left the room. Toshinori was about to follow but paused to look at Izuku, who met his gaze. Eventually, Toshinori broke eye contact and closed the door, leaving Izuku to rest his head on his crossed arms and sleep through the morning. He and Shadow knew this was only the beginning. Izuku whimpered for his beloved pets, Yuran and Mittens, missing them dearly after being away for over 12 hours. It was past noon, and he had already eaten lunch, offered by his interrogators. Suddenly, the door opened, and the two men returned, accompanied by a mouse-like creature. Izuku hadn't been informed that another person would join the interrogation. Once he was refreshed, 𝗬𝗁𝗁 encouraged him to explain his quirk. Before proceeding, Izuku asked about the mouse-like creature. The small being introduced itself as Principal Nizu, reminding Izuku of a letter he had sent. Izuku's expression darkened as he recalled their past interactions, expressing his resentment towards Nizu for shattering his dreams of attending a high school. Toshinori and 𝗬𝗁𝗁 were taken aback by Izuku's boldness in speaking to the principal in such a manner. Nizu remained unfazed, apologizing for his earlier assumptions. Izuku retorted that it was too late for apologies, but Nizu insisted it was never too late to pursue one's dreams. Izuku found the irony in Nizu's words amusing, stating he was following his dreams in his own way. Nizu then presented him with a choice: to pursue his education properly or face severe consequences. Izuku raised an eyebrow, questioning if that was a challenge. Nizu clarified it was merely a choice. After a moment of silence, Izuku shifted his gaze from Nizu to 𝗬𝗁𝗁 and began to explain his quirk. He clarified that he wasn't a late bloomer, rather, it had been given to him. When 𝗬𝗁𝗁 pressed for details, Izuku interrupted him, insisting it was rude to interrupt. He continued, explaining that it wasn't a person who had given him his quirk, but something. The three listened intently, intrigued by his story. He recounted an incident from a school field trip to a lab called the Quirk Research Lab. During the visit, he had been taking pictures for documentation when an unexpected event occurred. A spider had crawled up behind him and bitten him on the neck. The revelation shocked both 𝗬𝗁𝗁 and Toshinori, while Nizu remained composed, listening intently. Izuku described how he hadn't noticed the spider until it was too late. After the bite, he had thrown the spider away and observed it with horror, noting its unusual design, unlike any arachnid he had seen before. He paused to take a sip from the bottle beside him, preparing to share more about his experience. When the amount was half, he covered the bottle's lid and placed it back, staring at the men who were waiting for him. Without further ado, he began to explain his experience. He recalled how, when the spider quickly crawled to a hiding place, he touched the mark where he had been bitten. He felt confused because it didn't hurt. Spiders that usually bite carry venom or toxic chemicals that can be dangerous, but he felt nothing. After that, he noticed a small cage with an open door. Consulting one of the lab members, he learned that the spider that escaped was called the Tokubetsu spider. This brought Izuku back to a painful memory from a few months ago after that bite. He remembered feeling dizzy during a field trip, yet he pushed through. By the end of the day, he was not feeling well, as if he were shrinking, his bones feeling hotter than fire. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 and Toshinori flinched at the thought, unable to imagine what Izuku had endured. He described how he had a nightmare that night, but when he woke up the next day, everything felt normal again. He stood up, feeling completely fine, but when he looked in the mirror he saw that his whole body had changed. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 opened his mouth to speak, but Izuku continued, explaining that the effect was somewhat like a growth spurt, but not in height or appearance. Nizu maintained a straight face, intrigued, while the two men raised their eyebrows in interest. The #1 hero of Japan asked what kind of quirk Izuku had developed. The green-haired boy responded that at first he thought he had just one, but it turned out he had received two. Both the detective and the skinny blonde-haired man were surprised, as it was unusual to have two quirks. Izuku explained that one of the quirks was what he called spider sense, which could detect danger from half a kilometer away. He hesitated before revealing the nature of the other quirk. 𝗍𝗂 prompted him for more information, and after a moment of silence, Izuku described the other quirk as somewhat similar to a parasite. Toshinori and Shadow reacted with surprise, as a parasite is typically something to be removed from the body. Shadow felt insulted by the term and demanded an apology. Izuku quickly acknowledged his mistake, realizing he needed a better word to describe his quirk. 𝗍𝗂 suggested partner, and Izuku agreed, feeling relieved. He explained that he had not learned much about his partner but enjoyed the company since it was inside his mind. He shared that he had gained the ability to crawl on walls or ceilings, sense danger, and enhance strength, agility, and speed from that bite. Toshinori was mesmerized by the revelations, while Tsukachi and 𝗍𝗂 remained calm, listening intently. After a moment of silence, the detective thanked Izuku for sharing his personal information. Izuku responded nonchalantly, asking what would happen next, whether he would be arrested or face something worse. 𝗍𝗂 took the opportunity to explain that it was Izuku's choice to either return to education or remain in confinement. Being a minor, he would face challenges in prison, as many villains would make life difficult for him. 𝗍𝗂 continued, explaining that several villains blamed the Vigilante who had disrupted their operations, and they were referring to Izuku. This made Izuku chuckle as he imagined their expressions. 𝗍𝗂, not finished, informed him that due to never committing serious crimes, except for using his quirk against the laws, he had spoken with several police chiefs. He revealed that Izuku would be transferred not to a juvenile facility or prison abroad, but rather to 𝗬𝗂, a high school, where he would remain in the hero course and continue his studies to become the hero he aspired to be. The silence that followed was filled with anticipation, and 𝗍𝗂's joyful announcement marked a turning point in Izuku's life. Izuku had an expression that was unfazed, his face devoid of any happiness or sadness. He blinked a few times as he processed what he had just heard from the small rodent in front of him. Just like those students when one of his friends announced happy news, he wondered what his reaction should be. He simply acknowledged the situation, stating it plainly. He questioned whether it was a joke, expressing that if it was, he certainly wasn't laughing. Izuku found himself taken aback, while the two men, Tsukachi and Toshinori, remained unfazed by the principal of 𝗬𝗂 High School's announcement. 𝗍𝗂 assured him that this matter was no joke, he was to be transferred to 𝗬𝗂 High School and join the hero course. He would also need to move his belongings to the smaller dorms. A boarding house had already been constructed for students who needed protection from intense raids or attacks by villains, allowing teachers to keep close surveillance on them. 𝗍𝗂 pointed out that there was a house built just a few feet in front of that boarding house, which could be designated for Izuku. 𝗍𝗂 explained that Detective Tsukachi had informed them of Izuku's loss of his parents. The teachers wanted to ensure his safety, especially since villains were likely aware of the news. Izuku remained silent, contemplating the possible outcomes of becoming a student at 𝗬𝗂 High School in the hero course. He worried about the reactions of other students' parents if they learned about his past as a vigilante. He thought that parents would caution their children to be wary of him, although the positive aspect was that only a few students knew his face from the events at 𝗬𝗂 Despite the obstacles ahead, Izuku was determined to finish his studies. He considered his options but ultimately decided that he would face the challenges head-on rather than back down. He expressed his resignation, acknowledging that he had to accept the situation. 𝗍𝗂 informed him that he could refuse, but it wouldn't be easy for him if he did. With a sigh of defeat, Izuku accepted the situation, asking if that was all. Just then, a realization struck him, prompting him to ask 𝗍𝗂 about the possibility of bringing his pets. He explained that they were his only family since the loss of his parents and pleaded for them to stay in the dorm with him. 𝗍𝗂 agreed, noting that while they typically couldn't allow pets, he would make an exception for Izuku. Pets in the school were a rare exception, but seeing that they were the only family Izuku had, the mouse person allowed it with a smile. Izuku let out a sigh of relief, grateful for the consideration. The mouse person reassured him that class would resume on Friday and mentioned that he would be in Class 1A, where he had already built some relationships. At the mention of Class 1A, Izuku's expression shifted slightly, annoyance flickering in his eyes as he thought of Katsuki. He muttered under his breath, acknowledging the reminder with a hint of irritation. The mouse person noticed his reaction and commented on the apparent lack of positive interactions. Izuku's response was laced with sarcasm, and the mouse person apologized for bringing it up at an inconvenient time. He then informed Izuku that he would notify the teachers who were unaware of his arrival at youth. Just as he was about to leave, he paused, considering the implications of Izuku's past as a vigilante. The mouse person pointed out that the media would soon arrive to interview Izuku, as they had been informed of his unique situation. All Might would be there to clarify that Izuku would not face any legal repercussions. Izuku studied Toshinori for a moment, feeling a mix of uncertainty and curiosity. The mouse person reassured him that Toshinori would protect his true identity. Izuku struggled with trust, recalling how 𝗲𝗏𝗍𝗂𝗍 had been the first to befriend him, her cheerful nature reminding him of his late mother, Inko. Toshinori approached Izuku, expressing the importance of his longing to save him. He knelt down to meet Izuku's gaze, sharing his past struggles and the weight of his responsibilities. Toshinori revealed his initial belief that quirkless individuals could not become heroes, not out of a longing for popularity, but from a place of concern for their safety. He recounted a time when his wife had been in danger due to his battles with villains, and how that experience had shaped his commitment to protect those without quirks. In an unexpected gesture, Toshinori pulled Izuku into a hug, catching him off guard but conveying a sense of warmth and reassurance. Toshinori reflected on his past mistakes, acknowledging that he had judged Izuku without understanding his situation as a quirkless individual. He admitted that he had envisioned a society filled with smiles, but in doing so, he had inadvertently fostered a reliance on heroes, particularly himself. He expressed his realization that while people looked up to him as a symbol of hope, he was not infallible. Behind his smiles lay fears that he often concealed. This revelation surprised Izuku, who had always idolized Toshinori. He had never imagined that his hero would grapple with such profound thoughts about society. Toshinori conveyed his feelings of inadequacy, sharing that he could not save everyone. As he spoke, Izuku felt a warmth on his shoulder, realizing it was the sound of Toshinori's sobbing as he embraced him. Toshinori expressed his gratitude for Izuku's actions, acknowledging the sacrifices he had made for others. These words resonated deeply with Izuku, who had faced bullying and negativity throughout his life. Toshinori's heartfelt acknowledgement brought a sense of warmth and happiness to Izuku, feelings he had not experienced in a long time. After a few moments, Toshinori composed himself and released Izuku from the embrace. 𝗍𝗍 then spoke to Izuku, reminding him that change was possible for everyone. This prompted Izuku to reflect on his own acceptance within his future class. He wondered if his peers would embrace him, especially considering his quirkless status. He envisioned a future where he could contribute to a high school, not just for those with quirks, but for the quirkless as well. Izuku addressed 𝗍𝗍, expressing a suggestion he hoped would be considered. With Toshinori and Tsukachi present, he shared his idea of creating a department at a high school specifically for quirkless students. 𝗍𝗍 listened intently, recognizing the potential impact of Izuku's proposal. He acknowledged that 𝗍𝗍 was dedicated to nurturing future heroes and expressed his willingness to discuss the suggestion with the government. Izuku felt a sense of accomplishment, knowing he had sparked 𝗍𝗍's interest. He shared a light-hearted moment with 𝗍𝗍, feeling grateful for the opportunity to contribute. The smiles exchanged between Toshinori and Tsukachi reflected their support for Izuku's vision, which aimed to provide hope for quirkless students who aspired to attend a high school. Meanwhile, in a different part of the city, a girl with a bob cut and brown hair lived alone in her apartment while her parents were at work. She had been following the news about the recent 𝗧𝗵𝗲 incident and had shared her own traumatic experience with her parents the night before. They were relieved to learn that she had been saved by a vigilante named Shadow. However, she had not revealed his appearance, still haunted by the events that had transpired. As she waited for her parents to return, she received messages from her friends, including Momo, Kyoka, and Tenya. Tenya's message inquired about her well-being following the incident. Ochako, feeling grateful for her friend's concern, reassured them that she was okay, though still shaken. After a brief conversation, she turned on the television to watch the afternoon news, which was filled with typical updates. Just then, her phone buzzed again with a message from Emilia, expressing concern over the news about her ordeal. Ochako quickly responded, assuring her friend that she was fine. Still traumatized, but thanks to Shadow, she was still here. If he wasn't around, she didn't know what would happen to her. She sent a message and waited for a response. Emilia replied, expressing her relief that Ochako was okay and apologizing for not attending the previous day, stating that she would have dealt with the villains herself if she had been there. Seeing the message prompted Ochako to text back, reassuring Emilia that it was right for her to stay home and rest due to her illness. After a few minutes of texting, Emilia sent another message, saying she would let Ochako be and that she needed to rest after the incident. She added that if she and Shadow ever met, she would thank him for saving her friend. Ochako wished her a good day and reminded her to take care of herself. The chat ended, and Ochako laid her flip phone beside her. As she turned her attention to the news, she was surprised to see a report about the Vigilante Shadow. The female news reporter announced that the results were finally in. The Vigilante Shadow would no longer be behind bars. Instead, the chief of police, along with the principal of 𝗬𝗏 High School, had confirmed that Shadow would now be in the custody of 𝗬𝗏 High School. The screen then showed Toshinori Yagi, in his heroic form, being interviewed by a male reporter who asked if the rumors were true about Shadow attending 𝗬𝗏 High School and how he would address the students' parents regarding the situation. All Might, appearing larger than life, raised his arm to speak, ready to share his thoughts with everyone. Without hesitation, All Might confirmed that Shadow would indeed be studying at 𝗬𝗏 High School. He mentioned that he had met the Vigilante before when he was just a child. The revelation shocked everyone watching, including Ochako, who wondered about the implications of this connection. In a mansion located in Aichi Prefecture, a wealthy family was gathered in their living room, watching the same news. They listened intently to All Might's words, surprised to learn that the #1 hero of Japan had known Shadow as a child. The daughter, Momo Yaoyorozu, pondered this internally, but her thoughts were interrupted by All Might's serious tone. He addressed the audience, explaining that despite Shadow's past, he was determined to help him become the hero he aspired to be. All Might reflected on the challenges Shadow faced, suggesting that he had been treated as an outcast and bullied. The atmosphere grew tense as viewers processed this revelation. All Might urged everyone to remember that those who might seem like outcasts were still human and deserved compassion. He emphasized that treating others poorly made one worse than a hero or a villain. He reassured everyone that Shadow was a good person at heart. After a moment of silence for the weight of his words, All Might concluded his statement, humorously mentioning he had a fish to catch before leaping away, leaving the interviewer to wrap up the segment. Momo turned to her father, who cautioned her against getting close to Shadow if he ended up in her class. She agreed, but inside she felt sadness. She, along with her classmates and All Might, had witnessed the pain on Izuku's face, and she knew her father's strict nature often created distance between them. Her mother, Mikoto, offered a different perspective, reminding Momo that All Might had just said Shadow was not a threat. Despite her father's protective instincts, Momo felt a connection to Shadow and hoped for a chance to understand him better. Only her mother, Mikoto, is the one Momo can rely on the most. The mother teaches her life lessons, as is often the case. If one were to ask who is more stressed, the mother or the father, the answer would be both. Yet, they are dedicated to ensuring their daughter has the happiest life possible. The father, in a stern voice, expressed his thoughts on villains and vigilantes, stating that they never change. After standing up from the couch, he returned to his working station, leaving the butlers, maids, Momo, and her mother frowning at his attitude. They all shared a common thought. When would he learn? In a darkened room, a figure cloaked in purple mist remarked on the difficulty of eliminating the vigilante known as Shigaraki. He turned off the small television before him, where Shigaraki was displayed. The man expressed his eagerness to find and confront the vigilante, scratching his neck in annoyance until another voice interjected. The voice advised patience, mentioning a special event that would soon take place, which could serve as an advantage for them to scout potential heroes. The figure speculated that the vigilante shadow would undoubtedly participate, calming Tamura Shigaraki, who realized he needed to be smarter about understanding his strengths and powers. In an apartment in Shizuoka Prefecture, two individuals sat in silence, absorbing the words of All Might, which were directed not only at them but at everyone else as well. The red-haired girl, her face reflecting worry, acknowledged the need for caution. Her mother, equally concerned, expressed uncertainty about whether a certain boy would be in her daughter's class, noting the slim chances given the limited number of classes in the hero courses. Despite her worries about the potential danger posed by Shadow, Izuku's vigilante alias, she hoped for the best. The girl reassured her mother that nothing would deter her from becoming a hero, flashing a confident smile. Her mother returned the gesture, wishing her late father could see her now. The girl, feeling a wave of nostalgia, reflected on her father's absence but found comfort in her mother's words, knowing he would always be proud of her. In a red Ford Mustang, Izuku gazed out the window, resting his head on his hand while acknowledging All Might's cleverness. The number one hero, nervous as he drove, admitted to revealing Izuku's secret about being bullied, which was evident to anyone without a quirk. Izuku sighed, reminding himself that they couldn't change the past and that focusing on the present was more important. He shared his thoughts on the significance of today, referring to it as a gift. Tashinori, surprised by Izuku's wisdom, realized they were not on the correct route. When Izuku inquired about their destination, Tashinori nervously explained that he had forgotten to mention the need for an application and ID for living on campus, given the tight security. Izuku remained silent, causing Tashinori to sweat nervously until Izuku expressed his frustration about not being informed earlier. They agreed to wrap things up so he could return home. After more than an hour, Izuku received his student ID from Principal Nizu. Exhausted from the process, he returned home, only to be joyfully tackled by his family, a 2-month-old male golden retriever puppy named Yuran and a 3-month-old female ragdoll kitten named Mittens. A warm smile spread across his face as he realized how much they missed him. Yuran barked and wagged his tail, while Mittens purred and snuggled against him. Despite their affection making it hard for him to get up, he managed to rise and prepare food for himself and his pets. By 7 p.m., after cleaning the dishes, Izuku lay in his room with Yuran and Mittens, using a new smartphone gifted to him by All Might. He marveled at the features of the device before placing it on the small table beside his bed. He covered himself with a large white blanket and drifted off to sleep, with Yuran and Mittens returning to his arms to rest beside him for the night. The next day, June 2nd, at 8 a.m., Izuku began packing his essentials for the move to 𝗼𝗄 High School. He gathered his clothes, laptop, phone, and his beloved pets. He had received a message from the principal earlier that morning, informing him that someone would assist him in moving his belongings to the campus. You can imagine the stress he was under while packing up things for a new house. Then, the sound of a car beeping loudly could be heard outside. He stepped outside and saw a black car. 2 doors opened, revealing Midnight and Snipe before Izuku Midoriya. The green-haired boy remained silent as they approached him. Once they stood in front of him, Midnight stated that they were there to help. Izuku acknowledged that he was almost packed. Snipe inquired if there was anything he needed. Izuku listed a microphone, a small keyboard, and dog and cat food. He then invited them inside, mentioning that it was a bit messy. As they entered his house, the 2 teachers scanned the interior. In the living room, they spotted a puppy and a kitten. Midnight asked if they were part of his family, and Izuku confirmed it, requesting their assistance. He was in the bedroom while speaking, and they followed his voice to find him packing luggage. Midnight asked if that was all he had, to which Izuku nodded. Midnight then grabbed the packed luggage and headed outside. Snipe hesitated, unsure of the vigilante's true identity, prompting Izuku to introduce himself. Snipe then asked if there was anything he could do. Izuku gestured for him to take the last piece of luggage to the car. Once everything was loaded, they stood by the car, waiting for Izuku. To their surprise, he emerged holding 𝗬𝗏 as if they were going for a walk, with Mittens nestled inside a large cat backpack. Izuku noticed their expressions of surprise and explained that now they knew about his pets. Midnight was astonished that he would bring them to the campus. Izuku entered the car with 𝗬𝗏 first, followed by the others. Before they drove off, he took one last glance at his house and then at the neighboring one, which belonged to the Bakugo family, home to his childhood bully, Bakugo. The engine revved, and Snipe began driving to 𝗬𝗏 high school, where Izuku would be living from now on. During the ride, Izuku opened the cat backpack to let Mittens out, but the ragdoll kitten meowed in fear, breathing anxiously. 𝗬𝗏 also showed signs of distress, but Izuku gently caressed them, calming them down. Soon, they snuggled against him, and he smiled warmly, kissing their foreheads to express his affection. He then opened his backpack, took out his new smartphone and earphones, and plugged them in. He opened his Oppo smartphone, selected the music icon, and scrolled through his playlist. He had downloaded around 30 songs the night before, organizing them by artist and album. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Midnight asked if singing was his hobby. Izuku confirmed it, and she playfully requested a performance. He initially declined, but after some persuasion, he agreed. Midnight's face lit up with a victorious smirk as he handed her his smartphone, confusing her. He explained that there was a playlist of songs he had covered. This revelation surprised Midnight, and Snipe remained silent, intrigued. Midnight focused on the playlist titled 𝗏𝗏𝗏 5 songs, recalling that she had seen that name before. It dawned on her that Izuku Midoriya was a hero tuber. She kept her realization to herself, having noticed that name while browsing HeroTube. As she browsed through the songs, one caught her eye, High Hopes. She pressed play and turned up the volume, eager to hear his voice. As the song played, they were taken aback by the quality of his singing. Izuku reached impressive high notes, and afterward, he mentioned that he might have used a bit of auto-tune, but mostly it was his natural voice. Midnight and Snipe exchanged glances, realizing he had been singing beautifully without any enhancements. Izuku finished the first verse and took a moment to catch his breath, feeling a mix of pride and embarrassment as he asked how it sounded. Both teachers remained speechless, clearly impressed. Snipe needed to concentrate on the road to avoid any accidents, but he couldn't help but appreciate the boy's nice voice. Midnight, on the other hand, was silently captivated, having never heard such an appealing sound. A grown man with a handsome appearance and a lovely voice was quite a rarity. For many women, finding a man who was not only attractive but also intelligent and hardworking was a dream come true. Midnight struggled to find the right words, but her fluttering heart urged her to remain quiet. The silence was broken when the green-haired boy remarked that he needed to practice more, implying his voice wasn't good enough. Snipe quickly corrected him, saying that he actually had a nice voice. Midnight chimed in, expressing her satisfaction, claiming that her ears were blessed by the music. The lyrics that resonated with them spoke of having a vision despite lacking a quirk. The boy thanked them and plugged in his earphones, swiping through his playlist until he found the category labeled Nostalgia Songs. He played the first song and settled back in his seat, carrying Mittens, the ragdoll kitten, onto his lap, preparing to rest after a tough battle against the 𝗏𝗏. A short while later, Izuku found himself staring at his new house, which was large but only had a ground floor. Nizu, the principal of 𝗬𝗏 high school, confirmed they had arrived on campus. As they entered the house, they were greeted by a spacious living room featuring a large television. 𝗬𝗏, the golden retriever puppy, was eager to explore but was held back by a leash. Izuku knelt down and released him, watching as the puppy joyfully bounded ahead. While still kneeling, Izuku unzipped the cat backpack, allowing Mittens to step out and cautiously explore their new surroundings, which brought smiles to everyone's faces. Nizu suggested they unpack, and they all agreed, moving to the left side of the house where 3 doors awaited. Nizu opened the middle door to reveal a room with a large table and a double bed, raising Izuku's eyebrows in curiosity. He noticed 2 pillows and wondered if he would have a roommate. 𝗍𝗂 quickly clarified that Izuku would be the only one living there, as he thought the boy would prefer more comfort. Grateful, Izuku thanked him, and they began to unload his belongings to make the room feel like home. After about 10 minutes, Izuku approached 𝗍𝗂 with a question about who would handle the electricity and finances for him. 𝗍𝗂 assured him that you would take care of those matters, explaining that he would need help, just like everyone else. Izuku reflected on his past, realizing he had often been alone in his struggles, except for his late mother. He expressed his gratitude for the support he was receiving. 𝗍𝗂 emphasized that it was the least they could do to help him achieve his dream of becoming a hero and offered free tuition, with the only expectation being that he maintain good grades. Izuku acknowledged that he could manage his studies but would appreciate help when needed. 𝗍𝗂 smiled and reminded him to seek assistance whenever he felt lost. As 𝗍𝗂 prepared to leave, he instructed Izuku to visit the office the next day for uniform fittings and to take a tour of the school, assuring him he could train at the grounds with prior permission. Before departing, 𝗍𝗂 welcomed Izuku to high school. The next day, Izuku groaned as he prepared for his first day of classes at high school. He had received his uniform and attire the day before, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety about attending such a prestigious school. After putting on his new red Nike shoes, he stepped outside his room to find Yuran and Mittens waiting for him. He fed them before bidding them farewell and heading out the front door, ready to embrace this new chapter in his life. After a short walk, he stood before the school, ready to face whatever challenges awaited him. It has a number and a letter, 1A. The green-haired boy checked his new smartwatch, which read 6 a.m. He pondered how many months had passed since the first semester began, but he lost track after the entrance exam at high school. Just 2 days ago, on Wednesday, he moved from Shizuoka Prefecture to high school, where he had his body measured, not in the NDE of course, just for uniform fittings. After the measurements, he received a schedule detailing his subjects and their respective times. Each day began with a short homeroom PRD lasting 10 minutes, from 8:25 a.m. to 8:35 a.m., followed by class dismissal at 4:10 p.m. Students in Class 1A had 50-minute PRDs with 10-minute breaks in between. After the short homeroom PRD, the first class ran from 8:40 a.m. to 9:30 a.m., followed by a second PRD from 9:40 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. This continued until the fourth PRD, which was from 11:40 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. Lunchtime occurred from 12:30 p.m. to 1:20 p.m., lasting 50 minutes as well. The fifth PRD ran from 1:20 p.m. to 2:10 p.m., and the schedule continued until dismissal at 4:10 p.m. Although there were Saturday classes, the students accepted the schedule and were determined to complete any tasks assigned to them, feeling relieved that Saturday classes ended at 3:10 p.m. Back to Izuku's situation, he glanced at his smartwatch again, which now read 7 a.m. It was Friday, and he anticipated more lessons to catch up on. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts, asking if she could help him. He turned to see a girl in a uniform. He explained that he had recently transferred to unsure of how to initiate a conversation, especially with a girl. She asked which class he was in, and after a moment's hesitation he replied, Class 1A. Her excitement was palpable as she exclaimed that she was also in Class 1A and introduced herself as 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃. Izuku introduced himself, and as he did, Amelia's expression changed. She seemed to realize something important. With a flicker of surprise, she asked if he was the same person who had transferred. He confirmed it, introducing himself as the vigilante known as Shadow. This revelation left Amelia wide-eyed and speechless for a moment. She quickly regained her composure, insisting that she was not scared of him despite his reputation. Izuku raised an eyebrow, puzzled by her reaction. Amelia then admitted that she was actually a fan of his work, which surprised him. It was rare for him to encounter someone who admired his efforts to help others. Izuku expressed his disbelief that vigilantes were treated worse than villains, but Amelia countered that crime rates had dropped by 15% because of him. This revelation left him astonished, as he had not realized the impact he was making. He recalled All Might's impressive debut, which had also significantly reduced crime rates. Curious, Izuku shifted the topic, asking why she was at school so early and noting that he hadn't seen her at the USJ. Emilia explained that she had been sick on the day of the incident and felt guilty for not being there to help her friends, especially Ochako. Hearing that name resonated with Izuku, and he looked at her with empathy, wanting to lift her spirits. Emilia then smiled, acknowledging that thanks to him, Ochako could continue to enjoy her life. So she told him about what happened that day. The girl nodded in response. He understood that if it weren't for him, she and Ochako's parents would be devastated by the events that had unfolded. A villain had harmed her close friend, leaving her tied up and frightened. The thought of such a violation weighed heavily on him. He looked at the large door with a saddened expression, mentally sighing as he thought that this was where the real challenges began. His partner, Shadow, chimed in with a frustrated thought, surprising Izuku with the unexpected use of strong language in his mind. His attention shifted when Emilia called out to him. "Midoriya-kun, what's wrong?" The moment he heard his name, he jumped slightly, realizing he needed to come up with a convincing lie. He stammered that he was just surprised about being transferred to high school. Emilia scrutinized his face, sensing something was off. She told him she could see through his facade, recognizing the signs of someone who was troubled. Caught in his deception, Izuku's heart raced as he felt exposed. Finally, he sighed in defeat and admitted that nobody wanted him there, even though he had longed to attend. He felt like an outcast in society. Emilia paused for a moment before encouraging him to ignore those who doubted him, emphasizing that what mattered was that he was there now and had the chance to prove himself. Her words struck a chord with him, making him feel a warmth he had rarely experienced. He thanked her, his eyes reflecting a newfound happiness, which made Emilia smile in return. That was progress, she thought, before suggesting they go inside and wait for their friends to arrive. When he questioned her about referring to our friends instead of your friends, she insisted that he was one of them now. The sentiment made Izuku feel fuzzy inside, a feeling he was unaccustomed to after years of isolation. He accepted her invitation, opening the door to find an unexpected sight. A person sat in the teacher's chair, bandages covering his arms and face. Emilia expressed her concern, asking if he was okay. Izuku whispered to her, questioning if okay was the right term for the situation. The teacher, Aizawa, responded that his well-being didn't matter since the fight wasn't over yet. Izuku's expression shifted to one of determination as he acknowledged Aizawa's hero name, Eraserhead. Although not well known in the hero rankings, Aizawa maintained a low profile as a pro-hero working underground. He confirmed Izuku's identity and mentioned that there was no need for introductions, as he had been informed about the new student. Aizawa instructed him to rest and get to know his classmates later. With that, Aizawa retreated to his sleeping bag under the teacher's table, leaving an awkward silence in the room. Emilia broke the tension by asking if Izuku would like to sit beside her. It was a bold move, considering they had been strangers only moments before. Izuku hesitated, suggesting he might find an unoccupied seat instead. Emilia insisted there were no extra chairs, but he remained doubtful. She pointed out a chair at the back of the room that he hadn't noticed before. Realizing it was indeed available, he decided to take that seat while Emilia indicated where her own seat was. He thanked her and settled down, preparing for a nap. As he rested, Emilia watched him before taking her own seat. He lifted his head to tell her to wake him if Katsuki Bakugo arrived, not wanting his sleep to be disturbed by the explosive boy. Emilia took a moment to process his request, surprised by his mention of Bakugo. Just then, a distant snore escaped Izuku, catching her off guard. Aizawa, irritated by the noise, snapped at her to keep quiet, making her jump. To pass the time, she decided to read some books on her smartphone. Soon enough, the classroom began to fill with students. To her surprise, Emilia noticed that she was already there before many of her classmates, including Izuku. A total of 15 students had arrived, making it 17 in the class with the addition of Emilia and Izuku. Among them was Kyoka-jiro, a girl with short purple hair and earphone jacks hanging from her earlobes, who greeted Emilia with enthusiasm, expressing her concern for their well-being. Emilia mentioned that she wasn't there that day, expressing gratitude for the concern shown towards her. The girl with long black hair, typically styled in a spiky ponytail with a large strand falling to the right side of her face and cat-like onyx eyes, inquired if she was okay now. The red-haired girl nodded in response, but their attention quickly shifted to the new student, who was sleeping at his desk. One student croaked a question, "Kero," while another, a girl with long dark green hair and a somewhat frog-like appearance, asked Amelia who the sleeping boy was. Amelia simply stated that it was him, causing everyone to widen their eyes in shock as they realized the former vigilante would be joining their class. Amelia stood up and approached him, drawing the attention of her classmates. She walked around to find a good angle to gently wake him. Spotting the opportunity, she booped his left cheek twice while softly calling out to him. As he stirred, he opened his eyes slowly, gazing at her in a daze. After stretching and rubbing his eye, he thanked Komi-san, still half asleep. Amelia replied with a simple acknowledgement. Upon fully waking, he noticed the numerous eyes fixed on him, creating an awkward atmosphere that made everyone, including the 15-year-old boy, feel the tension. A girl with a bob cut and brown hair, clearly shy, stepped forward and bowed her head, thanking Shadow-kun for saving one of their friends. Another boy with spiked hair echoed the sentiment, expressing gratitude for the rescue. Izuku recognized 6 out of the 15 students, having saved them before, except for one who was not present in the classroom yet. He nodded in acknowledgement of their thanks, not one to speak much. Amelia pointed out his shyness, prompting him to nod again. She wondered why he didn't talk as freely around others. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted, causing everyone to jump except Izuku, who frowned. The shout came from an ash-blonde boy with a fiery expression, demanding to know why Izuku was there. Izuku mentally cursed his childhood bully, feeling the tension rise as Bakugo shoved his way through the crowd, ready to confront him. Izuku instinctively took a defensive stance, surprising Amelia, who stepped back, sensing the brewing conflict. Katsuki charged at Izuku, but before he could reach him, Aizawa's capture weapon ensnared him, erasing his quirk. The homeroom teacher glared at his student, telling Bakugo to give it a rest. The class was bewildered by Aizawa's sudden presence, all exclaiming in unison. A blue-haired boy with glasses asked if Aizawa was all right, while the bob-cut girl expressed her concern. Izuku found it surprising that Aizawa defended him, as his previous teachers had never done so. Aizawa stated that Izuku was their new classmate and deserved to be treated as such. Bakugo protested, questioning why Aizawa was protecting Izuku, whom he deemed worthless. The class began to murmur about Izuku's quirk status, prompting him to speak up. However, Bakugo interrupted, insisting that Izuku didn't belong there. Aizawa, aware of the feud between the boys, felt the tension rising and warned Bakugo to keep quiet, threatening him with consequences if he continued. Katsuki, realizing the gravity of the situation, fell silent, knowing better than to provoke Aizawa. The classroom fell into a tense silence as Aizawa released his grip on Bakugo. Katsuki scowled, refusing to accept Izuku's presence in their class. At that moment, Izuku had reached his limit. He confronted Bakugo, expressing his own displeasure about being there. He made it clear that he would rather not be in class with him, but that was not an option he could choose. And trust me, listening to that obnoxious voice wasn't making it any more bearable for Izuku or for his classmates around him. Bakugo felt a vain throb on his forehead. How dare this quirkless student talk to him like that? He really wanted to confront him right there, right then. The other students were surprised by what Izuku had just said. He had just provoked their most aggressive classmate. The teacher, known for his strict demeanor, intervened, putting a stop to the boys. He instructed everyone to sit down and prepare themselves, allowing Midoriya to introduce himself. Numerous nods were exchanged among the students as they settled into their seats. Some students near the door had witnessed the tension and heard the teacher's words, but Aizawa wasn't finished. He added one more thing, emphasizing that they should not judge too quickly. What Izuku was about to share should remain within the class. The word, should, was pronounced loudly enough for everyone, except Izuku and Bakugo, to flinch slightly in their chairs. Izuku earned multiple nods from his classmates, who seemed to understand the gravity of the situation. Their attention turned to him as he walked toward the podium to face them. He glanced at Izuku, who responded with a nod. Izuku began to establish his real identity to his classmates. He acknowledged that they all knew he was the vigilante known as Shadow, but few knew who he truly was, aside from Bokugu and Kokumi. He introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, 15 years old, and stated that his likes, dislikes, hobbies, and talents were not their concern. This display of attitude annoyed Shadow, who questioned Izuku's approach. Izuku, in turn, expressed his longing for peace, which made Shadow facepalm. The class was taken aback, realizing that he had saved them yet preferred to keep his life a secret. One of the students, a boy with yellow hair and a black lightning-shaped streak, leaned toward 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁 and asked if that was how Izuku usually spoke to her. Emilia replied that it was not, suggesting that he might be shy around others and hinting that something must have gone wrong in his life. Denki Kaminari understood her point. Izuku bowed his head and expressed his pleasure in meeting everyone, admitting that he was unfamiliar with the lessons they had discussed and asking for their guidance. He looked at Izuku, conveying a silent message that he was done. Eraserhead instructed him to take his seat so they could begin homeroom. Izuku complied and listened as Izuku announced an upcoming event, the Sports Festival, a supernormal school event akin to the Olympics, to be held at U. Everyone in Class 1A, except for Izuku, Bokugu, and a certain boy with 2 quirks, was excited about the festival. Some students voiced concerns about whether it was wise to hold a festival so soon after villains had infiltrated their school. They worried about the possibility of another attack, but others saw the event as a demonstration of high school's solid crisis management. Due to the previous incident, security would be significantly increased. Izuku knew that every villain would be eager to target him, and the stakes were high. The sports festival was a crucial opportunity, but it would not be cancelled because of a few villains. It was a chance for students to showcase their skills in front of top heroes from across Japan, potentially leading to internships with prestigious hero agencies. As Izuku explained this, Izuku flinched at the mention of popularity. Izuku wasn't the type to seek fame. His true longing was to become a hero like the legends of the past. He felt that if popularity interfered with his goals, it would only complicate his journey. Izuku emphasized the importance of the event, stating that it was a unique opportunity for their futures and that no aspiring hero could afford to miss it. The students responded in unison, acknowledging his words. With a swift declaration, Izuku dismissed homeroom. Izuku was surprised at how quickly the PRD had passed, almost as if it had been the same duration as his introduction. He was deep in thought about the upcoming sports festival. Time passed, and the art history teacher, known to the public as the rated R heroine Midnight, announced that lunch had begun. The classroom erupted with noise as Izuku's classmates eagerly discussed their plans for the sports festival and who they hoped to intern with. Izuku observed his classmates, feeling detached from their excitement. He had never experienced that rush of adrenaline or thrill they seemed to feel. Memories of past moments when he had been excited, only to be laughed at by his peers, flooded his mind. Choosing to remain quiet throughout the morning, he found the noise increasingly irritating. Deciding to step outside, he stood up and left the room silently. Emilia, who had been speaking with her friends, turned to ask him something but found his seat empty. Where did Midoriya-kun go? Ochako wondered about Izuku's whereabouts. She had seen him leave the classroom, likely heading to the cafeteria. Thanking Ida for the information, she suggested they follow him. Tsuyu croaked in agreement as they all left the room, hoping to find the 15-year-old boy there. They were right. They spotted Izuku in line for lunch and joined him. After a while, they noticed him walking away with a tray of food in his hands. Ochako asked if they could save her spot in line, and Ida assured her they would. With that, she dashed toward Izuku, who was moving away from the crowd. Catching up to him was a bit nerve-wracking, as she felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Izuku turned around, noticing Ochako fidgeting in front of him. He asked what was wrong, and she hesitated before finally expressing her longing to eat lunch together with him and her friends. Relieved by his affirmative response, she smiled and returned to the line, while Izuku stood a few feet away, observing his classmates. They gathered their lunches. They eventually found a table to sit at. Normally, they would join their classmates, but this time they chose a separate table to make Izuku feel more comfortable. Ochako introduced herself, followed by Tsuyu, who invited him to call her Tsu-chan, and Tenya, who introduced himself as the president of Class 1A. Izuku raised an eyebrow at Tenya's robotic hand motions, prompting a quick apology from him. The atmosphere shifted when one of the girls asked why Bakugo seemed to dislike him. Izuku took a moment before requesting that they respect his personal space. They all nodded in understanding, but Ochako's curiosity led her to ask about the nickname Bakugo used for him. The mention of death made Izuku flinch, and he clenched his fist tightly, which did not go unnoticed by his friends. Tenya tried to intervene, but Izuku reassured them that it was okay to ask. He explained the meaning behind the nickname, revealing that it could be interpreted as defenseless Izuku or even useless. The revelation shocked his friends, and Ochako expressed her regret for bringing it up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Izuku's calm response surprised them all. He acknowledged her curiosity and reassured her that it was fine. Tenya expressed his disapproval of Bakugo's behavior, while Tsuyu and Ochako offered alternative interpretations of the nickname, suggesting it could mean, "You can do it." A moment of silence enveloped the table as Izuku absorbed their words. He felt a flicker of hope at their attempts to redefine his nickname positively. Ochako, feeling she had crossed a line, apologized again, but Izuku surprised everyone by inviting her to call him Deku if she wanted. Though she hesitated, Ochako's face turned crimson as she struggled to find her words. Izuku felt a weight lift from his shoulders, and a sense of acceptance began to blossom within him. He watched as his new friends laughed and smiled, feeling a sense of belonging he had longed for. As they enjoyed their lunch together, Izuku reflected on the significance of this moment. It felt like a good start, and he realized how comforting it was to have friends who would support him. With a contented sigh, he suggested they eat their food, feeling a newfound sense of hope and connection. They all nodded in synchronization, expressing their readiness to eat. Izuku joined them as they enjoyed their meal, savoring the food and quenching their thirst with water. As they ate lunch, someone nearby was watching them intently, particularly focused on one individual. 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗁, a 15-year-old student at 𝗬𝗏 high school in Class 1A, had a quirk called photon beams. This ability allowed her to create and project beams made of photons that could pierce through almost anything and had explosive properties. As she honed her control, she could adjust the intensity of her beams for either harmless or more intense effects. However, overusing her quirk caused her body to overheat, requiring her to cool down before using it again. The more powerful the beam, the greater the risk of overheating. To improve her skills, she practiced firing beams from her fingers, and continuous use helped increase her durability, reducing the risk of overheating. One limitation was that her beams traveled in a straight line, but she could use mirrors to redirect them. Interestingly, her beams could not penetrate mirrors or windows, as glass reflects light. The damage inflicted by her beams depended on the amount of heat she infused into them. In the classroom, Izuku was asked about his quirk. Amelia, mimicking his punching moves against a formidable opponent, inquired about his abilities. This brought a smile to his face, finding her imitation amusing. When she asked about his quirk, he simply replied, "Shadow." Tenya, curious, asked if it meant he could control or blend in with shadows. Izuku clarified that it was the name he had given to his quirk, considering it more of a partner, likening it to a character from Marvel. The revelation sparked excitement among his classmates, particularly Amelia, who expressed her enthusiasm for Marvel characters, especially Iron Man 𝗬𝗏, sharing her admiration for Spider-Man, while Ochako declared her favorite was Scarlet Witch. Tenya mentioned Quicksilver, noting the similarities between their quirks. Izuku observed that their preferences seemed to align with their abilities, prompting him to analyze their quirks further. He complimented Tenya on his brother 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗄's legacy, noting the importance of teamwork in heroism. This made Tenya smile, appreciating the acknowledgement of his brother's goals. As Izuku continued, he turned to Tsuyu, recognizing her frog-like abilities and their similarities to Spider-Man's powers. She nodded in agreement, content with his understanding. When he approached Emilia, he noted her intelligence and asked about her quirk. She happily explained that her photon beams could be controlled for heat intensity but had limitations, including the inability to pierce glass. Intrigued by her detailed explanation, Izuku smiled back at her. Finally, he addressed 𝗬𝗧𝗄𝗃, predicting her quirk involved manipulating reality. She playfully corrected him, revealing her quirk was zero gravity, demonstrating it by making a table float with the pads on her fingers. Izuku was fascinated by the diverse abilities of his classmates, each with unique strengths and challenges, and felt a sense of camaraderie growing among them as they shared their stories and aspirations. To deactivate it, she demonstrated by pressing her fingers together, causing the table to fall. Izuku nodded at 𝗬𝗧𝗄𝗃's demonstration, understanding every detail. As an analyst, he committed this information to memory, planning to record it later. However, his thoughts shifted as he reached into his backpack, pulled the zipper, and retrieved a notebook. This was no ordinary notebook. It looked very old and worn, as if it had never been cared for. His new friends noticed as he grabbed a pen and began to write, which piqued their curiosity. Tenya asked what he was writing, prompting Izuku to pause and turn to him. He explained that he was documenting their quirks and his understanding of them. Emilia tilted her head, intrigued by his response. Izuku resumed writing, and his low-toned affirmation reminded them of an Irish hero tuber from the Houdini crew. They leaned in closer, eager to see what he was writing. The first name he wrote was 𝗬𝗃𝗃. She noticed her name and read the description of her quirk. 𝗬𝗃𝗃 quirk, zero gravity quirk type, emitter quirk range. Contact with the pads on her fingers, she can make objects weightless, allowing them to float in midair. She can deactivate this effect by pressing all the pads together to restore gravity. Weaknesses: Izuku had not written any weaknesses as 𝗬𝗃𝗃 had not shared them. This left her slightly astonished, her mouth agape as she thought to herself how amazing Izuku was, unknowingly blushing. Meanwhile, Izuku was writing down Emilia's quirk, capturing her attention. Emilia Kawakami quirk, photon beams quirk type, emitter quirk range, mid-range or long-range. Emilia can create and project beams of photons capable of piercing almost anything and possessing explosive properties. She can control the heat of these beams, which can cause harm depending on the intensity. Weaknesses: overusing her quirk can lead to burns on her hands, and the more heat she generates, the longer it takes for her body to cool down. Additionally, mirrors or glass will reflect her beams instead of allowing them to pass through. Possible tips for strengthening the quirk: concentrating on one finger at a time while firing her beams could enhance her durability and reduce the risk of overheating. Emilia was impressed, especially by the last part. She expressed her determination to try his suggestions, thanking him with a smile. Izuku then turned to the next page to write about 𝗬𝗍𝗍𝗍. 𝗬𝗍𝗍𝗍 quirk, frog quirk type, mutant quirk range, multi-range. 𝗬𝗍𝗍 possesses various frog-like abilities, including exceptional leg strength, wall clinging, a powerful extending tongue, camouflage, and fast swimming. She can use these skills in combination without limits. Izuku paused to ask 𝗬𝗍𝗍 if she was sensitive to cold, to which she nodded. He noted this before continuing to write about her quirk. Weaknesses: being cold-blooded, 𝗬𝗍𝗍 is sensitive to cold temperatures, which can make her drowsy and lethargic. Sudden exposure to cold can induce a hibernation state. Possible tips for strengthening the quirk: engaging in activities that build muscle strength, particularly in her tongue. 𝗬𝗍𝗍 complimented Izuku on his thorough notes, curious if this was a hobby of his. He explained that knowing their quirks was essential for becoming a hero and working together effectively. Tenya admired Izuku's motivation, wishing others shared his dedication. Izuku acknowledged that not everyone had the same drive, but sometimes all they needed was a little encouragement. He focused on writing Tenya's quirk while listening. After a few moments, he finished and turned to Tenya. 𝗬𝗍𝗍𝗍 quirk, engine quirk type, mutant quirk range. Close range. Tenya's quirk grants him engine-like protrusions that allow for extraordinary speed, enabling him to cover long distances quickly. This makes him well-suited for missions and escaping threats. Weaknesses: like a vehicle, his quirk requires fuel to function properly. Possible tips for strengthening the quirk. Engaging in intense long-distance running can enhance his strength, stamina, and speed over longer PRDS. Tenya praised Izuku's insights, considering following his advice with the help of his older brother. He mentioned that Izuku needed to remove the mufflers from his engine to grow new ones through intense training. Izuku agreed with the blue-haired boy with glasses, appreciating his advice. The classroom began to fill with students from Class 1A returning for the next class PRD. They introduced themselves to Izuku Midoriya, starting with Momo Yaoyorozu, Kyokujiro, and Denki Kaminari, who formally presented themselves, even though he was already familiar with them. Then, a red-haired boy approached him, introducing himself as Ijiro Kirishima. However, not everyone was eager to meet Izuku. Only 2 boys remained silent, one of whom was Katsuki Bakugo, Izuku's former childhood friend, known for his explosive personality. The other boy, who had not yet approached, caught Izuku's attention. Curious, he asked Momo who he was, pointing at the dual-haired boy staring at the blackboard. Momo informed him that the boy was Shoto Todoroki, the son of Endeavor. While the rest of the class chatted with their friends, the atmosphere shifted when the classroom door slid open. Present Mike, the lively teacher known for his loud personality, entered wearing a headset and a complete black outfit. The students settled into their seats, ready to listen to the English lesson that was about to begin. Later, as the day came to an end, Ochako asked Izuku if he wanted to walk home with them. She offered for him to join her, Tenya, Amelia, and Tsu. Izuku politely declined, explaining that he had a special class to make up for being late. He was indeed telling the truth. He had been informed that he would have a remedial class lasting 45 minutes after their current session. Understanding, Ochako wished him luck, and Tsu encouraged him with a smile. Izuku returned her smile, feeling motivated as they waved goodbye and left the classroom. Soon after, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 entered, asking if Izuku had brought his notebook. Izuku confirmed he had, and the remedial class began. He focused intently on the lessons he had missed, determined to improve and become a better hero. Meanwhile, 3 students were waiting for someone. The bell had rung, signaling the end of class, and students poured into the hallway, chatting and eager to head home. It had been announced that there would be no classes the following Saturday, which excited many. Among those leaving were 2 boys and a girl. One boy leaned against the wall, feeling nervous in the bustling hallway, while the girl tried to lift his spirits by suggesting they think of the crowd as potatoes. Suddenly, their friend called out to them, prompting them to walk together in the direction of the other students. As they walked and chatted, they spotted 𝗵𝗃𝗲 walking down a hallway that didn't lead to the faculty room. One boy wondered why he was heading toward the first-year hallway, speculating about possible reasons. The girl, curious, suggested they ask him. The nervous boy hesitated, but the other boy encouraged the idea, saying it wouldn't hurt to find out. The girl took the lead, walking toward 𝗵𝗃𝗲, while the nervous boy followed, still feeling anxious. When they reached 𝗵𝗃𝗲, the girl asked where he was going since the faculty room was in the opposite direction. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 explained that he was on his way to teach a student who had missed many lessons. The girl pressed for details, asking if the student was lazy or a delinquent. The blonde-haired boy apologized for her questions, while 𝗵𝗃𝗲 smiled, accustomed to her curious nature. He reassured them not to worry, knowing the girl was kind-hearted and inquisitive. With that, he glanced around, ensuring there were no other students nearby. Confirming that they were the only ones present, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 walked over to the students and whispered for them to keep the information under wraps. They all nodded in agreement, except for one girl who was bouncing with excitement, curious about why 𝗵𝗃𝗲 needed to keep this a secret. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 explained that a new student had just transferred to their school. The blonde-haired boy raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking if it was really happening at this time. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 confirmed it and mentioned that the former Vigilante would be attending high school. The realization dawned on them slowly, their mouths slightly agape as 𝗵𝗃𝗲 revealed that the student he was about to teach was indeed the former Vigilante. They were silent, their minds racing to process the information. Thoughts swirled in their heads about the new student, what class he would be in, what his quirk might be, and whether he would look like a villain. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 interrupted their thoughts, asking if they wanted to meet him. The tall boy and the girl eagerly responded, while the shy boy nodded nervously. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 asked if they were sure they didn't want to go home since there were no classes the next day. The girl insisted she would wait as long as it took to see his face, while the tall boy expressed his curiosity about the new student's strength. The shy boy quietly agreed. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 decided to let them know they could wait or walk around, but if they wanted to see the student after 45 minutes, they needed to return on time. They all nodded, and 𝗵𝗃𝗃 excused himself to help his student. As he entered the classroom, the students wandered around, their minds buzzing with questions about the vigilante. Time passed quickly, and with only 5 minutes left, they returned to the door and leaned against the wall. They heard 𝗵𝗃𝗃 coming out and straightened up, watching him nod as he walked past. They waited in anticipation, eager to see the new student. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken excitement. The large door opened again, revealing the new student. He had freckles under his eyes, a round face, and messy dark green hair. His height was similar to the girl's. He seemed focused on them, particularly on the girl, with an expression of shock as if the world around him had faded away. The atmosphere shifted, filled with a mix of awkwardness and quietness. The boys hesitated to break the silence, while the girl and the green-haired boy seemed to share a moment that transcended words, emotions swirling between them. The girl, usually so talkative, found herself at a loss for words. Izuku felt a wave of safety wash over him, a feeling he hadn't experienced since the loss of his family. It was as if he had stepped into a world filled with color after living in black and white. Trembling with emotion, he struggled to speak but finally managed to call out her name. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗧𝗵, the girl he thought he would never see again, stood before him. The boys behind her were surprised that he knew her name but chose to remain quiet, allowing the moment to unfold. The tall boy whispered to the shy one, suggesting they give the two some space. They quietly retreated to a spot where they could still observe. Izuku and 𝗵𝗃𝗃 were lost in their own world until they both spoke the same words at the same time, causing their hearts to skip a beat. Slowly, Izuku approached her, and in a heartfelt moment, he hugged 𝗵𝗃𝗃. She welcomed him with a warm smile, embracing him back as he silently cried on her shoulder. He tried to hold back his tears, but the emotions overwhelmed him, evident in his hiccups and sniffles. 𝗵𝗃𝗃's voice rang in his ears, a sound he cherished deeply. A bittersweet smile formed on Izuku's face, his heart swelling with joy at their reunion. After a brief moment of calm, they found themselves outside, resting beneath a peach tree. Izuku had taken a few minutes to collect himself, and 𝗵𝗃𝗃 had suggested a more comfortable spot, which he readily agreed to. They were not alone, however. 𝗳𝗏𝗏 and 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 watched from a distance, hidden behind a pillar. Life had been good for Izuku, but it had become even better since meeting 𝗵𝗃𝗃 again. He looked at her, his smile brightening the moment. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 returned his smile, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She asked about his life, and he admitted that after the night she had saved him, he had committed himself to training harder, even without a quirk. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 tilted her head, a mix of seriousness and concern crossing her face as she questioned why he had chosen to become a vigilante. Izuku glanced away, revealing his vulnerability. He explained that no one had believed in his dream of becoming a hero, despite his lack of a quirk. He was determined to save others in his own way, even if it meant not being recognized as a hero. He expressed that he cared deeply for the lives of innocent people and would do anything to protect them, even if it meant facing danger himself. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 listened intently, her heart heavy with the weight of his words. She couldn't bear the thought of him facing death. The conversation had shifted from happiness to a somber reality, and she felt compelled to intervene. She urged him not to speak of dying so lightly, emphasizing his youth and the importance of his safety. Izuku sighed, feeling the stress of his situation. He believed no one cared about him, but 𝗵𝗃𝗃's plea struck a chord within him. Desperation filled her voice as she implored him to think of his friends and the impact his loss would have on them. She held his hand tightly, raising it to her chest, and expressed how much she valued his life. 𝗵𝗃𝗃's sudden shift from curiosity to earnest concern revealed her deep care for him, not just as a senpai but as a friend. Izuku found himself lost in thought, contemplating her words. his inner voice echoed in agreement with her sentiment. He was unaware that their hands were still intertwined, creating an impression of closeness that others might misinterpret. After a moment of reflection, Izuku looked at her and promised to try to take her advice. 𝗵𝗃𝗧 insisted he should not just try but commit to it for his future. A smile broke across his face as he thanked her, and she encouraged him to call her by her first name. The atmosphere shifted from somber to bright as he processed her request. The idea of calling her by her first name felt significant to him, as it indicated a deepening bond. He hesitated, feeling the weight of her importance in his life. 𝗵𝗃𝗧 playfully teased him, urging him to embrace the challenge. Izuku felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment, caught off guard by her lightheartedness. As she leaned closer, he instinctively pulled back, still avoiding her gaze. Their playful banter continued, filled with laughter and warmth, as they navigated this new dynamic in their relationship. In that moment, Izuku realized that despite the challenges ahead, he had someone who genuinely cared for him, and that made all the difference. 𝗵𝗃𝗧 expressed her longing to hear the story again, pouting playfully. Izuku felt his heart race at her adorable antics and covered his face with his hands to hide his blush. Just then, a voice interrupted them from a few feet away, breaking the moment. Two boys approached, one tall with blonde hair and the other with indigo hair. 𝗵𝗃𝗧 stood up, followed by Izuku, as she waved excitedly at them. She greeted them enthusiastically, calling out to Mirio Togata and Tamaki Amajiki. Mirio introduced himself and Tamaki, who seemed a bit shy. 𝗵𝗃𝗧 playfully referred to Tamaki as their kitty, while she called Izuku their little kitten. Izuku stuttered in embarrassment, surprised by the nickname. Tamaki greeted Izuku nervously, and Izuku returned the greeting, bowing his head respectfully. Mirio welcomed Izuku to high school, even though he was already there. Izuku thanked him, shifting from a formal to a more casual tone. Mirio encouraged him to call him by his first name, just as he had addressed 𝗵𝗃𝗧. Izuku asked why Mirio still used her family name, to which Mirio explained that they weren't in the same class yet. Curious, Izuku tilted his head and asked what class Mirio was in. Mirio explained that he was in class 3B, while 𝗵𝗃𝗧 and Tamaki were in class 3. 𝗵𝗃𝗧's eyes lit up with excitement as she asked if she could share something with Izuku. Mirio gave his approval, and 𝗵𝗃𝗧 eagerly revealed that they were known as the Big Three, a trio of students who could rival pro heroes. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief, and he expressed his amazement at their status. Tamaki and Mirio smiled, while 𝗵𝗃𝗧 beamed at his reaction. She then asked about Izuku's quirk, urging him to share it immediately. Tamaki cautioned her to calm down, concerned she might overwhelm him. Izuku chuckled nervously, finding it difficult to explain his quirk. Mirio asked why it was hard for Izuku to describe it. After a moment of thought, Izuku finally explained that his quirk was a living entity that could shapeshift. The boys were intrigued as he elaborated that it could enhance his strength and transform his limbs into various forms. 𝗵𝗃𝗧 was excited to share her own quirk, called Wave Motion, which allowed her to convert her vitality into energy blasts. She demonstrated by hovering in the air, showcasing her abilities. Izuku watched in awe, impressed by her display. After a moment, 𝗵𝗃𝗧 landed gracefully and explained that using her quirk required endurance, which sometimes left her feeling tired. Izuku encouraged her, assuring her that with training, she could improve. He suggested jogging with weights to build her stamina, which made 𝗵𝗃𝗧 feel grateful for his support. Though it was slightly embarrassing to receive advice from someone younger, she appreciated Izuku's encouragement. Then, 𝗵𝗃𝗧 asked Izuku to demonstrate his quirk. Izuku simply replied that he wouldn't show it. 𝗵𝗃𝗧 and Mirio were taken aback, while Tamaki looked surprised by his unexpected response. They wondered if they had done something wrong or what the reason could be. 𝗵𝗃𝗧 had a sad look on her face, almost on the verge of tears. She expressed her confusion about why Izuku was keeping his quirk a secret. Izuku reassured her that he hadn't done anything wrong and explained that he would reveal his quirk at the upcoming sports festival. Mirio finally understood the reason behind Izuku's reluctance to show his abilities, as the event was specifically for first-year students. Tamaki explained that there were no classes due to the special event, but students had the option to attend or watch from home. He pondered whether it was better to see the festival live or on television. Izuku shared his thoughts on the matter, while Mirio mentioned that tickets would be available for purchase online. 𝗵𝗃𝗧 questioned why they weren't selling tickets over the counter, to which Mirio responded that technology had made things more convenient. Izuku muttered about wishing everything were easy, prompting Mirio to ask for clarification. Izuku quickly dismissed his comment, insisting he had said nothing. He was relieved to change the subject as he noticed the time and realized it was time to head home. In a hurry, he grabbed his backpack and ran off, leaving 𝗵𝗃𝗧 calling after him, eager to ask more questions. Mirio reassured 𝗵𝗃𝗧 that they should head home since it was getting late. Tamaki mentioned his mother's strictness about returning home early, which was a source of concern for him. 𝗵𝗃𝗧, feeling a bit dejected, picked up her backpack and followed them. Fortunately, they didn't have work that day, allowing them to enjoy a stress-free evening. As they walked, Mirio and Tamaki headed in the same direction, both living in Chiba Prefecture, while 𝗵𝗃𝗧 made her way home to Akita Prefecture, a long journey that required her to take the bus. Meanwhile, Izuku was hiding in a nearby restaurant, hoping his friends wouldn't spot him. After a few minutes, he returned to the school campus before finally heading home. Upon unlocking the door, he was greeted by his family and pets, Yuran and Mittens, who were excited to see him. The time spent with his friends and the reunion with his savior filled him with joy. As night fell, he lay back on his bed, hands behind his head, smiling at the ceiling. His heart raced from the excitement of reconnecting with 𝗵𝗃𝗧 after so long. The happiness he felt was evident, and he cherished the colorful world his new friends had brought into his life. It was confirmed that Shadow was a symbiote. On June 5th, Saturday, Izuku was browsing the internet on his smartphone after finishing breakfast and feeding his pets. Yuran was amusingly attempting gymnastics, while Mittens was playfully chasing her tail. Izuku found their antics cute and entertaining. Checking the clock, he noticed it was 10:23 a.m. and saw he had received numerous friend requests on Facebook from his classmates. He had also been added to a group chat called C1A in Google Classroom. A message from his homeroom teacher, Izawa-sensei, caught his attention. Without hesitation, he opened the direct message, which instructed him to suit up in his PE uniform and meet at the PE grounds for a quirk assessment at 11 a.m. Curious about the upcoming tests, Izuku shrugged off any lingering thoughts and prepared for the day. He changed into his PE uniform, tied his red Nike shoes, and informed Yuran and Mittens that he was heading outside. Izuku patted his head before he opened and closed the door of his house and headed to the PE grounds. Time passed, and Izuku noticed it was already 11:20 a.m. It wasn't the teacher who commented on his tardiness, it was Izuku Midoriya himself. Eraserhead had instructed everyone to meet at 11 a.m., but the sleepy teacher had not yet arrived. Izuku acknowledged his delay, admitting that sleep had gotten the better of him. He noted that this was a common excuse, prompting a sigh of annoyance from Aizawa. The teacher then informed Izuku that they would be conducting a quirk assessment that day. Izuku nodded, recalling his physical fitness test from junior high school. He wondered if he would be allowed to use his quirk for this assessment. Aizawa confirmed his assumption with a nod, indicating that he wouldn't elaborate further, likely eager to return to his nap. With that, Aizawa directed Izuku to start with the 50-meter dash. Izuku took his position, spotting a robot with a black screen on its chest, likely designed to record his time. Aizawa tiredly said, "Go," and Izuku sprang into action, channeling his energy into his legs. He dashed through the course with incredible speed, crossing the finish line in just 3 seconds. He slowed down, looking back at the field and then at the robot displaying his impressive time. Feeling satisfied, Izuku celebrated his achievement internally, thinking it was an easy task. Aizawa noted the result before moving on to the next challenge, the long jump. Izuku approached the sandbox, crouched down, and jumped forward, clearing it effortlessly. Next was the grip strength test. Aizawa handed him a grip machine, and Izuku understood its purpose immediately. He gripped it tightly, channeling his energy, but the machine cracked under his strength. Apologizing to Izuku, he noticed the teacher's expression was a mix of slight regret and boredom. Izuku dismissed the incident, assuring Izuku that they had plenty of machines available. Izuku completed the remaining tests: sit-ups, a 3-kilometer distance run, seated toe touches, and repeated side steps. He gave his all, though he knew he hadn't broken any records. Finally, Izuku announced the last test, the ball throw. He handed Izuku a ball and instructed him to stay within the circle while throwing it. Izuku asked if he could give it his all, to which Izuku encouraged him. Closing his eyes, Izuku felt an overwhelming surge of power, as if the ground beneath him was trembling. Green electricity surrounded him, and Izuku, sensing the intensity, secured himself to a nearby pole, hoping to withstand the force. As the electric energy dissipated, Izuku focused, pulling back his right arm, which began to glow with a fierce energy. He threw the ball upward, generating a powerful gust of wind that threatened to pull Izuku from his grip. When the wind ceased, Izuku cautiously opened his eyes to assess the aftermath. He saw a medium-sized crater where Izuku stood, debris scattered around. Approaching Izuku, Izuku noticed the boy's strained expression and the sweat dripping from his face. Izuku was covered in small rubble, and while he appeared to be in pain, he managed to lift himself out of the crater. Despite his struggles, Izuku stood tall, though the evidence of his exertion was clear. Izuku looked at him, and their eyes met, acknowledging the effort and determination that had brought them to this moment. The silence was palpable, creating an awkward atmosphere until a feminine voice broke through. Midnight, also known as 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗃, stood alongside 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗃, Present Mike, and other high school teachers, including All Might in his true form. The revelation of All Might becoming a teacher had shocked the staff, but they had accepted it. Their expressions reflected their surprise as they took in the scene before them. Midnight's gaze shifted to Izuku and his injured arm, then to the crater left behind. After a moment, she asked if he had caused it. Izuku explained that he had conducted the Quirk assessment test, implying that Izuku was responsible for the damage. Toshinori inquired about the outcome, to which Izuku, annoyed, pointed out the obvious evidence of the crater. He warned Izuku not to overdo it in the future, emphasizing that while he had potential, injuries could turn him into a liability in battle. Izuku nodded in acknowledgement and was instructed to head to the emergency room for treatment. As he walked past the teachers, Izuku urged them to stop standing around and follow him. He checked the results of Izuku's throw, muttering about the impressive distance of 1.25 kilometers before smirking at the thought of the boy's capabilities. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗃 then took charge, using his quirk to repair the crater in moments. The teachers followed suit, leaving the area behind. In the principal's office, Nizu watched a video of Izuku's display of power, impressed by what he saw. He reflected on the boy's potential, hoping that he would remain true to himself despite the challenges he would face in the future. Later, Recovery Girl treated Izuku's arm with her quirk, gently kissing his forehead to aid his recovery. Izuku expressed his gratitude, feeling fatigued from the process but relieved he had enough stamina to endure it. Recovery Girl advised him to be cautious and train to control his quirk better. She noted that Izuku seemed to have taken a liking to him, suggesting that he might be more lenient than usual. Izuku chuckled at the thought of Izuku being like a father figure to the students. As the light-hearted moment faded, Recovery Girl sent him on his way. Izuku stood up and left the room, heading home. He was relieved that his PE uniform remained intact, avoiding the need for a replacement. Checking his smartwatch, he noted it was nearly 4 p.m. He decided to jog to the PE grounds for training, preparing some food for his pets before stepping outside. However, he encountered All Might, who was dressed in formal attire and requested a private conversation. Izuku nodded in agreement and followed the number 1 hero. They entered a lounge room, marked as in use, where Izuku settled on a couch while All Might prepared a drink for him. When offered green tea, Izuku accepted gratefully. All Might slid the cup across the table, and Izuku took a sip, feeling the warmth and relaxation wash over him. He thanked Toshinori for the tea, appreciating the moment of calm. "Anything I can help with, my student, after all," Toshinori said before sipping his green tea. Izuku, curious and confused about why All Might wanted to talk to him, wondered if it could be something serious. Perhaps a strong villain needed assistance. That was possible, but there were countless other reasons Toshinori might want to speak with him. After finishing his tea and placing the cup on the table, Toshinori finally revealed, "It's about my quirk." He appeared hesitant. "What about it?" Izuku inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Seeing your power, it's impressive, yes, but it's similar to my quirk." "What kind of quirk is yours, then?" Izuku asked, slightly annoyed that the number one hero of Japan wasn't being straightforward. "A stockpile and power quirk. Each passing day, the power increases." "I see. But if your quirk manifested at the age of 4, then gaining such immense strength seems impossible," Izuku replied, contemplating the extent of All Might's power. "And that's the problem," Toshinori said. "Huh." Izuku was puzzled by what Toshinori meant. "That's the issue. If I did manifest my quirk, then I didn't reach that kind of power, did I? Considering your young age, Bronze Age, Silver Age, and Golden Age, it could reach the power you have now, but what troubles me the most?" "What is it?" Toshinori asked. "I've been watching your videos since I was a little kid. Your power is incredibly strong, but it seems to have increased at a slow pace over the years." A moment of silence passed before Toshinori continued. "Young Midoriya, what I'm about to tell you is a secret known to only a few." "Then why are you telling me?" Izuku questioned, confused by the situation unfolding before him. "After all the villainous acts directed at your life, I believe you deserve to know, especially since you were once a devoted fan of mine." Izuku noticed the concern in Toshinori's eyes. There was more to this than met the eye, but it was better to know beforehand. "As for what I'm sharing, my quirk was passed on to me like a sacred legacy." "Passed on to you? But how is that possible? Your quirk has been a topic of debate for years and remains one of the world's greatest mysteries. Not a day goes by without someone discussing it online." Izuku pondered, placing a finger on his forehead as he drifted into thought. "Is there even a quirk that can transfer to another person? That seems impossible. Throughout my education, I have never heard or learned about such a thing, nor has it ever been mentioned in discussions. I may hide many things, but I do not lie. The power to transfer exists, and it grows stronger over time. That defines my quirk. The name of the quirk I inherited is called—" He paused, building suspense. "One for all," Toshinori said, opening his left hand to reveal a glowing palm, indicating the quirk's power. "One for all." Izuku repeated slowly, absorbing the name of Toshinori's quirk. "That's right. One person seeks power for good and passes it to another, who cultivates it and passes it on. It is the crystallization of power that unifies those in need with a courageous heart," Toshinori explained. Izuku took a moment to process everything before responding. "Why are you sharing this with me?" "Because I've been searching for a successor," Toshinori replied. It took a solid minute for Izuku to finally grasp what the number one hero of Japan was implying. "You mean," he said, his tone filled with disbelief. "That's right. You're the one I've been looking for. A successor with a true heart. You were once a vigilante, but you possess the biggest heart and courage to confront more villains than any hero. At such a young age, you faced challenges that many are not prepared for." Hearing this left Izuku silent, contemplating why the number one hero had chosen him. "Why me? Many students are braver and stronger than I am. So why me and not them?" he asked, eager to understand why he was the one selected to receive such a powerful quirk as One for All. Toshinori remained silent, staring into Izuku's green eyes for a long moment. Finally he spoke. "It's because I see myself in you." Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. "I faced many challenges. All because of one thing," Toshinori said, pausing as he gathered his thoughts. He took a deep breath, preparing to share something significant. "I was quirkless." Izuku, time seemed to freeze at those words. They echoed in his mind, coming from All Might, the renowned hero of Japan and the number one hero of his country. His head slowly lowered, and his shoulders sagged as if all energy had drained from him. "I'm sorry. Quirkless people can't become heroes. He recalled the painful memories clearly, the very people who had been his last hope. After that flashback, the abuse continued. If not for the one who saved his life, he might have faced a different fate, one better than being a target for years. But 𝗎𝗓𝗍𝗄 was nowhere near All Might. Toshinori Yagi might be the #1 hero, but she was his savior, guiding him toward a new light when his world was engulfed in darkness. Yet it was true. Darkness could overpower the light, shattering dreams, but in those moments, hope remained. Only one word could describe what he felt in that moment: anger. Said you were quirkless? Izuku asked, lifting his head to meet the gaze of the person who had verbally pushed him down. His anger simmered, fueled by the revelation that his hero had once been quirkless. I know you have every right to be angry with me, but at that time, I was under immense stress. Interviews, family obligations, capturing villains. You understand how it feels to be a hero, especially the #1 hero. Toshinori looked down in shame, recalling his gravest mistake from days past. He expressed his regret, knowing it might seem trivial. Izuku remained silent, understanding the weight of such feelings all too well. His experience as a vigilante had taught him that while the pressures of heroism and vigilantism differed, the stress was undeniably similar. However, the burden of being the #1 hero was far greater. Izuku reassured Toshinori that he wasn't truly angry. Toshinori's confusion turned to relief upon realizing that Izuku held no grudge against him. Izuku's frustration stemmed from Toshinori's earlier statement that quirkless individuals could never become heroes. He began to list notable figures, both heroes and villains, who had achieved greatness without quirks, emphasizing that many had made significant impacts. He expressed how Toshinori's words had pushed him down, making him feel desperate. While he acknowledged that he could aspire to be a policeman, he questioned how effective that would be against villains wielding their quirks freely. Toshinori admitted he was trying to make amends for his past mistakes. Izuku wanted to ease Toshinori's guilt, reminding him that he wasn't the root of his struggles. Yet, Toshinori felt the weight of his actions, knowing he had inadvertently contributed to Izuku's suffering. Izuku pointed out that the true source of his pain had been a bully who had pushed him to his limits. Toshinori recalled a cruel suggestion made to Izuku, one that would haunt anyone who heard it. He then proposed that Izuku inherit one for all, believing it was a way to help him achieve his dreams, not just a means of atonement for Toshinori's past mistakes. A moment of silence followed before Toshinori asked if Izuku would accept the offer. Izuku took his time to consider the proposal, weighing his options carefully. Toshinori encouraged him to take as long as he needed, but Izuku interrupted, determined to provide an answer. He took a deep breath, contemplating his response. After a brief pause, he resolved not to back down, ready to reveal his decision.